Envy Prologue, Key West, Florida, 1988. Saltines and sardines. Staples of his diet. Add a chunk of rat cheese and a kosher dill spear, and you had yourself the four basic food groups. There simply wasn't any finer fare. That was the unshakable opinion of Hatch Walker, who had a sun-baked, wind-scoured visage that only a mother gargoyle could love. As he munched his supper, eyes that had blinked against the sting of countless squalls squinted narrowly on the horizon. He was on the lookout for the lightning flashes that would signal an approaching storm. There was still no sign of it here on shore, but it was out there somewhere gathering energy, sucking moisture up from the sea that it would send back to earth in the form of wind-driven rain. But later, above the harbor, a quarter moon hung in a clear sky. Stars defied the neon glare on the ground, but Hatch wasn't fooled. He could feel impending meteorological change in his bones before the barometer dropped. He could smell a storm even before clouds appeared or a sail caught the first strong gust of wind. His weather forecasts were rarely wrong. There'd be rain before dawn, his nicotine-stained teeth crunched into his pickle, and he savored the garlicky brine, which he chased with a bite of cheese. It just didn't get any better. He couldn't figure out folks who were willing to pay a week's wages on a meal that wouldn't fill a thimble, when they could eat just as good and, to his mind, a hell of a lot better on $1.50. Tops, of course they were paying for more than the groceries. They were financing the parking valets and the starched white tablecloths and the waiters with rings in their ears and cobs up their butts who acted like you were putting them out if you asked them to fetch you an extra helping of bread. They were paying for the fancy French name slapped on a fillet of fish that used to be called the catch of the day. He'd seen pretentious outfits like that in ports all over the world. A few had even cropped up here in Key West, and those he scorned most of all. This being a weeknight, the streets were relatively quiet. Tourist season was 3 on the wane. Thank the good Lord for small favors, Hatch thought as he swigged at his can of Pepsi and belched around a harumph of scorn for tourists in general, and those who flocked to Key West in particular. They descended by the thousands each year, slathered in sunscreen that smelled like monkey barf, toting camera equipment and dragging along whining kids who'd rather be up in Orlando being dazzled by Disney's man-made marvels than watching one of the most spectacular sunsets on the planet. Hatch had nothing but contempt for these fools who worked themselves into early coronaries for 50 weeks a year so that for the remaining 2 they could work doubly hard at having a good time. Even more bewildering to him was that they were willing to pay out their soft, pale asses for the privilege. Unfortunately, his livelihood depended on them, and for Hatch that represented a moral dilemma. He despised the tourist invasion, but he couldn't have made a living without it. Walker's Marine charters and rentals got a share of the money the vacationers spent during their noisy occupation of his town. He equipped them with scuba and snorkeling gear, leased them boats, and took them on deep-sea fishing expeditions so they could return to shore and have their grinning, sunburned mugs photographed with a noble fish who was probably more affronted by the asinine picture-taking than by being caught. Business wasn't exactly thriving tonight, but the trade-out was that it was quiet, peaceful you might say, and that wasn't a bad thing, not by a long shot. Not compared to life aboard merchant ships where quarters were noisy and cramped and privacy was non-existent. He'd had a belly full of that, thank you. Give Hatch Walker solitude and quiet any time. The water in the marina was as still as a lake. Shore lights were mirrored on the surface with hardly a waver. Occasionally a mast would creak aboard a sailboat or he'd hear a telephone ringing on one of the yachts. Sometimes a note or two of music or several beats of percussion would waft from one of the waterfront nightclubs. Traffic created an incessant swish, otherwise it was quiet. And even though it meant a lean week financially speaking, Hatch preferred it this way. Tonight, he might have closed up shop and 5 gone home early except for that one boat he had out. He'd leased the 25-footer to some kids, if you could rightly call 20-somethings kids. Compared to him, they were. 2 men, 1 woman, which in Hatch's estimation was a volatile combination under any circumstances. The kids were tan and lean, attractive and self-assured to the point of cockiness. Hatch figured that between the 3 of them, they probably hadn't done an honest day's work in their lives. They were locals, or at least permanent transplants. He'd seen them around. They were already half-lit when they boarded the craft just before sunset, and they'd carried a couple of ice chests on board with them, heavy as anchors by the way they were lugging them. Odds were good that those chests contained bottles of booze. They had no fishing gear. They were going offshore strictly for a few hours of drinking and debauchery, or his name wasn't Hatch Walker. He had debated whether or not to lease a craft to them, but his near-empty till served to persuade him that they were not flat-out drunk. He'd sternly ordered them not to drink while operating his boat. They flashed him smiles as insincere as a diamond dealer's and assured him that such wasn't their intention. One bowed at the waist and could barely contain his laughter over what he must have considered a lecture from a grizzled old fart. The other saluted him crisply and said, "Aye, aye, sir." As Hatch helped the young woman into the boat, he hoped to hell she knew what she was in for, but he figured she did. He'd seen her around, too, lots of times, with lots of men. An eye patch would have covered more skin than her bikini bottom, and Hatch would have no right to call himself a man if he hadn't noticed that she might just as well not have bothered wearing the top. And she didn't for long. Before they were even out of the marina, one of the men snatched off her top and waved it above his head like a victory banner. Her attempts to get it back turned into a game of slap and tickle. Watching this as the boat had chugged out of the marina, Hatch had shaken his head and counted himself lucky that he'd never had a daughter with a virtue to protect. 7, finally one last sardine remained in the tin. Hatch pinched it out of the oil, laid it diagonally across a saltine, added the last bite of pickle and sliver of cheese, doused it real good with Tabasco, stacked another cracker on top and put the whole thing in his mouth, then dusted the crumbs off his beard. Chewing with contentment, he happened to glance toward the entrance of the harbor. What he saw caused the sandwich to stick in his throat. The corner of a cracker scratched his esophagus as he forced it down, muttering, "Hell does he think he's doing?" No sooner had Hatch spoken his thought aloud than a long blast from the approaching boat's horn nearly knocked him off his stool. He would have come off it anyway, because by the time the intact sardine sandwich hit his stomach, Hatch was out the door of the weather-beaten shack that housed his charter service and angrily lumbering down the quay, waving his arms and shouting at the boat's pilot, probably a tourist from one of those square, landlocked states who'd never seen a body of water bigger than a watering trough, that he was coming into the marina way too fast, that he was violating the no-wake rule, and that his recklessness would cost him a whopping fine if not a couple nights in jail. Then Hatch recognized the boat as his. His. The damn fool was abusing his boat, the finest and biggest in his fleet. Hatch fired a volley of expletives, wicked holdovers from his years as a merchant marine. When he got his hands on those kids, they'd regret the day their daddy spawned them. He might be old and ugly and bent, he might have gray whiskers and a slight limp from an unfortunate run-in with a knife-wielding Cuban, but he could hold his own with a couple of pretty beach boys. And make no mistake about that, you arrogant little fuckers. Even after the boat cleared the buoys, it didn't slow down. It kept coming. It missed a 42-foot sailboat by inches and set it to rocking. A dinghy slammed into the side of a multi-million-dollar yacht, and the folks sipping nightcaps on the yacht's polished deck rushed to the rail and shouted down at the careless mariner. Hatch shook his fist at the young man at 9. The wheel. The drunken fool was steering straight for the pier, kamikaze-like, when he suddenly cut the engine and spun the wheel sharply to port. The outboard sent up a rooster tail of spume. Hatch had barely a second to leap out of the way before the boat crashed into the quay. The young man clambered down the steps of the cockpit and across the slippery deck, leaped onto the aggregate pier, tripped over a cleat, then crawled a few feet forward on all fours. Hatch bore down on him, grabbed him by the shoulders, and flipped him over as he would a fish he was about to gut. In fact, if he'd had his filleting knife in hand, he might have slit the guy from gonads to gullet before he could stop himself. Luckily, he was armed only with a litany of curses, threats, and accusations, but they sputtered and died before they were spoken. Up till then, Hatch's focus had been on his boat, on the recklessness and speed with which it had been steered into the marina. He hadn't paid much attention to the young man piloting her. Now he saw that the boy's face was bloody. His left eye was swollen, practically shut. His T-shirt was in shreds, clinging to his lean torso like a wet rag. "Help me, God!" "Oh, God!" He threw Hatch's hand off his shoulder and scrambled to his feet. "They're out there," he said, frantically motioning toward the open sea. "They're in the ocean. I couldn't find them. Hatch had witnessed a man get shark bit once. He had managed to pull him from the water before the shark could get more than his left leg. He was alive but in bad shape, in shock, scared shitless, blubbering, and making no sense as he bled buckets into the sand. Hatch recognized the same level of wild panic in this young man's eyes. This was no prank, no showing off, no drunken escapade as he'd originally thought. The kith, one who'd smartly saluted him earlier, was in distress to the point of hysteria. "Calm down, Sonny." Hatch took him by the shoulders and shook him slightly. "What happened out yonder? Where are your friends at?" The young man covered his face with hands that Hatch noticed were also bloody and bruised. He sobbed uncontrollably. "In the water. Overboard. 11. Yeah. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. That asshole nearly wrecked my yacht. What the fuck was he doing?" A man wearing flip-flops came slapping up, hands on hips, reeking of a cologne that any self-respecting whore would think was too strong. He was wearing only a Speedo swimsuit beneath an overhanging belly covered with black curly hair. He had a thick gold bracelet on his right wrist and spoke with a nasally northeastern accent, just the kind that never failed to get on Hatch's fighting side. "The boy's hurt. There's been an accident. Accident my ass." He put a big dent in the dinky-do. They'd been joined by the man's female companion, who was dressed in a bikini and a pair of high heels. Her tan and tits were store-bought. Under each arm she was holding a toy poodle. The pets had pink ribbons tied to their ears and were yapping in angry synchronization. "Call 911, Hatch said. "I want to know what this son of a bitch intends to dow us. Call 911. The interior of Hatch's office smelled of sardines, damp hemp, dead fish, and motor oil. It was uncomfortably warm and stuffy inside, as though the shack couldn't provide enough oxygen for 3 men because it was usually occupied only by one. The limited floor space was crowded with trunks of fishing and diving gear, coils of rope, maps and charts, maintenance supplies and equipment, a vintage metal file cabinet in which Hatch rarely filed anything, and his desk, which had been salvaged from a shipwreck and bought at auction for $30. The kid who'd crashed his boat had heaved twice into his toilet, but Hatch figured the nausea was more from nerves and fear than from the shot of brandy he'd sneaked him when no one was looking. Of course, the kid had had a lot to drink prior to the brandy, and that wasn't just an assumption. He'd admitted as much to the Coast Guard officer who was currently questioning him. Key West police had had their turn at interrogating him about crashing the boat into the marina. E-13 was then turned over to the Coast Guard officer who wanted to know what had happened on board that had caused his 2 companions to wind up in the Atlantic. He'd provided their names and ages, their local addresses. Hatch had checked the information against the rental agreement the 2 young men had filled out before embarking. He confirmed the data to the officer. Hatch resented having to share his private space with strangers, but he was glad he hadn't been asked to wait outside while the laws interrogated the kid. The marina was now swarming with onlookers who'd been drawn to the scene of the drama like flies to a pile of manure, and you couldn't swing a dead cat without hitting some breed of uniformed personnel. Having intimate knowledge of jails in numerous ports on several continents, Hatch had an aversion to uniforms and badges. He would just as soon avoid authority of any kind if a man couldn't live by his own set of rules, his own sense of right and wrong. What was the good of living? That attitude had landed him in paddy wagons all over the globe, but that was his philosophy, and he was sticking to it. But in all fairness, Hatch had to hand it to the Coast Guard officials and local policemen who'd questioned the young man and organized a search and rescue party. They hadn't been assholes about it. It was clear that the kid was on the brink of total breakdown. The Badges had been savvy enough to realize he might crack if they applied too much additional pressure, and then where would they be? In order to calm him down and get answers, they'd gone pretty soft on him. He was still wearing wet swim trunks and sneakers that leaked seawater onto the rough plank flooring whenever he moved his feet. In addition to giving him the brandy, Hatch had thrown a blanket over him, but he'd since discarded it, along with his tattered t-shirt. Outside, running footsteps and an excited voice brought the kid's head up. He looked hopefully toward the door, but the footsteps ran past without stopping. The officer who'd had his back turned while helping himself to Hatch's coffee pot came around and correctly read the kid's expression. 15, you'll know something as soon as we do, son. They've got to be alive. His voice sounded like someone who'd been out yelling a storm for a long time. Every now and then it would crack over a word. I think I just couldn't find them in the dark. It was so damn dark out there. His eyes bounced back and forth between Hatch and the officer. But I didn't hear them. I called and called, but why weren't they answering me? Or calling out for help unless he was unable to say out loud what they all feared. The officer returned to Hatch's stool, which he'd placed near the chair in which the boy sat with his shoulders hunched forward. For several weighty minutes, the officer did nothing but sip his hot coffee. Schwoop! Schwoop! It was irritating as hell, but Hatch remained quiet. This was the law's business now, not his. His boat was insured. There'd be paperwork out the wazoo and a suspicious seersucker suited adjuster to haggle with, but in the long run, he would come out okay. Maybe even a little better off than he'd been. He was less optimistic about how this kid would fare. No amount of insurance was going to make his life easier after this. As for the two who'd gone into the water, Hatch didn't hold out much hope. The percentages were stacked against them. He had known a few men who had foundered and lived to tell about it, but not many. If you went into the water, drowning was probably the most merciful way to die. Exposure took longer. And to predators, you were just another source of food. The Coast Guard officer cradled the chipped coffee mug between his palms and swirled the contents. How come you didn't use the radio to call for help? I did. I tried. I couldn't get it to work. The officer stared into his swirling coffee. Cupola other boats heard your SOS, tried to tell you to stay right where you were. You didn't? I didn't hear them, I guess. Here he glanced across at Hatch. I guess I didn't pay much attention when he was showing us how to operate the radio. Costly mistake. Yes, sir. Fair to say you're not a seasoned sailor? Seasoned? No, sir. But this is the 17th time I've had any trouble. Uh-huh. Tell me about the fight. Fight? This drew a frown from the officer. Don't bullshit me now, son. Your eyes all but swollen shut. You've got a bloody nose and busted lip. Your knuckles are scraped and bruised. I know what a fistfight looks like, okay, so don't play games with me. The young man's shoulders began to shake. His eyes streamed, but he didn't even bother trying to stem the tears or to wipe his dripping nose. Was it over the girl? The officer asked in a gentler voice. Mr. Walker here says she was a looker. A party girl, best he could tell. She belonged to one of you? Like a girlfriend, you mean? No, sir. She's just a casual friend. You and your buddy fight over her favors? No, sir. Not exactly. What I mean is, she wasn't the reason it started. Then what was? The boy sniffed but remained mute. Just as well tell me now, the officer said, because when we find whatever we're going to find out there, we'll keep hounding you until we get the truth of it. We were drunk. Uh-huh. And the kid raised his head, looked over at Hatch, then back at the officer, and said earnestly, he's my best friend. All right, so what happened? He licked mucus off his upper lip. He got mad as hell. I've never seen him like that. Like what? Crazy, violent, like he snapped or something snapped. Yes, sir. What'd you do to piss him off? Cause him to snap? Nothing. 1 minute he's down below with her. I gave him some privacy, for sex. They were having sex? Yeah. I mean, really going at it, having fun. Next minute, he's back up on deck, coming at me 19 for no reason, just like that. The kid's head wobbled up and down. It was supposed to be a party, a celebration. I don't understand how it went to hell so quick. I swear to God I don't. He lowered his battered face into his hands and began to sob again. The officer looked over at Hatch as though for consultation. Hatch stared back at him, wanting to ask what he was looking at him for. He wasn't a counselor. He wasn't a parent. He for damn sure wasn't an officer in the Coast Guard or a cop. This was no longer his problem. When he failed to volunteer anything, the officer asked if he had anything to add to the boy's story. No. Did you see or hear them fighting? The only thing I saw them doing was enjoying themselves. The officer turned back to the young man. Best friends don't fight for no reason, not even when they've had too much to drink. They might swap some harsh words, maybe throw a punch or two, but once it blows over, it's over, right? I guess, he replied sullenly. So I want you to come clean with me now. Okay? You listening? What brought on the fight? The kid struggled to swallow. He just attacked me. How come? All I did was defend myself. I swear. He blubbered. I didn't want to fight him. It was a party. Why'd he attack you? He shook his head. Now that's not true, is it, son? You know why he attacked you? So tell me, what caused your best friend to get mad enough to start beating up on you? Silence stretched out for about 20 seconds. Then the kid mumbled a single word. Hatch wasn't sure he'd heard correctly, mainly because the first clap of thunder from the predicted storm rattled the small square window in his shack just as the boy spoke, and also because what he thought he heard the boy say was a strange answer to the question. The officer must have thought so too. He shook his head with misapprehension and leaned forward 21 to hear better. Come again? Speak up, son. The young man raised his head and took a swipe at his nose with the back of his hand. He cleared his throat. He blinked the officer into focus with his one functioning eye. Envy, he said gruffly. That's what this is all about. Envy. PME. St. Anne Island, Georgia, February 2002. Chapter 1. But there's gotta be, Maris. Matherly-Reed impatiently tapped her pencil against the notepad upon which she had doodled a series of triangles and a chain of loops. Below those, she'd rough-sketched an idea for a book jacket. PME, correct. Correct? I'm sorry, ma'am, there's no such listing. I double-checked. The idea for the book jacket, an autobiographical account of the author's murky relationship with her step-sibling, had come to Maris while she was waiting for the directory assistance operator to locate the telephone number. A call that should have taken no more than a few seconds had stretched into several minutes. You don't have a listing for PME in this area code? In any area code? The operator replied. I've accessed the entire U.S. Maybe it's a business listing, not a residential. I checked both. 23. Could it be an unlisted number? It would appear with that designation. I don't have anything under those initials, period. If you had a last name, Oz, but I don't, then I'm sorry. Thank you for trying. Frustrated, Maris reconsidered her sketch, then scribbled over it. She wasn't going to like that book no matter what the jacket looked like. The incestuous overtones made her uncomfortable, and she was afraid a large number of readers would share her uneasiness. But the editor, to whom the manuscript had been submitted, felt strongly about buying it. The subject matter guaranteed author appearances on TV and radio talk shows, write-ups in magazines, probably a movie of the week option. Even if the reviews were poor, the book's subject matter was titillating enough to generate sales in large numbers. The other decision-makers in the hardcover division of Matherly Press had agreed with the editor when she pled her case. So Maris had deferred to the majority. They owed her one, which brought her back to the prologue of Envy she had read that afternoon. She had discovered it among a stack of unsolicited manuscripts. They had been occupying a shelf in her office for months, collecting dust until that unspecified day when her schedule permitted her to scan them before sending the anxious authors the standard rejection letter, imagining their crushing disappointment when they read that impersonal and transparent kiss-off. She felt that each writer deserved at least a few minutes of her time. And there was always that outside 1 in a million. once in a blue moon chance that the next Steinbeck or Faulkner or Hemingway would be mine from the slush pile. That, of course, was every book editor's pipe dream. Maris would settle for finding a bestseller. These 12 pages of prologue had definite promise. They had excited Maris more than anything she had read recently, even material from her portfolio of published authors, and certainly more than anything she'd read from fledgling novelists. It had piqued her curiosity, as a prologue or first chapter should. She was 25 hooked, eager to know more, anxious to read the rest of the story. Had the rest of the story been written, she wondered, or at least outlined? Was this the author's first attempt at fiction writing? Had he or she written in another genre? What were her credentials? Did she have any credentials? There was nothing to indicate the writer's gender, although her gut feeling said male. Hatch Walker's internal dialogue rang true to his salty character and read like the language in which a man would think. The narrative was in keeping with the old sailor's poetic, though warped, soul. But the pages had been sent by someone totally inexperienced and untutored on how to submit a manuscript to a prospective publisher. All the standard rules had been broken, and Sassy for return mailing hadn't been enclosed. It lacked a cover letter of introduction. There was no phone number, street address, post office box, or email address. Only those 3 initials in the name of an island that Maris had never heard of. How did the writer hope to sell his manuscript if he couldn't be contacted? She noticed that the postmark on the mailing envelope was 4 months old. If the author had submitted the prologue to several publishers simultaneously, it might have already been bought. All the more reason to locate the writer as soon as possible. She was either wasting her time or she was on to something with potential. Whichever, she needed to know sooner rather than later. You're not ready? Noah appeared in her open office door wearing his Armani tuxedo. Maris said, "My, don't you look handsome?" Glancing at her desk clock, she realized she had lost all track of time and that she was indeed running late. Raking her fingers through her hair, she gave a short, self-deprecating laugh. I, on the other hand, am going to require some major renovation. Her husband of 22 months closed the door behind him and advanced into her corner office. He tossed a trade magazine onto her desk, then moved behind her chair and began massaging her neck and shoulders, which he knew were the gathering spots for her tension and fatigue. Tough day? Not all that bad, actually. Only 27-1 meeting this afternoon. Mostly I've used today to clear some space in here. She gestured toward the pile of rejected manuscripts awaiting removal. You've been reading the stuff in your slush pile? Maris, really? He chided lightly. Why bother? It's a Matherly press policy not to buy anything that isn't submitted by an agent. That's the official company line, but since I'm a Matherly, I can bend the rules if I wish. I'm married to an anarchist, he teased, bending down to kiss the side of her neck. But if you're planning an insurrection, couldn't your cause be something that streamlines our operation instead of one that consumes the valuable time of our publisher and senior vice president? What an off-putting title, she remarked with a slight shudder. Makes me sound like a frump who smells of throat lozenges and wears sensible shoes. Noah laughed. It makes you sound powerful, which you are, and awfully busy, which you are. You failed to mention smart and sexy. Those are givens. Stop trying to change the subject. Why bother with the slush pile when even our most junior editors don't? Because my father taught me to honor anyone who attempted to write. Even if the individual's talent is limited, his effort alone deserves some consideration. Far be it from me to dispute the venerable Daniel Matherly. Despite Noah's mild reproof, Maris intended to continue the practice of going through the slush pile. Even if it was a time-consuming and unproductive task, it was one of the principles upon which a Matherly had founded the publishing house over a century ago. Noah could mock their archaic traditions because he hadn't been born a Matherly. He was a member of the family by marriage, not blood. And that was a significant difference that explained his more relaxed attitude toward tradition. A Matherly's blood was tinted with ink, and appreciation for it seemed to flow through the family's veins. Maris firmly believed that her family's admiration and respect for the written word and for writers had been fundamental 29 to their success and longevity as publishers. I got an advance copy of the article, Noah said. She picked up the magazine he'd carried in with him. A post-it marked a specific page. Turning to it, she said, great photo, good photographer, good subject. Thank you. Noah Reed is 40 but could pass for much younger. She read aloud from the article. Angling her head back, she gave him a critical look. I agree, you don't look a day over 39. Ha ha. Daily workouts in the Matherly Press gym on the 6th floor one of Reed's Innovations when he joined the firm 3 years ago keeps all 6 feet of him lean and supple. Well, this writer is certainly enamored. Did you ever have a thing with her? He chuckled. Absolutely not. She's one of the few on their wedding day. Maris had teasingly remarked to him that so many single women were mourning the loss of one of the city's most eligible bachelors. She was surprised that the doors of St. Patrick's Cathedral weren't draped in black crepe. Does she get around to mentioning your business acumen and the contributions you've made to Matherly Press? Farther down, let's see graying at the temples, which adds to his distinguished good looks. So on and so forth about your commanding demeanor and charm. Are you sure? Oh, here's something. He shares the helm at Matherly Press with his father-in-law, publishing legend Daniel Matherly, who serves as chairman and CEO, and Reed's wife, Maris Matherly-Reed, whom he claims has perfect selection and editorial skills. He modestly credits her with the company's reputation for publishing bestsellers. Please, she smiled up at him. Did you say that? And more that she didn't include, then thank you very much. I only said what I know to be true. Maris read the remainder of the flattering article, then set the magazine aside. 31. Very nice. But for all her gaga-ness, she overlooked 2 major biographical points, and they are that you're also an excellent writer. The Vanquished is old news, but it should be mentioned any time your name appears in print. What's the second thing, he asked, in the brusque tone he used whenever she brought up his one and only published novel. She said nothing about your marvelous massage techniques. Happy to oblige, closing her eyes, Maris tilted her head to one side. A little lower on your, there. He dug his strong thumb into a spot between her scapulas, and the tension began to dissolve. You're in knots, he said. Serves you right for scavenging through that heap of garbage all day. As it turns out, it might not have been time wasted. I actually found something that sparked my interest. You're joking. No, fiction or non-fiction. Only a prologue, but it's intriguing. It starts swass. I want to hear all about it, darling, but you really should shake a leg if we're going to get there in time. He dropped a kiss on the top of her head, then tried to withdraw, but Maris reached for his hands and pulled them over her shoulders, holding them flattened against her chest. Is tonight mandatory? More or less. We could miss one function, couldn't we? Dad begged off tonight. That's why we should be there. Matherly Press bought a table. 2 empty seats would be noticeable. One of our authors is receiving an award. His agent and editor are attending with him. He won't be without a cheering section. She pulled his hands down onto her breasts. Let's call in sick. Go home and shut out the world. Open a bottle of wine, the cheaper the better. Get in the jacuzzi and feed each other a pizza. Make love in some room other than the bedroom, maybe even 2 rooms. 33, laughing, he squeezed her breasts affectionately. What did you say this prologue was about? He pulled his hands from beneath hers and headed for the door. Maris groaned with disappointment. I thought I was making you an offer you couldn't refuse, tempting V. But if we're not at this dinner, it'll arouse suspicion. You're right. I'd hate for people to think that we're still acting like newlyweds who crave evenings alone, which is true. But we also have professional responsibilities, Maris. As you're well aware, it's important for industry insiders to know that when they refer to Matherly Press, it damn well better be in either the present or future tense, not the past tense. And that's why we attend nearly every publishing event held in New York. She said as though it were part of a memorized catechism. Precisely. Their calendars were filled with breakfasts, luncheons, dinners, receptions, and cocktail parties. Noah believed it was extremely important, virtually compulsory, that they be seen as active participants within literary circles, especially since her father could no longer be involved to the extent he once had been. Recently, Daniel Matherly had slowed down. He didn't attend as many insider gatherings. He was no longer accepting speaking engagements, although the requests still poured in. The Four Seasons was calling daily now to inquire if Daniel would be using his reserved table for lunch or if they were free to seat another party there. For almost 5 decades, Daniel had been a force to be reckoned with. Under his leadership, Matherly Press had set the industry standards, dictated trends, dominated the bestseller lists. His name had become synonymous with book publishing both domestically and in foreign markets. He had been a juggernaut who, over a period of months, had voluntarily been decreasing his momentum. However, his semi-retirement did not spell the end, or even a weakening of the publishing house's viability. Noah thought it was vitally 35 important that the book publishing community understand that. If that meant going to award dinners several times a month, that's what they would do. He checked his wristwatch. How much time do you need? I should let the driver know when we'll be downstairs. Maris sighed with resignation. Give me 20 minutes. I'll be generous. Take 30. He blew her a kiss before leaving, but Maris didn't plunge into her overhaul right away. Instead, she asked her assistant to place a call. She'd had another idea on how she might track down the author of Envy. While waiting for the requested call to be placed, she gazed out her office windows. Extending nearly from floor to ceiling, they formed a corner of the room, providing her a southeastern exposure. Midtown Manhattan was experiencing a mild summer evening. The sun had slipped behind the skyscrapers, casting a premature twilight on the streets below. Already lights were coming on inside buildings, making the brick and granite structures appear to twinkle. Through the windows of neighboring buildings, Maris could see other professionals wrapping up for the day. The avenues were jammed with competing after-work and pre-theater traffic. Taxis vied for inches of space, nosing themselves into impossibly small channels between buses and delivery trucks. Couriers on bicycles, seemingly with death wishes, perilously played chicken with motor traffic. Revolving doors disgorged pedestrians onto the crowded sidewalks, where they jostled for space and wielded briefcases and shopping bags like weapons. Across Avenue of the Americas, a queue was forming outside Radio City Music Hall, where Tony Bennett was performing this evening. She, Noah, and her father had been offered complimentary VIP tickets, but they'd had to decline them because of the literary award banquet, which she should be dressing for, she reminded herself, just as her telephone beeped. He's on line 1, her assistant informed her. Thanks. You don't need to wait. See you tomorrow. Maris depressed the blinking button. Hello? Yeah, Deputy Dwight Harris, 37 here. Hello, Deputy Harris. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Maris Matherly-Reed. Say again? She did. Uh-huh. Maris paused, giving him time to comment or ask a question, but he didn't, so she went straight to the reason for the call. I'm trying to reach someone, an individual who I believe lives on St. Ann Island. That's in our county, Georgia, correct? Yes, ma'am, he proudly replied. Is St. Ann actually an island? Not much, '01. What I mean is, it's small, but it's an island. All right. Little less than 2 miles out from the mainland. Who are you looking for? Someone with the initials PME. Did you say PME? Have you ever heard of anyone who goes by those initials? Can't say that I have, ma'am. We talking about a man or woman? Unfortunately, I don't know. You don't know, huh? After a beat or two, the deputy asked, if you don't even know if it's a man or woman, what do you want with him? It's business. Business. That's right. Huh. Dead end. Maris tried again. I thought you might know or might have heard of someone. Hoas. Nope. This was going nowhere, and her allotted time was running out. Well, thank you for your time, Deputy Harris. I'm sorry to have bothered you. No bother. Would you mind taking down my name and numbers? Then, if you think of something or hear of someone with these initials, I would appreciate being notified. After she gave him her telephone numbers, he said, "Say, ma'am, if it's back child support or an outstanding arrest warrant or something like at, I'd be happy to see 39 if was no, it's not a legal matter in any sense. Business." "That's right." "Well, okay then," he said with noticeable disappointment. "Sorry I couldn't help you." She thanked him again, then closed her office and hurried down the hallway to the ladies' room where her cocktail dress had been hanging since she'd arrived for work early that morning. Because she frequently changed from business to evening attire before leaving the building, she kept a full complement of toiletries and cosmetics in a locker. She put them to use now when she joined Noah at the elevator. 15 minutes later, he gave a long wolf whistle, then kissed her cheek. "Nice turnaround, a miracle, actually. You look fantastic." As they descended to street level, she assessed her reflection in the metal elevator door and realized that her efforts hadn't been in vain. Fantastic was a slight exaggeration, but considering the dishevelment she'd started with, she looked better than she had any right to expect. She'd chosen to wear a cranberry-colored silk sheath with narrow straps and a scoop neckline. Her nod toward evening glitter came in the form of diamond studs in her ears and a crystal-encrusted Judith Leiber handbag in the shape of a butterfly, a Christmas gift from her father. She was carrying a pashmina shawl purchased in Paris during a side trip there, following the International Book Fair in Frankfurt. She had gathered her shoulder-length hair into a sleek, low ponytail. The hairdo looked chic and sophisticated rather than desperate, which had been the case. She had retouched her eye makeup, outlined her lips with a pencil, and filled them in with gloss. To give color to her fluorescent light pallor, she had applied powdered bronzer to her cheeks, chin, forehead, and décolletage. Her push-up bra, an engineering marvel, had created a flattering cleavage that filled up the neckline of her dress. Her tan and tits were store-bought. The elevator doors opened onto the ground floor. Noah looked at her 41 curiously as he stepped aside to let her exit ahead of him. "I beg your pardon?" She laughed softly. "Nothing, just quoting something I read today." Chapter 2, although it had stopped raining a half hour earlier, the air was already so moisture-laden the rainwater couldn't evaporate. It collected in puddles, it beaded on flowers' petals and the fuzz of ripe peaches ready to be picked. The limbs of evergreens were bowed under the additional weight. Fat drops rolled off hardwood leaves recently washed clean and splashed onto the spongy, saturated ground. The slightest breeze would have shaken water from the trees, creating miniature rain showers, but there was scarcely any movement of air. The atmosphere was inert and had a texture almost as compacted as the silence. Deputy Dwight Harris alighted from the golf cart he had borrowed at the St. Anne Landing. Before starting up the pathway to the house, he removed his hat and paused, telling himself that he needed a moment to get his bearings, when what he was actually doing was second-guessing his decision to come here alone after sundown. He didn't quite know what to expect. He'd never been here before, although he knew about this house. All right, anybody who was ever on St. Anne Island had heard stories about the plantation house at the easternmost tip of the island, situated on a little finger of land that pointed out toward Africa. Some of the tales he'd heard about the place stretched credibility, but the descriptions of the house were, by God, damn near accurate, typical of colonial low-country architecture. The two-story white frame house was sitting on top of an aged brick basement. 6 broad steps led up to the deep veranda that extended all the way across the front of the house and wrapped around both sides. The front door had been painted a glossy black, as had all the hurricane shutters that flanked the windows on both stories. 6 smooth columns supported the second-floor balcony. Twin chimneys acted like bookends against the steeply pitched roof. It looked pretty much like 43 Deputy Harris had imagined it would. He hadn't counted on it looking so spooky, is all. He jumped and uttered a soft exclamation of fright when a raindrop landed on the back of his neck with a hard splat. It had dripped from a low-hanging branch of the tree under which he was standing. Wiping the wetness away, he replaced his hat and glanced around to make sure no one had seen his nervous reaction. It was the gathering dusk and the inclement weather that was giving the place an eerie feel. Cursing himself for behaving like a coward, he forced his feet into motion. Dodging puddles, he made his way up the crushed-shell path, which was lined by twin rows of live oaks, four to a side. Spanish moss hung from the branches in trailing bunches. The roots of the ancient trees snaked along the ground, some of them as thick as a fat man's thigh. Altogether, it was an impressive front entry. Majestic, you might say. The back of the house, Harris knew, overlooked the Atlantic. The house hadn't started out this grand. The four original rooms had been built more than 2 centuries ago by the planter who'd bought the island from a colonist who decided he preferred dying of old age in England to succumbing to yellow fever in the newly founded American nation. The house had expanded with the plantation's success, first with indigo and sugar cane, then with cotton. Several generations into the dynasty, those first 4 rooms were converted into slave quarters and construction of the big house was begun. In its day, it was a marvel, at least for St. Ann Island. Building materials and all the furnishings had been shipped in, then dragged on sleds, pulled by mules through dense forests and fertile fields to the home site. It had taken years to complete, but it had been sturdily constructed, withstanding Union Army occupation and the lashings of a couple dozen hurricanes. Then it succumbed to a bug. Around the beginning of the 20th century, the boll weevil ruined more than the cotton crop. More damaging than weather and war, the boll weevil crushed the local economy and destroyed life as it had been lived on St. Ann. A descendant of the plantation's original owner had correctly forecast his imminent 45 doom and hanged himself on the dining room chandelier. The rest of the family stole off the island in the middle of the night, never to be heard of again, leaving debts and unpaid taxes. Decades passed. The forest eventually reclaimed the property surrounding the house, just as it did the fields once white with cotton. Varmints occupied rooms once inhabited by aristocracy and visited by one United States president. The only people to ever venture inside the dilapidated mansion were crazy kids accepting a dare or an occasional drunk looking for a place to sleep it off. It remained in ruin until a little over a year ago when an outsider, not an islander, bought it and commenced a massive renovation. Harris figured he was probably a northerner who'd seen Gone with the Wind several times and wanted himself an antebellum mansion on southern soil, a Yankee with more money than good sense. Word around the island, though, was positive about the new owner. He'd made noticeable improvements on the place, folks said. But in Harris's opinion, there was still a lot to be done if it was going to shine as it had in its heyday. The deputy didn't envy the new owner the monumental task or the expense involved in such an undertaking. Nor was he envious of the bad luck that seemed to go hand in glove with this place. Legend had it that the hanged man's ghost still resided in the old house and that the dining room chandelier swung from the ceiling for no reason that anybody could detect. Harris didn't put much stock in ghost stories. He'd seen flesh and blood people do much scarier stuff than any mischief a ghost could drum up. Even so, he would have welcomed a little more illumination as he mounted the steps, crossed the veranda, and approached the front door. He tapped the brass knocker tentatively, then harder. Seconds ticked by as ponderously as rain dripped from the eaves. It wasn't that late, but maybe the resident was already in bed. Country folk tended to turn in earlier than city dwellers, didn't they? Harris considered leaving and coming back some other time, preferably before the sun went down, but then he heard approaching footsteps. Seconds later, the front door was pulled open, from the inside, but not by much. 47? Yes? Harris peered into the crack formed by the open door. He had psyched himself up to expect anything from the hanging ghost to the twin barrels of a sawed-off shotgun aimed at his belly by a disgruntled homeowner that he'd unnecessarily dragged out of bed. Thankfully, he was greeted by neither, and the man seemed reasonably friendly. Harris couldn't see him well, and the features of his face blended into the shadows behind him, but his voice sounded pleasant enough. At least he hadn't cussed him yet. "Evening, sir. I'm Deputy Dwight Harris. From the sheriff's office over in Savannah." The man leaned forward slightly and glanced past him toward the golf cart parked at the end of the path. To discourage tourism and unwelcome visitors to the island, there wasn't a ferry to St. Ann from the mainland. Anyone coming here came by a boat they either owned or chartered. When they arrived, they either walked or rented a golf cart to get around the island's 9,000 acres, give or take a few hundred. Only permanent residents drove cars on the narrow roads, many of which had been left unpaved on purpose. The golf cart wasn't as official looking as a squad car, and Harris figured it diminished his authority a bit. To stoke his self-confidence, he hiked up his slipping gun belt. The man behind the door asked, "How can I help you, Deputy Harris? First off, I apologize for disturbing you, but I got a call earlier this evening from a gal up in New York." The man waited him out, saying nothing. Said she was trying to track down somebody who goes by the initials PME. Really? That's what she said. I didn't let on like the name registered with me, did it? Register, you mean? No, sir. Can't rightly say it did, nevertheless you're here. I'll admit she got my curiosity up. Never knew anybody to go only by his initials. You see? Don't worry, though, round here we respect a person's privacy 49, an admirable practice. St. Anne has a history of folks hiding out on her for one reason or another. The moment it was out, Harris wished he hadn't said it. It smacked of an accusation of some sort. A long silence ensued. He cleared his throat nervously before continuing. So anyhow, I thought I should oblige this lady. Came over in the department's motor launch, asked around at the landing, and was directed here. What did this lady from New York want? Well, sir, I don't rightly know. She said it wasn't a legal matter or nothing like that. Just that she had business with PME. I thought you might be a big winner in one of those sweepstakes. Thought Ed McMahon and Dick Clark might be looking for you. I've never entered a sweepstakes. Right, well then. Harris tipped his hat forward so he could scratch the back of his head. He wondered why in hell the man hadn't invited him in, or, short of that, why he hadn't turned on any lights. Pussyfooting hadn't gotten him anywhere, by God, so he bluntly asked, "You PME or what? Did she leave her name?" "Huh? Oh, the lady. Yeah." Harris fished a piece of notepaper from the breast pocket of his uniform shirt, which he was embarrassed to discover was damp with sweat. However, the man seemed not to notice or care about the dampness as he took the sheet and read what Harris had written down. "Those are her phone numbers," Harris explained, "all of them. So I figured this business of hers must be pretty important. That's why I came on out tonight. Thank you very much for your trouble, Sheriff Harris." Deputy Harris. Then before Harris could blink, the man closed the door in his face. "Good evening to you, too," he mouthed as he turned away. His boots crunched the shells of the path. The evening had deepened into full-blown darkness, and it was even darker beneath the canopy of live oak branches. He wasn't afraid exactly. The man behind the door had been civil 51 enough. He hadn't been what you'd call hostile. Inhospitable, maybe, but not hostile. All the same, Harris was glad to have this errand over and done with. If he had it to do over again, he might not assign himself this duty. What was it to him if some lady from up north was successful or not with her unspecified business? When he sat down on the seat of the golf cart, he discovered it had been dripped on from the tree overhead. His breeches were soaked through by the time he reached the landing where he'd tied up the boat. The man from whom he had borrowed the golf cart. Charge for lawmen eyed him distrustfully as Harris returned the key. "Find him? Yeah, thanks for the directions," Harris replied. "You ever see this guy?" Now and again the man drawled, "Is he a weird sort?" "Not so's you'd notice. He ever make any trouble around here?" "Nah, he stays pretty much to himself. Island folks like him okay. You need any gas before heading back?" Which was as good as an invitation to leave and take his nosy questions with him. Harris had hoped to get a clearer picture of the man who occupied the haunted mansion and hid behind doors when folks came calling, but apparently he wasn't going to get one. He had no cause to investigate further beyond his natural curiosity as to why a man went only by his initials and what a woman in New York City was wanting with him. He thanked the islander for the use of the golf cart. The man spat tobacco juice into the mud. "No problem." Chapter 3. "Just one more picture, please, Mr. and Mrs. Reed." Maris and Noah smiled for the photographer who was covering the literary banquet for Publishers Weekly. During the cocktail hour, they'd been photographed with other publishers, with their award-winning author, and with the celebrity MC. The former women's tennis champion fancied herself an author now that she'd had a ghostwriter pen a Romanot clef about her days on the professional circuit. 53, the Reeds had been allowed to eat their dinner in relative peace, but now that the event had concluded, they were once again being asked to pose for various shots. But as promised, the photographer snapped one last picture of them alone, then scuttled off to catch the exercise guru whose latest fitness book topped the nonfiction bestseller list. As Maris and Noah crossed the elegant lobby of the Palace Hotel, she sighed, "At last, I can't wait to get into my jammies. One drink and we'll say our goodnights." "Drink? At Le Cirque? Now? I told you?" "No, you didn't. I'm sure I did, Maris." Between the main course and dessert, I whispered to you that Nadia had invited us to join her and one of the award recipients for a drink. "I didn't know you meant tonight." Maris groaned with dread. She disliked Nadia Schuller intensely, and for this very reason. The book critic was meddlesome and pushy, always roping Noah and her into a commitment from which there was no graceful way out. Nadia Schuller's book chat column was syndicated in major newspapers and carried a lot of weight in Maris's opinion, simply because Nadia had ramrodded herself into being the country's only book critic whose name was recognized by the general public. Maris held her in low regard both professionally and personally. She was adroit at making it seem as though this sort of arranged meeting were for the benefit of the party she was bringing together. But Maris suspected that Nadia's matchmaking was strictly self-serving. She was a self-promoter without equal and refused to take no for an answer. Whatever her request, she extended it, assuming that it would be granted without a quibble. Noncompliance to her wishes was met with a veiled threat of consequences. Maris was wise to her manipulations, but Noah seemed blind to them. "Please, Noah, can't we decline just this once?" "We're already here." "Not tonight," she implored, 55. "Tell you what, let's compromise." He pulled her around to face him and smiled affectionately. "I think this might be an important meeting. Nadia always makes it sound not just important but imperative. Granted, but this time I don't think she's exaggerating. What's the compromise?" "I'll make your excuses. I'll tell Nadia that you have a headache or an early breakfast appointment tomorrow morning. Have the driver take you home. After one drink, I'll follow you, half an hour max, I promise." She slid her hand inside his tuxedo jacket and stroked his chest through the stiffly starched shirt. "I have a better compromise, Mr. Reed. I'll tell Nadia to take a flying leap into the East River. Then let's go home together. Those jammies I mentioned, they can be dispensed with." "You ended your sentence with a preposition," he noted. "You're the writer. I'm a mere editor. I'm a former writer. There's no such thing." She took a step closer and aligned her thighs with his. "What do you say about the jammies?" "Noah, we're waiting." Nadia Schuller approached with the bearing of a military general about to address the troops, except that she was better dressed and had her phony smile in place. She was skilled at turning on the charm at will to intrude, disarm, and promote herself. Many fell for it. She was a frequent and popular guest on talk shows. Letterman loved her, and he was just one of her celebrity friends. She made it her business to be photographed with actors, musicians, supermodels, and politicians whenever possible. She had elevated herself to heights that Maris felt were undeserved. She was a self-appointed, self-ordained authority with no meaningful credentials to support her opinions on either writing or the business of publishing. But authors and publishers couldn't afford to offend her, or they risked their next book being slammed in her column. Tonight, her arm was linked with that of a best-selling novelist who looked a little dazed or stoned if the gossip about him was true. 57. Maybe he was only dizzy from being propelled through the evening by the turbo engines of Nadia's personality. "They won't hold our table forever, Noah. Coming?" "Well," he hesitated and glanced down at Maris. "What's the matter?" Nadia asked in a voice as piercing as a dentist's drill. She addressed the question to Maris, automatically assuming that she was the source of the problem. "Nothing's the matter, Nadia. Noah and I were having a private conversation." "Oh my! Have I interrupted one of those husband-wife things?" The critic could have been pretty if not for her edge, which manifested itself in the brittleness of her smile and the calculation in her eyes, which seemed to miss nothing. She was always impeccably dressed, groomed, and accessorized in the best of taste, but even arrayed in fine silk and finer jewelry, there was nothing feminine about her. It was rumored that she went through men like a box of Godivas, chewing up and spitting out the ones who didn't challenge her or who could do nothing to further her career. In other words, the ones with soft centers. Maris had no problem believing the gossip about Nadia's promiscuity. What surprised her was the number of men who found her sexually appealing. Yes, we were having a husband and wife thing. I was telling Noah that the last thing I want to do is join you for a round of drinks, Maris said, smiling sweetly. You do look awfully tired, Nadia returned, her smile just as sweet. Noah intervened. I'm sorry, Nadia. We must decline tonight. I'm going to take my wife home and tuck her in. No, darling, Maris said. She wouldn't play the wounded wife in front of Nadia Schuler. I wouldn't dream of keeping you from this obligation. It's hardly that, Nadia snapped. More like a rare opportunity to talk shop with one of publishing's most exciting novelists. The exciting novelist had yet to utter a peep. He was bleary-eyed and seemed oblivious to their conversation. Maris gave Nadia a knowing look. Of course it is. That's what 59 I meant. Back to Noah, she said, You stay? I'll see myself home. He regarded her doubtfully. You're sure? I insist. Then it's settled. Nadia gave the writer's arm a sharp tug. Like a sleepwalker, he fell into step beside her. You two say your goodbyes while we go claim the table. Shall I order your usual, Noah, please? Then to Maris she called back airily, Get some rest, dear. Parker Evans stared out the window into nothingness. He couldn't see the shoreline from this vantage point, but if he concentrated, he could hear the surf. Rain clouds obscured the moon. There was no other source of light, natural or man-made, to relieve the darkness. From this first-floor window overlooking the rear of his property, Parker could see across a breast of lawn to the point where it sharply dropped off several degrees before sloping more gradually toward the beach. That edge of the lawn appeared to be the threshold of a black void that melded with the ocean farther out. No wonder ancient sailors had feared the unknown terrors that lay beyond the brink. The room behind him was also dark, which wasn't an oversight. He had deliberately left the lights off. Had they been on, his reflection would have appeared in the window glass. He preferred looking at nothing to looking at himself. Anyway, he didn't need a light in order to read the list of telephone numbers he held in his hand. In fact, he no longer needed to read them at all. He had committed them to memory. His 6 months of waiting had finally paid off. Maris Matherly-Reed was trying to contact him. As recently as yesterday, Parker had come close to scratching his plan and devising another. After months of not hearing from her, he figured that she had read the prologue of Envy, hated it, tossed it, and hadn't even had the courtesy of sending him a rejection notice. It had also occurred to him that the partial manuscript had never reached her desk, that mailroom staff had misdirected it or hurled it into a dumpster within minutes of its delivery. Few of the major publishing houses, even 61, had slush piles anymore. Manuscripts either got in through literary agents or they didn't get in at all. If his pages had survived that first selection process, a junior editor who was paid to cull material from slush piles could have deep-sixed the Envy prologue before it ever got to her office. In any case, he'd almost convinced himself that this plan was a bust and that it would be necessary to plot another. That was yesterday. Just went to show what a difference a day could make. Apparently the pages had made it to her desk, and she had read them, because today she had tried to contact him. Maris Matherly-Reed. The deputy had misspelled all three of her names. Parker hoped he was more adept at taking down telephone numbers. Business, she had told Deputy Dwight Harris when he had asked why she was looking for PME. She had business to discuss, which could mean good news for Parker, or bad. Something in between. She could be calling to say that his writing stunk and how dare he presume to send her prestigious publishing house such unsolicited shit. Or maybe she would take a softer approach and say that he had talent, but that his material didn't fit their present publishing needs and wish him luck at placing his book with another house. But those responses usually came in the form of rejection letters written in language firm enough to discourage another's submission, but with enough encouragement to keep the rejected writer from jumping off the nearest bridge. Miss Matherly-Reed didn't know where to address such a letter to him. However, he'd made certain that she couldn't reach him by mail, so if her intention had been to reject envy, he probably would never have heard from her at all. Instead, she had tried to track him down. From that, he deduced her response must be favorable. But it wasn't yet time to ice down the champagne. It was a little early to award himself a gold star for being such a clever boy. Before he got too carried away, he forced himself to keep his heartbeat regular, his breathing normal, and his head clear. Success or failure hinged not on what he'd done up to this point, but on what he did next. 63, so instead of celebrating this milestone, he had stared for hours out this window into the rainy, moonless night. While the calm surf swept the shoreline, he weighed his options. While his distant neighbors on St. Anne slept, or watched late-night TV, or made love under their summer-weight bed covers, Parker Evans plotted. It helped that he already knew the ending to this story. Not once did he consider changing the outcome from his original plot. He never considered letting Maris Matherly-Reed's attempt to reach him go unacknowledged. Never thought about dropping this thing here and now. No, he'd come this far. He was committed to seeing it all the way through the denouement. But between here and there, he couldn't make a single misstep. Each chapter had to be carefully thought out, with no mistakes allowed. It had to be the perfect plot. And if his resolve to finish it ever faltered, he had only to remember how fucking long it had taken him to reach this point in the saga. 6 months, well, 6 months and 14 years. Maris groped for the ringing telephone. She squinted the lighted clock on her nightstand into focus. 5:23 in the morning. Who, then panic brought her wide awake. Was this that dreaded, inevitable phone call notifying her that her father had suffered a coronary stroke, fall or worse? Anxiously, she clutched the receiver. Hello? Maris Matherly-Reed speaking. Where do you get off screwing around with my life? She was taken completely off guard, and it took a moment for the rude question to sink in. I beg your pardon. Who is this? She sat up, switched on the lamp, and reached out to rouse Noah, but his side of the bed was empty. She gaped at the undisturbed linens, at the pillow that was still fluffed. I don't appreciate you calling the sheriff, the caller said hotly. Where is Noah? I'm sorry, 65. I was. You caught me asleep. Did you say sheriff? Sheriff. Sheriff? Ring any bells? She sucked in a quick breath. PME? A deputy came to my house snooping around. Who the was? I was. Hell do you think you are? I was. To mess with people swas you was lives? Thanks for nothing, lady. Will you please be quiet for 1 second? Raised voice brought him to an abrupt silence, but Maris sensed waves of resentment pulsing through the line after taking a couple of calming breaths. She assumed a more reasonable tone. I read your prologue and liked it. I wanted to talk to you about it, but I had no way of contacting you. You left me no way to contact you, so I called the sheriff's office in the hope that was. Send it back. Excuse me, the prologue. Send it back. Why? It's crap, far from it, mister. I shouldn't have sent it. I'm glad you did. These pages intrigue me. They're compelling and well written. If the rest of your book is as good as the prologue, I'll consider buying it for publication. It's not for sale. What do you mean? Look, I've got a southern accent, but I'm still speaking English. Which part didn't you understand? His voice was geographically distinctive. Usually she found the soft R's and slow drawl of southern regions engaging. But his manner was abrasive and disagreeable. If she hadn't seen real potential in his writing, recognized an untapped talent, she would have ended the conversation long before now. Patiently, she asked, if you didn't want your book published, why did you submit the prologue to a book publisher? Because I suffered a mental lapse, he answered, imitating her precise 67 enunciation. I've since changed my mind. Maurice took another tack. Do you have a representative? Representative? And an agent, I'm not an actor. Have you ever submitted material before? Just send it back, okay? Did you multiple submit? Send it to other publishers you mean no? Why did you send it to me? You know what? Forget sending it back. Toss it in the nearest trash can, use it for kindling, or line your bird cage with it. I don't care. Sensing. He was about to hang up, she said quickly. Just one more moment, please. We're on my nickel. Before you decide against selling your book, a decision I think you'll regret, I'd welcome the chance to give you my professional opinion of it. I promise to be brutally honest. If I don't see any merit in it, I'll tell you. Let me decide if it's good or not. Please send me the entire manuscript. You have it? I have it? Did I stutter? You mean the prologue is all you've got? It's not all I've got. It's all I've written. The rest of the story is in my head. Oh, that was disappointing. She had assumed that the remainder of the book was completed, or nearly so. It hadn't occurred to her that the manuscript consisted of only those first 12 pages. I urge you to finish it. And the minima was, in the meantime, you're running up my long-distance bill. If you don't want to spend any money on return postage, then shred the damn thing. Goodbye. Oh, and don't send any more deputy sheriffs to my door. Maris held the dead phone to her ear for several seconds before thoughtfully hanging up. The conversation had been almost surreal. She even thought that perhaps she had dreamed it, but she wasn't dreaming. She was wide awake by Manhattan standards. It was practically the middle of the night, and her husband wasn't in bed with her. If the strange 69 telephone call weren't enough to wake her up, then Noah's unexplained absence certainly was. She was concerned enough to call the hospital emergency rooms. But when she'd last seen Noah, he'd been in the company of Nadia Schuler, which made her angry enough to throw something against the wall. In either case, her night had ended, and she was up for good. Throwing off the covers, she got out of bed and was reaching for her robe when Noah strolled into the bedroom, politely covering a wide yawn with his fist. He was still dressed in his tuxedo trousers and shirt, although he had removed the studs and his shirt tail was hanging out. His jacket was slung over his shoulder. He was carrying his shoes. He said, "Did I hear the telephone ring?" "Yes." "Was it Daniel?" "There's nothing wrong, I hope." She was greatly relieved to see him, but dumbfounded by his nonchalance. "Noah, where in God's name have you been all night?" Her tone stopped him in his tracks. He looked at her with puzzlement. "Downstairs on the sofa in the den. Why? You were already asleep when I came in. I hated to disturb you. What time did you get home?" He arched an eyebrow in silent disapproval of the third-degree tone of her questions. "About 1, I think." His calm manner only fueled her irritation. "You said you promised you'd be half an hour behind me? We had 2 rounds of drinks instead of 1. What's the big deal?" "The big deal is that I was awakened at 5:20-something in the morning, and I was alone in bed," she exclaimed. "Call me irrational, but unless I know the reason why not, I expect my husband to be sleeping beside me. Obviously I wasn't missed until you were awakened. And whose fault is that?" Her voice had gone shrill. It was the voice of a ranting wife. It called to mind the caricature dressed in a shapeless flannel robe and fuzzy scuffs, curlers in her hair, holding a rolling pin above her head as she 71 caught her cheating husband sneaking in the back door. She took a moment to get her temper under control, although she was still bristling with anger. "If you'll recall, Noah, I tried to seduce you into coming home with me straight from the office, but you elected for us to go to that interminably long banquet instead. Following that, I tried to talk you into salvaging at least part of the evening just for us, but you chose to have drinks with Vampira and that dopehead." He dropped his shoes to the floor, removed his shirt, then unzipped his trousers and stepped out of them. "Each book that dopehead writes sells over 500,000 copies in hardcover. His paperback sales are triple that, but he thinks he can get even higher numbers. He's unhappy with his present publisher and is considering moving to another." Vampira set up the date for drinks, thinking that it would be a beneficial meeting for both parties. Indeed, it was. The author agreed to let us work up a publishing proposal. We'll be hearing from his agent to discuss terms. I had hoped to surprise you and Daniel with this good news tomorrow, but he shrugged eloquently, then moved to the bed and sat down on the edge of it. "And just to come completely clean with you," he continued, I confess that the dopehead got so drunk we couldn't conscientiously put him into a taxi by himself. Nadia and I accompanied him to his apartment and put him to bed. Not a pleasant chore, I assure you. Then she and I shared a taxi back uptown. I dropped her off at Trump Tower. Then, after arriving home, I came upstairs, saw you sleeping soundly, and decided not to disturb you. Throughout the evening, I was acting in what I thought was your or best interest. He placed his hand over his heart and bowed his head slightly. Forgive me my thoughtlessness. Despite his logical explanation, Maris still believed she had a right to be angry. You could have called, Noah. I could have, but knowing how exhausted you were, I didn't want to disturb you. I don't like being obligated to Nadia. I don't like being obligated to anyone. On the other hand, it's not very smart to intentionally alienate Nadia. If she likes you, she bestows favors. If she dislikes you, she 73 can inflict serious damage. And either way, if you're a man, you get screwed. That caused him to smile. Why is it that a woman, and especially you, is never more beautiful than when she's angry? I was. I know, I am. I'm sorry I worried you. I didn't mean to. He looked at her and smiled gently. You have no reason to be jealous, you know? Oh, really? She asked, deadpan. I think I have every right to be paranoid considering the number of affairs you had before we were married. You had affairs too, Maris, too. You had that many a week and you had a 10-year head start. He grinned at her exaggeration. I'm not even going to honor that with a comment. The point is that I married you, sacrificing all that fun, laughing. He patted the spot beside him on the bed. Why don't you stop this nonsense, retract the talons, and simply forgive me? You know you want to? Her eyes narrowed with feigned malevolence. Don't push it, Maris. Reluctantly, she moved toward him. When she was still a distance away, he reached out far enough to take her hand and draw her down beside him on the bed. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and kissed her cheek. She put up token resistance, but not for long. When their first long kiss ended, she whispered, I hankered for this all day yesterday. All you had to do was ask. I did. So you did, he said with a regretful sigh. Let me make it up to you. Better late than never? Didn't you say something earlier about dispensing with these jammies? Moments later, they were both down to their skin. Nibbling her neck, he asked, Who called? The telephone call that woke us up. Who was it? 75. That can wait. Seizing the initiative, she guided his hand down her belly to the notch of her thighs. If you want to talk now, Noah, talk dirty. Chapter 4. Daniel Matherly laid aside the manuscript pages and thoughtfully pinched his lower lip between his thumb and fingers. What do you think, Maris asked? Is it my imagination, or is it good? Taking advantage of the mild morning, they were having breakfast on the patio of Daniel's Upper East Side townhouse. Terracotta pots of blooming flowers provided patches of color within the brick enclosure. A sycamore tree shaded the area. While Daniel was reading the Envy prologue, Maris had helped Maxine put together their meal. Maxine, the Matherlys' housekeeper, had been practically a member of the family a full decade before Maris was born. This morning she was her cantankerous self, protesting Maris's presence in her kitchen and criticizing the way she squeezed the fresh orange juice. In truth, the woman loved her like a daughter and had acted as a surrogate since the death of Maris's mother when she was still in grade school. Maris took the housekeeper's bossiness for what it was, an expression of her affection. Maris and Daniel had eaten their egg white omelets, grilled tomatoes, and whole wheat toast in silence while he finished reading the prologue. Thank you, Maxine, he said now when she came out to clear away their dishes and pour refills of coffee. And yes, dear, he said to Maris, it's good. I'm glad you think so. She was pleased with his validation of her opinion, but she also valued his. Her father was perhaps the only person in the world who had read and reread more books than she. If they disagreed on a book, allowances were made for their individual tastes. But both could distinguish good writing from bad. New writer? I don't know. He reacted with surprise. You don't know? 77. This wasn't a typical submission by any stretch. She explained how she had come to read the prologue and what little she had learned about the elusive author. She ended by recounting her pre-dawn telephone conversation with him. When she finished, she asked crossly, "Who goes strictly by initials? It's juvenile and just plain weird, like the artist formerly known as Prince." Daniel chuckled as he stirred cream, substitute into his last permitted cup of coffee for the day. "I think it adds a dash of mystery and romance," she scoffed at that. "He's a pain in the butt, no doubt." Contrariness falls under the character description of a good writer, or a bad one for that matter. As he contemplated the enigmatic author, Maris studied her father. When did he get so old, she thought with alarm. His hair had been white almost for as long as she could remember, but it had only begun to thin. Her mother, Rosemary, had been the widow Daniel's second wife and 15 years his junior. By the time Maris was born, he was well into middle age, but he'd remained physically active. He watched his diet grudgingly but conscientiously. He'd quit smoking cigarettes years ago, although he refused to surrender his pipe because he had borne the responsibility of rearing her as a single parent. He had wisely slowed down the aging process as much as it was possible to do. Only recently had the years seemed to catch up with him. To avoid aggravating an arthritic hip, he sometimes used a cane for additional support. He complained that it made him look decrepit. That was too strong a word. But secretly, Maris agreed that the cane detracted from the robust bearing always associated with him. The liver spots on his hands had increased in number and grown darker. His reflexes seemed not to be as quick as even a few months ago. But his eyes were as bright and cogent as ever when he turned to her and asked, "I wonder what all that was about." "All what, Dad?" "Failing to provide a return address or telephone number. Then the telephone call this morning. His claims that the prologue was 79, crap, etc." She left her chair and moved to a potted geranium to pluck off a dead leaf that Maxine had overlooked. Maris had urged the housekeeper to get eyeglasses, but she claimed that her eyesight was the same now as it had been 30 years ago. To which Maris had said, "Exactly. You've always been as blind as a bat and too vain to do anything about it." Absently twirling the brown leaf by its stem, she considered her father's question. He wanted to be sought and found, didn't he? She knew she'd given the correct response when Daniel beamed a smile on her. This was the method by which he had helped her with her lessons all through school. He never gave her the answers, but guided her to think the question through until she arrived at the correct answer through her own deductive reasoning. "He didn't have to call," she continued. "If he hadn't wanted to be found, he could have thrown away my telephone numbers. Instead, he calls at a time of day when he's practically guaranteed to have the advantage, and protests too loudly and too much." Frowning, she returned to her wrought iron chair. "I don't know, Dad. He seemed genuinely angry, especially about the deputy sheriff. He probably was, and I can't say that I blame him. But he couldn't resist the temptation to establish contact with you and hear what you had to say about his work, which I think is compelling. That prologue has me wondering about the young man in the boat. Who is he? What's his story? What caused the fight between him and his friend?" Envy, Daniel supplied, which is provocative, don't you think? Envy of what? Who envied whom? I can see that the prologue served its purpose. The writer has got you thinking about it and asking questions. Yes, he does, damn him. So what are you going to do? Try and establish some kind of professional dialogue if that's possible to do with such a jerk. I don't fool myself into thinking it will be easy to work with this character. Do you even know his telephone 81 number? I do now. Thanks to caller ID, I checked it this morning and recognized the area code I called yesterday. Ah, the miracles of advanced technology. In my day was, in your day? She repeated with a laugh. It's still your day. Reaching for his speckled hand, she patted it fondly. One day he would be gone, and she didn't know how she was going to survive that loss. She'd grown up in this house, and it hadn't been easy to leave it, even when she went away to college. Her bedroom had been on the third floor, still was if she ever wanted to use it. Daniel's bedroom was on the second floor, and he was determined to keep it there despite the pain involved in getting up and down the stairs. Maris recalled Christmas mornings, waking up before daylight, racing down to his room and begging him to get up and go downstairs with her to see what Santa Claus had left beneath the tree. She had thousands of happy and vivid recollections of her childhood, the two of them ice skating in Central Park, strolling through street fairs, eating hot dogs or falafel while rummaging in the second-hand bookstalls, having high tea at the plaza following a matinee, reading in front of the fireplace in his study, hosting formal dinner parties in the dining room, and sharing midnight snacks with Maxine in the kitchen. All her memories were good. Because she had been a late-in-life only child, he had doted on her. Her mother's death could have been a heartache that wedged them apart. Instead, it had forged the bond between father and daughter. His discipline had been firm and consistent, but only rarely necessary. Generally, she had been obedient, never wanting to incur his disfavor. The most rebellious offense she'd ever committed was to sneak out one night to meet a group of friends at a club that Daniel had placed off limits. When she returned home in the wee hours, she discovered just how vigilant a parent her father wasted the kitchen window, through which she had sneaked out, had been locked behind her. Forced to ring the front doorbell, she'd had to wait on the stoop for what seemed an excruciating eternity until Daniel came to let her in. He didn't yell at 83 her. He didn't lecture. He simply told her that she must pay the consequences of making a bad choice. She'd been grounded for a month. The worst of the punishment, however, had been his disappointment in her. She never sneaked out again. She'd been indulged but not spoiled. In exchange for spending money, she was required to do chores. Her grades were closely monitored. She was praised for doing well more frequently than she was punished for mistakes. Mostly she had been loved, and Daniel had made certain every day of her life that she knew it. "So you think I should pursue envy?" she asked him now. "Absolutely. The author has challenged you, although he might not have done it intentionally, and doesn't even realize that he has you. Maris Matherly-Reed can't resist a challenge." He'd practically quoted from an article recently written about her in a trade journal. "Didn't I read that somewhere?" she teased. "And you certainly can't resist a good book. I think that's why I'm so excited about this, Dad," she said, growing serious. "In my present capacity, most of my duties revolve around publishing. I work on the book once all the writing and editing have been done, and I love doing what I do. But I didn't realize until yesterday when I read this prologue how much I'd missed the editing process. These days I read the final, polished version of a manuscript just before I send it to production. I can't dwell on it because there are a million decisions about another dozen books that are demanding my attention. I've missed working one-on-one with an author, helping with character development, pointing out weaknesses in the plot. God, I love that. It's the reason you chose to enter publishing," Daniel remarked. "You wanted to be an editor. You were good at it, so good that you've worked your way up through the ranks until now your responsibilities have evolved away from that first love. I think it would be stimulating and fun for you to return to it." "I think so too. But let's not jump the gun," she said wryly. "I don't know if envy is worth my attention or not. The book hasn't even been written yet. My gut instinct was 85, which I trust implicitly tells me that it's going to be good. It's got texture, which could be fleshed out even more. It's heavy on the Southern overtones, which you know I love. Like The Vanquished." Suddenly, her balloon of enthusiasm burst. "Yes." After a beat or two, Daniel asked, "How is Noah?" As a reader, as well as his wife, she'd been massively disappointed that Noah hadn't followed his first novel with a second. Daniel knew that, so mentioning the title of Noah's single book was a natural segue into an inquiry about him. "You know how he is, Dad? You talk to him several times a day?" I was asking as a father-in-law, not as a colleague. To avoid her father's incisive gaze, her eyes strayed to the building directly behind them. The ivy-covered brick wall enclosing Daniel's patio blocked her view of the neighboring building's ground floor, but she watched a tabby cat in a second-story window stretch and rub himself against the safety bars. Maxine poked her head outside. "Can I get either of you anything?" Daniel answered for both of them. "No, thank you, we're fine. Let me know." She disappeared back inside. Maris remained quiet for a time, tracing the pattern of her linen place mat with the pad of her index finger. When she raised her head, her father had assumed the listening posture he always did when he knew there was something on her mind. His chin was cupped in his hand. His index finger lay along his cheek, pointing toward his wiry white eyebrow. He never pried, never pressured her into talking, but always patiently waited her out. When she was ready to open up, she would, and not a moment before. It was a trait she had inherited from him. Noah came home very late last night, she began. Without going into details, she gave him the gist of their argument. We ended up lovers and friends, but I'm still upset about it. Hesitantly, Daniel asked 87, "Did you overreact? Do you think I did? I wasn't there, but it sounds to me as though Noah had a logical explanation. I suppose," he frowned thoughtfully, "thinking that Noah has reverted to the habits he had while living a bachelor's life." Knowing the admiration and respect her father had for Noah, she was reluctant to recite a litany of complaints against him, which, when spoken aloud, would probably sound like whining at best and paranoia at worst. She could also appreciate that using her father as a sounding board placed him in an awkward position. He wasn't only Noah's father-in-law, he was his employer. Daniel had brought Noah into their publishing house 3 years ago because he had proved himself to be the smartest, shrewdest publisher in New York, save Daniel himself. When Maris and Noah's relationship became more social than professional, Daniel had expressed some reservations and cautioned her against an office romance. But he had given his approval when Noah, after being with Matherly Press for 1 year, confided in Daniel his plans to marry his daughter. He had even offered to resign in exchange for Maris's hand. Daniel wouldn't hear of it and had embraced Noah as his son-in-law with the same level of enthusiasm as he had hired him as vice president and business manager of his publishing house. For almost 2 years, they had successfully managed to keep their professional and personal roles separate. Airing her wifely grievances could jeopardize the balance. Daniel wouldn't want to say too much or too little, wouldn't want to choose one side over the other, or trespass into marital territory where a father-in-law didn't belong. On the other hand, Maris needed to vent, and her father had always been her most trusted confidant. In answer to your question, Dad, I'm not thinking anything that specific. I don't believe that Noah's having an affair. Not really. Something's bothering you. What? Over the last few months, I don't feel like I've had Noah's full attention. I've had very little of his attention, she corrected with a rueful little laugh. 89, the champagne fizz of a honeymoon, doesn't last forever, Maris. I know that, it's just, she trailed off, then sighed. Maybe I'm too much a romantic. Don't blame yourself for this stall. It doesn't have to be anyone's fault. Marriages go through periods like this, even good marriages. Dry spells, if you will. I know. I just hope he isn't getting tired of me. We're coming up on our 2-year anniversary. That's got to be some kind of record for him. You knew his record when you married him, he reminded her gently. He had a solid reputation as a ladies' man, which I accepted because I loved him. Because I had been in love with him since I read The Vanquished. And out of all those women, Noah returned your love and chose to marry you. She smiled wistfully, then shook her head with self-deprecation. You're right, Dad, he did. Chalk this up to hormones. I'm feeling neglected, that's all. And I must assume some of the blame for that. What are you talking about? I've vested Noah with an enormous amount of responsibility. He's doing not only his job, which God knows is demanding enough, but he's begun taking up the slack for me as well. I've slowed down, forcing him to accelerate. I've suggested that he hire someone to shoulder some of his duties. He has difficulty delegating, which is why I should have insisted that he bring someone else on board. I'll make a point to see that he does. In the meantime, I think it would be a good idea for the two of you to go away together for a few days. Bermuda, perhaps, get some sun, drink too many tropical drinks, spend a lot of time in bed. She smiled at his candor, but it was a sad smile. He'd said practically those same words last year when he'd packed them off to Aruba for a long weekend. They'd gone in the hope of returning pregnant, although they'd made every effort to conceive and had enjoyed trying. They hadn't been successful. Maris had been greatly disappointed. Maybe that's when she and 91 Noah had started drifting apart, though the rift had only recently become noticeable. Daniel sensed that he'd touched on a topic best forgotten, or at least left closed for the present. "Take some time away together, Maris," he urged. "Away from the pressures of the office, the zaniness of the city. Give yourselves a chance to get back on track." Although she wouldn't say this to Daniel, she didn't share his confidence that spending time in bed would solve their problem and set things right. Their disagreement this morning had ended with sex, but she wouldn't call it intimacy. To her, it had felt that they were doing what was most expedient to end the quarrel, that they had taken the easy way out. Their bodies had gone through the familiar motions, but their hearts weren't in it. Noah had diffused her with flattery which in hindsight seemed ingratiating and patronizing. She'd been genuinely angry, which wasn't an ideal time to be told how beautiful she was. Falling into bed together had been a graceful way to end an argument that neither had wanted to have. She hadn't wanted to accuse him further, and he hadn't wanted to address her accusations, so they'd made love instead. The implications of all that were deeply troubling. For Daniel's benefit, she pretended to think over his suggestion of a tropical vacation, then said, "Actually, Dad, I was thinking of going away by myself for a while." Another good option, to the country. Frequently, when the city became too claustrophobic, she went to their house in rural western Massachusetts and spent long weekends catching up on paperwork and reading manuscripts. In the Berkshires, without the constant interruptions imposed on her in the office, she could concentrate and accomplish much in a relatively short period of time. It was natural for Daniel to assume that she would choose their country house for her retreat, but she shook her head. "I think I'll go to Georgia." Noah took it with equanimity. "I'm all for your getting away for a few days," he told her when she announced her intention to take a trip south. "A change of scenery will do you good." "But what in heaven's name is in Georgia? 93, a new spa, an author? You'll be working? The whole point of taking a few days off is to relax, isn't it? Remember the prologue I told you about yesterday, the one from the slush pile?" She ignored the skeptical slant of his grin. "I had difficulty locating the author, but finally did. Difficulty? Long story, and we've got that meeting in 10 minutes. Suffice it to say, he's not your routine writer trying to get published." "In what way is he different?" "Recalcitrant, rude, and unenlightened. He doesn't realize how good his writing is. He's going to need some stroking, possibly some coaching, and a great deal of coaxing. I think a face-to-face meeting will yield more than telephone calls and faxes." Noah was listening with only one ear. He was shuffling through a stack of telephone messages that his assistant had discreetly carried in and laid in front of him before slipping out. Then, checking his wristwatch, he stood up and began gathering materials off his desk for the upcoming meeting. "I'm sorry, darling, but a continuation of this conversation will have to wait. This meeting won't keep. When do you plan to leave? I thought I'd go tomorrow. So soon? I need to know if I should get excited about this book or drop it. The only way to find out is to talk to the author." He rounded his desk and gave her a perfunctory kiss on the cheek. "Then let's go out tonight, just the two of us. I'll have Cindy make reservations. Where would you like to go?" "My choice? Your choice? How about having Ty brought in? We'll eat at home for a change." "Excellent. I'll pick the wine." They were almost through his office door when he drew up short. "Damn, I just remembered I have a meeting tonight," she groaned. "With whom?" He named an agent who represented several notable authors. "Join us, he'd be 95 delighted. Then we can go somewhere alone for a nightcap." "I can't be out all evening, Noah. I have things to do before I can leave town, packing included." "I've postponed this engagement twice," he said with regret. "If I ask for another rain check, he'll think I'm avoiding him." "No, you can't do that. How late will you be?" He winced. "As you know, this guy likes to talk, so it might be late." "Certainly later than I'd like," sensing her disappointment. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "I'm sorry, Maris. Do you want me to cancel?" "No. He's an important agent. Had I known you planned to go away, I was—" "Excuse me, Mr. Reed," his assistant said from just beyond the doorway. "They're waiting for you, and Mrs. Matherly-Reed in the conference room. We're coming." Once his assistant had withdrawn, he turned back to Maris. "Duty calls?" "Always. Forgive me?" "Always." He gave her a hard, quick hug. You're the most understanding wife in the history of marriage. Is it any wonder I'm crazy about you?" He kissed her briskly, then nudged her toward the door. "After you, darling." Envy Child. 1. Eastern State University, Tennessee, 1985. Members of the fraternity thought it brilliant of their chapter founders to have designed and built their residence house to correlate with the diamond shape of the fraternity crest. But what they attributed to genius had actually come about by happenstance. When shopping for a lot on which to build their fraternity house, those thrifty young men in the class of 1910 had purchased the least expensive property available, a deep corner lot a few blocks from campus whose owner was eager to sell. Its appeal was not its shape or location, but its price. They acquired it cheaply, so the lot came first, not the architectural renderings. They designed a structure that 97 would fit on their lot. They didn't choose a lot that would accommodate their design. After the fact, some members might have noticed that the house was indeed diamond-shaped like their crest, but the similarity was coincidental. Then, in 1928, a university planning and expansion committee fortuitously decided that the main avenue bisecting the campus should be converted into a landscaped mall open only to pedestrian traffic. They rerouted motor traffic onto the street that passed in front of the unusually shaped chapter house. Consequently, through no genius of the founders, this location at a key intersection gave the fraternity a commanding presence on campus that was coveted by every other. The front of the three-story house faced the corner with wings extending at 45-degree angles from either side of it. Between the wings and the rear of the building were a limited and insufficient number of parking spaces, basketball hoops, sands baskets, overflowing trash cans, 2 rusty charcoal grills, and a chain-link fence dog run that was occupied by Brew, the fraternity's chocolate lab mascot. The building's facade was much more imposing. The stone path leading up to the entry was lined with Bradford pear trees that blossomed snowy white each year, providing natural decoration for the fraternity's annual spring swing formal. Photographs of these trees in full bloom frequently appeared on the covers of university catalogs and brochures. This bred resentment in rival fraternities. Whenever threats of chainsaws circulated, pledges were ordered to post 24-hour guard. Not only would the fraternity lose face on campus if their trees were cut down, their residence hall would look naked without them. In autumn, the leaves of the Bradford pears turned the vibrant ruby red they were on this particular Saturday afternoon. The campus was uncharacteristically quiet. The football team was playing an away game. Had the team been at home, the front door of the fraternity house would have been open. Music would have been blaring from it. It would be a raucous gathering place for the members, their dates, their parents, and their alums. Game day traffic would be backed up 99 for miles, and because every vehicle had to pass through this crossroads to reach the stadium, the members would enjoy a front row seat for this bumper-to-bumper parade. They jeer at the rival team's fans and flirt with the co-eds who flirted back and sometimes, upon a spontaneous invitation, would leave the vehicles they were in to join the party inside the house. It was documented that several romances and a few marriages had originated this way. On game days, the campus was drenched in crimson. If the school color wasn't worn, it was waved. Brass and drums from the marching band echoed across campus for hours prior to kickoff. The campus was energized, hopping, festive, but today it was practically deserted. The weather was rainy and dreary, incompatible with any sort of outdoor activity. Students were using the day to catch up on sleep, study, or laundry things they didn't have time to do during the week. The halls of the fraternity house, smelling dankly of beer and boys, were dim and hushed. A few members were gathered around the large screen TV that a prosperous alum had donated to the house the year before. It was tuned to an NCAA football game on which money was riding. Occasionally either a cheer or a groan filtered up the staircases to the resident rooms on the second and third floors. But these sounds did little to compromise the sleepy quiet of the corridors, a quiet that was punctured by, "Rourke, you asshole!" followed immediately by a slamming door. Rourke dodged the wet towel hurled at his head and started laughing. "You found it? Whose is it?" Todd Grayson brandished a styrofoam cup that contained his toothbrush, which wouldn't have been remarkable except that the cup had been used as a spittoon. The bristles of Todd's toothbrush were steeping in the viscous brown fluid in the bottom of the cup. Rourke was reclined on the three-legged sofa beneath their sleeping lofts, which were suspended from the ceiling by short chains. To maximize the small room's floor space, the lofts had been designed and constructed by the two young men in direct violation and defiance of fraternity house rules against any alteration to the structure of the building. A couple of stacked bricks served as the sofa's fourth leg, but the eyesore was the focal point of their habitat, the nucleus of 101 Our Cell. Todd had intoned one night when he was particularly drunk. When furnishing their room, they'd found the atrocity in a junk store and bought it for $10 apiece. The upholstery was ripped and ratty and stained by substances that remained unidentified. The sofa had become so integral to the overall ugliness of their room, they had decided to leave it there upon their graduation as a legacy for the room's next occupants. But Todd, who had once waxed poetic about the sofa, was so angry now that every muscle in his body was quivering. "Tell me, whose spit cup is this?" Rourke was clutching his middle, laughing. "You don't want to know." "Brady? If it's Brady's, swear to God, I'll kill you." Brady lived down the hall. He was a terrific guy, an ideal fraternity brother, the type who, on a moment's notice and without any complaint, would come out and get you if your car broke down on a snowy night. Brady had a heart of gold. Personal hygiene, however, wasn't one of his strong suits. Not Brady? Castro? "Jesus, please tell me it's not Castro's." Todd groaned. That fucker's diseased. The second man under consideration wasn't Cuban. His real name was Ernie Campello. He'd been dubbed Castro because of his talent for growing curly black hair, not only on his head and the lower half of his face, but all over his body. "God only knows what's crawling around in that pelt of his." Rourke laughed at that. Then said, "Lisa?" Somebody called. The casual statement instantly doused Todd's anger. "Lisa Knowles. Sounds right. When?" 5 minutes ago. "Did she leave a message? Do I look like a secretary? You look like an asshole with teeth. What'd she say?" "She said you had a pencil dick. Or did she say needle dick?" "Gee, Todd, I can't remember. Sorry, but I did write down her number. It's on your desk. I'll call her later." 103. "Who is she? Is she hot?" "Yeah, but she's seeing some dealt. She's in my North American history class and she needs notes. Too bad." Todd shot his grinning roommate a dirty look, then tossed the offensive cup into their trash can. He'd been showering in the communal bathroom down the hall when Rourke sneaked in and put his toothbrush in tobacco-laced sputum. "Don't be pissed," Rourke said as Todd rummaged in a bureau drawer for a pair of boxers. "It was a damn good joke and worth the expense of a new toothbrush. It was worth twice the expense. Are you going to tell me whose it was?" "Don't know. Found it on a windowsill on the 3rd floor. Jesus, it could be anybody's." "That was the general idea." "I'll get you back," Todd threatened as he pulled on a t-shirt. "I mean it. You've just screwed yourself. But good, buddy." Rourke merely laughed. "Didn't you have anything better to do? You've been lying on your ass all day. Got to finish this over the weekend." Rourke held up a paperback copy of The Great Gatsby. Todd snorted scornfully. "The most pussy-whipped character in the history of American fiction. Want to go get something to eat?" "Sure." Rourke rolled off the sofa and shoved his feet into a pair of sneakers. As they went through the door, he and Todd ritualistically kissed their fingers and slapped them against the Playmate of the Month on their calendar. Later, sweetheart, it was their place. They were regulars the moment they cleared the door of TR4's. TR himself drew them a pitcher of beer and delivered it to their booth. "Thanks, TR. Thanks, TR. There were no menus, but it wasn't even necessary for them to order. Knowing what they liked, TR waddled back behind the counter and started building their pie. It and their beer would go on their joint account, which they would pay when they got around to it. 105 TR had been providing his customers with this kind of personalized service for 30-something years. The story was that he'd enrolled in the university as a freshman, but ended his first term by skipping finals. He used his second semester tuition money to make a down payment on this building, which was then on the verge of being condemned. TR hadn't bothered to make renovations, and it stood today as it had when he assumed occupancy. Engineering and architectural instructors continued to use the building as a case study for load-bearing beams. The light fixtures were layered with generations of greasy dust. The linoleum floor was slick in some spots, gritty in others. No one dared look beneath the tables for fear of what he would find, and only in emergency situations did beer-bloated bladders seek relief in the restroom. It wasn't much of a place, but it was an institution. Every guy on campus knew TR4s because it provided two basic needs of the male collegiate: cold beer and hot pizza. By midterm, TR could call every customer by name, and even if the name escaped him, he knew how he liked his pizza. Todd's and Rourke's never varied thick crust, pepperoni, extra mozzarella, with a little crushed red pepper sprinkled on top. Rourke ruminatively chewed his first wonderfully cheesy bite. "You really think so?" "Think what?" "That Gatsby was a puss." Todd wiped his mouth with a paper napkin from the table dispenser, took a gulp of beer. "The guy's rich. Lives like a friggin' prince or something. He has everything a man could want, except the woman he loves. Who's a selfish, self-centered airhead, borderline if not full-fledged neurotic, who continually craps on him. But Daisy represents to Gatsby what his money couldn't buy, the unattainable. Respectability." Todd lifted another slice of pizza from the bent metal platter and took a bite. With his money, why should he give a shit whether or not he's accepted? He paid the ultimate price for an ideal. Shaking his head, he added, "Not worth it." 107, More or less agreeing, Rourke drank from his frosted mug. They discussed the merits of Gatsby, then of Fitzgerald's work in general, which brought them around to their own literary aspirations. Rourke asked, "How are you coming on your manuscript?" A novel of 70,000 words, minimum, was their senior project, their capstone prior to receiving a Bachelor of Arts degree. The one obstacle standing between them and graduation was the scourge of every creative writing student, Professor Hadley. Todd frowned. "Hadley's up my ass about characterization. Specifically, they're cardboard cutouts," he says. "No originality, spontaneity, depth, blah, blah, blah. He says that about everybody's characters." "Yours included?" "I haven't had my critique yet," Rourke replied. "Next Tuesday, bright and early, 8 o'clock, I'll be lucky to escape with my life." The two young men had met in a required composition class their first semester as freshmen. The instructor was a grad student who they later decided didn't know his dick from a dangling participle. The first week of class, he assigned a 5-page essay based on John Donne's devotions. Taking himself far too seriously, the instructor had assumed a professorial stance and tone. "You may not be entirely familiar with the text, but surely you'll recognize the phrase 'for whom the bells toll.'" "Excuse me, sir?" Todd raised his hand and innocently corrected him. "Is that the same as 'for whom the bell tolls'?" Recognizing a kindred spirit, Rourke introduced himself to Todd after class. Their friendship was established that afternoon. A week later, they negotiated a swap with the roommates the university had randomly assigned them. "Suits me," Rourke grumbled when they proposed the idea to him. He gave Todd a word of warning. "He pecks on that goddamn typewriter 24 hours a day." They received the 2 highest grades in 109. The class on that first writing assignment. The jerk wouldn't dare award an A, Rourke sourly observed. Scrawled on the cover of his blue book was a large B+. "At least you got the plus sign after yours," Todd remarked of his B. "You would have if you hadn't been a smart ass that first day." That really pissed him off. Fuck him. "When I write the great American novel, he'll still be grading freshman writing assignments." "Ain't gonna happen," Rourke deadpanned. Then he flashed a wide, white smile. "Because I'm going to write the great American novel." Love of books and the desire to write them was the foundation on which their friendship was built. It was a few years before cracks were discovered in that foundation. And by the time those fissures were discovered, massive damage had already been done, and it was too late to prevent the structure's total collapse. They were well-rounded students, maintaining good grades in the required subjects, but excelling in the language arts. Their second semester, they pledged the same fraternity. They were avid sports enthusiasts and good athletes. They played on their fraternity football and basketball teams, sometimes competing with each other as avidly as with rival teams. They were active and well-known on campus. Todd was elected to the Student Congress. Rourke organized a campus-wide food drive to benefit a homeless shelter. Both wrote occasional editorials, articles, and human interest stories for the student newspaper. After one of his stories was published, Rourke was approached by the dean of the journalism school. He was highly complimentary of Rourke's work and asked him to consider switching the focus of his endeavors from creative writing to journalism. Rourke declined. Fiction was his first love. Rourke never told Todd about that conversation, but he celebrated when Todd won first place in a national collegiate fiction writing competition. Rourke's submission hadn't even earned an honorable mention. He tried to conceal his jealousy. They caroused and partied with their fraternity brothers. They drank enough beer to float a fleet. Occasionally they shared a joint, but they didn't make a habit of it, and never 111 tried hard drugs. They nursed one another's hangovers, loaned each other money during temporary financial crises, and when Rourke contracted strep throat and his temperature shot up to 103, it was Todd who rushed him to the campus infirmary. When Todd was notified of his father's sudden death, Rourke drove him home across 2 state lines and then stayed on through the funeral to lend the emotional support his friend needed. Disagreements arose now and then. Once, when Rourke borrowed Todd's car, he backed into a fire plug and dented the rear fender. Todd asked several times when he planned to have it repaired. He asked so frequently that it became a touchy subject. "Will you get off my goddamn back about that?" Rourke snapped. "Will you fix my goddamn car?" That heated exchange was the extent of the disagreement. Rourke took the car to be repaired the following day, and Todd never mentioned it again. And then there was the case of the missing Pat Conroy. Rourke drove to a bookstore in Nashville and stood in line for over 2 hours to meet the author and obtain a signed copy of The Great Santini. He admired Conroy more than any other contemporary novelist and nearly embarrassed himself when Conroy wished him good luck with his own writing pursuits. The autographed book was his most prized possession. Todd asked to borrow it. He claimed that when he finished reading it, he replaced it in Rourke's bookshelf. It never turned up, not even when Rourke practically tore their room apart searching for it. What happened to the book remained a mystery. They eventually stopped arguing about it, but Rourke never loaned Todd a book again, and Todd never asked to borrow one. They were good-looking, each in his own way, so there was never a shortage of girls. When they weren't talking about books, chances were very good that the subject was women. If one of them got lucky and a young lady stayed over, the other bunked down in a neighboring room. One morning after a young lady had taken the walk of shame down the hallway of the fraternity house on her way out, 113, Todd looked over at Rourke and said morosely, "She wasn't all that hot, was she?" Rourke shook his head. "Last night you were looking at her through beer goggles." "Yeah," Todd sighed, then with a sly smile he added, "but it all feels good in the dark, doesn't it?" They talked about women tirelessly and shamelessly, unabashedly adhering to the double standard. Only Rourke came close to having a serious relationship, and only once. He met her during his food drive. She had volunteered to help. She had a beautiful smile and a slender, athletic body. She was a smart and conscientious student and could converse intelligently on any number of subjects. But she also had a good sense of humor and laughed at his jokes. She was an excellent listener who focused on the topic when it turned to something serious. She taught him how to play chopsticks on the piano, and he persuaded her to read The Grapes of Wrath. She was a passionate kisser, but that's as far as she would go. She clung to a strict moral code founded on her religion, and she didn't intend to break it. She hadn't in high school with her longtime sweetheart, and she wasn't going to until she knew she was with the man she would marry and grow old with. Rourke admired her for it, but it was damned frustrating. Then she called him one night and said she had just finished reading the Steinbeck classic, and if he wasn't busy, she would like to see him. He picked her up. They went for a drive, then parked. She had loved the classic novel and thanked him for sharing it with her. Her kisses that night were more passionate than ever. She raised her sweater and pressed his hand against her bare breast. And if caressing her and feeling her response wasn't the most physically gratifying sexual experience Rourke had ever had, it was certainly the most meaningful. She was sacrificing something of herself to him, and he was sensitive enough to realize it. He wondered if he was falling in love. A week later, she dumped him. He was tearfully informed that she was resuming the relationship with her high school sweetheart. He was dumbfounded and not a little angry. Do I, 115, at least get to ask why? You're going to be somebody great, Rourke. Famous. I know it, but I'm just a simple girl from small-town Tennessee. I'll teach elementary school for a couple of years, maybe then become a mother and the president of the PTA. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, I'm not apologizing for it. It's the life I choose, the life I want, but it's not the life for you. Why do we have to plan the rest of our lives now, he argued. Why can't we hold off making major decisions and just continue to spend time together, enjoy each other, wait and see what happens? Because if I continue seeing you, I'll sleep with you. Would that be so terrible? Not at all terrible. It would be. She kissed him deeply, her sweet mouth tugging on his with the restrained passion he had come to expect. I want to, she whispered against his lips. I want to so bad, but I made a pledge of abstinence. I can't break it. So I can't see you anymore. To his mind, that was totally irrational, but she would not be dissuaded. He was depressed and testy for weeks. Todd, sensing that the budding romance had suddenly withered and died, walked on eggshells around him. Finally, however, he'd had all the moodiness he could stand. Christ, get over it already. He insisted that the only cure for one woman was another woman. He practically dragged Rourke from their room. They got drunk and got laid that night. Rourke wasn't cured, but eventually he came around because he had no choice. And in retrospect, everything she had said was right. Maybe not the part about his guaranteed greatness that remained to be seen, but regarding everything else, she had been inordinately insightful. At the end of the semester, she transferred to a college nearer her hometown, where the boyfriend was attending. Rourke wished her well and told her that her sweetheart was the luckiest bastard on the planet. She blushed, thanked him for the compliment, and said she would be watching for his name in print. I'll buy a dozen copies of your books and distribute them to all my friends and boast that I once dated the great Rourke Slade. That was as close as either he or Todd 117 came to having a serious romantic entanglement. But women consumed their thoughts and fueled their lusts, and on that rainy Saturday evening, it was a girl that brought to a close their conversation about Professor Hadley's grueling, demoralizing critiques. A pair of co-eds were actually brave or brazen enough to enter the testosterone-charged sanctum of TR4s, just as Rourke was advising Todd to deflect Hadley's comments. After all, they're just his opinion. Todd, who was facing the door, changed the subject by saying, "Well, it's my opinion that that is one hot chick." Rourke glanced over his shoulder at the two girls. Which one? Blue sweater, packing Tic Tacs. That was their coded reference to evident nipple projection. She's hot all right, Rourke agreed. Todd grinned at her and she grinned back. Rourke said, "Hey, Christy." "Oh, Rourke, hi." Her drawl stretched the single-syllable words into roughly 3 apiece. "How are you?" "Great, you couldn't be better." When Rourke came back around, Todd was swearing into his beer mug. "You son of a bitch! I might have known." Rourke merely smiled and sipped his beer. Todd continued to ogle. "She's a fox. I don't remember you ever going out with her. We didn't go out. Casual acquaintance? Something like that?" "My ass," Todd scoffed. "You got on her. I was, didn't you?" "Maybe once, I think. We might have just mugged during a party." The girls were now receiving instruction from several other customers on how to line up a pool shot. The lesson required bending over the billiard table, which provided Todd an anatomical perspective of Christy that actually caused him to moan. "Damn, try not to drool, okay?" Rourke admonished. "It's embarrassing." 119, he slid from the booth and approached the laughing group. The other men eyed him resentfully when he took Christy's elbow and steered her toward the booth. "Christy, Todd, my roommate, Todd. This is Christy." Rourke ushered her into his side of the booth so that they were seated across from Todd. "Hi, Christy." "Hi, would you like a beer?" "Love one," Todd signaled TR to bring another pitcher and a third mug. "Pizza? No thanks." Rourke waded through the pouring of the beer before saying to Christy, "Listen, this is a bitch, but I got a split. Are you okay with me leaving you in Todd's company? He's fairly harmless." Pout could have sold 1,000,000 tubes of L'Oreal lipstick to men. "It's Saturday night, Rourke," she whined. "Where do you have to go? I left Gatsby, Daisy, and the gang waiting on me. I need to get back to them." He tilted his head toward Todd. "If he gets out of line, let me know. I'll knock him around for you." She glanced flirtatiously at Todd. "I can handle him just fine. I bet you can," Todd said, bobbing his eyebrows. "Anytime, sweetheart." Rourke left her giggling over the innuendo. It was hours later before he returned to his and Todd's room. After listening at the door for several moments, he knocked tentatively. "Huh? Okay if I come in." "Yeah." Todd was alone in his loft, lying on his back, one bare leg and foot dangling over the side. He looked completely done in, but managed to mumble, "Thanks for keeping your distance. Where have you been all this time?" "The library." "How's Gatsby?" "No more pussy whip than you, old boy. When did Christy leave?" "About 10 minutes ago. Your timing was perfect. Happy to oblige. 121. You know, she actually asked if they were friends of yours." "Who?" "That's what I asked. And she said those people waiting for him." "You're kidding?" "Nope, never heard of Gatsby. But who the hell cares? She fucks like she invented it." Rourke crossed to the window and opened it. "Smells like sex in here. Oh, before I forget, our favorite professor called and left you a message. Hadley said he has a conflict at 8, so he bumped your appointment up to 9 o'clock Tuesday morning." "Fine by me. I won't have to get up so early." Todd yawned and turned toward the wall. "Thanks again for Christy. She was something else." Night. Chapter 5. Following the meeting that she and Noah had been required to attend, Maris went home from the office alone. There was a moment while she was getting mail from their box that she was tempted to ask the night duty doorman if he had noticed what time Noah had come in that morning. But she couldn't think of a way to ask without embarrassing both of them, especially herself. She had a Thai dinner delivered. As she ate, she reviewed the revisions an author had made to her manuscript, signed off on them, and marked the manuscript ready to go to a copy editor. She checked her calendar one final time to make certain that she and her assistant hadn't overlooked an appointment that needed to be rescheduled. She had blocked out the remainder of the week for her trip to Georgia, which might be a tad optimistic considering that the author hadn't been notified of her pending visit. But in this instance, begging forgiveness was preferable to asking permission. She had to be 123 assertive. With him, her approach must be proactive and aggressive. Timidity wouldn't make a dent. Rearranging her busy schedule and making travel arrangements had cemented her determination to go and see him whether or not he was agreeable. Having put off for as long as possible the unpleasant chore of alerting him to her arrival, she dialed the number that had appeared on her caller ID machine that morning. The telephone rang 4 times before it was answered. "Yeah, this is Maris Matherly-Reed." "Jesus." "No, Maris Matherly-Reed." He said nothing to that, not even a cranky. "What do you want?" Although his hostile silence spoke volumes. "I was thinking," she halted. Wrong tack. "Give him no outs, Maris, not even wiggle room. I'm coming to St. Ann Island to see you," she declared. "I beg your pardon. I was speaking English, wasn't I? Which part didn't you understand?" After a moment, he made a gruff sound that could have passed for a laugh. "That's 2. You're on a roll tonight." "Well, I try." "So you're coming to St. Ann?" "Yes, I am. I gotta warn you, it's different from what you're used to. Folks like you was folks like me. Usually vacation on the more developed islands. Hilton Head, St. Simon's, Amelia. This isn't a vacation trip. No, I'm coming to talk to you. We've talked, not face to face. What have we got to talk about? The flora and fauna of Georgia's sea islands, your book, I've already told you that my book isn't for sale. You also told me that there is no book. Which is it?" She had trapped him. His stony silence indicated that he knew it. "I'll be at 125 arriving tomorrow evening. It's your money? Could you recommend a was?" She was talking to a dead line. He'd hung up on her. Stubbornly, she dialed him back. "Yeah? I was asking if you could recommend a hotel in Savannah." When he hung up on her again, Maris laughed. As her father had said, he was protesting too loudly and too much. Little did Mr. PME know that the more he balked, the more determined she became. She had just slid her suitcase from beneath the bed to begin packing when the telephone rang. She expected it to be the author. He'd probably invented some very good reasons why it was inconvenient or impossible for him to see her when she arrived tomorrow. Bracing herself for a barrage of excuses, she answered with a cheerful hello. To her surprise, a man with a broad Brooklyn accent asked to speak with Noah. "I'm sorry he isn't here. Well, I gotta know what to do with this key. We don't make house calls after hours, ya know. Only see Mr. Reed give me 20 extra bucks to get it here tonight. You, his old lady, are you sure you have the right Noah Reed? Deals with books or something?" "Yes, that's my husband." "Well, he give me this address in Chelsea, said was what address?" He recited an address on West 22nd, apartment 3B. "He asked me to change out the lock yesterday on account of he'd already moved some stuff in there and didn't want old keys floating around, you know? Only I didn't bring an extra key yesterday and he said he needed at least one extra, so I told him he'd have it tonight. I'm here with the key, but the super's out for the evening. There's a note on his door says call, but a call ain't gonna help me, is it? I don't trust leaving a key to Mr. Reed's apartment with the neighbors. You never know about people, am I right? 127? What kind of stuff, huh? You said some stuff had already been moved into the apartment. Stuff. Furniture. You know, the kind of stuff rich folks have in their places. Rugs and pictures and shit. Could I afford nice stuff like that? Forget about it. All I know is I'm ready to get my butt home and in my lounger on account of the Mets game. Only I don't want to offend Mr. Reed. He give me 20 extra bucks. So you said, I'll give you 20 more if you'll wait for me. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Maris left her building and practically ran the 2 blocks to the subway station at 72nd and Broadway. A taxi would take too long to get downtown. She wanted to see sooner rather than later the nice stuff that Noah had moved into an apartment in Chelsea that she knew nothing about. She wanted to learn sooner rather than later why he needed an extra apartment. And she wanted to know for whom he was having an extra key made. Ivy clung to the old brick, contributing warmth and charm to the building's exterior. Flowers bloomed in window boxes on either side of the narrow stoop, which was separated from street level by 8 steps. The block was lined with similar buildings that had been quaintly refurbished by urbanites trying to create a neighborhood feel and recapture the spirit of a kinder, gentler, bygone New York. The leaded glass entrance door was unlocked. The locksmith was waiting for Maris in the foyer. Somehow he had managed to zip a khaki jumpsuit over a belly that extended a good 2 feet beyond his chest. "Who buzzed you in?" she asked him after introducing herself. "I ain't a locksmith for nothing," he said with a snort. "Only truth be told, it wasn't locked. Too hot to wait outside. I was sweating like a pig." The air conditioning was cooling her own damp skin, a dampness she attributed to being in close confines with other sticky passengers on the subway train. The stations were notorious for being drafty and frigid in the winter and completely 129 airless in the summer. But she was also sweating anxiously over what she would find on the 3rd floor in apartment B. "You want to settle up with me?" She looked at him quizzically, then remembered the promised $20. After paying him, she asked for the key. "I gotta check it out first," he told her. "It ain't as easy as people think making keys. I never leave one with a customer before seeing if it works okay." "All right, there ain't no elevator. We gotta climb." She nodded for him to precede her up the staircase. "Why didn't you just go up, test the key, and then leave it in the apartment? Wouldn't the door have locked behind you when you left? Not the deadbolt? Besides, that's all I need," he said, speaking to her over his shoulder as they rounded the 2nd floor landing. Something turns up missing. I'm the first one accused of stealing. I doubt that. I ain't taking no chances going into a man's apartment when he ain't there. Forget about it. He was huffing and puffing by the time they reached the third level. As he approached the door, he withdrew the spare key from the pocket of his jumpsuit and slipped it into the lock. "Pooh effect," he said as he swung open the door. Then he stood aside and motioned for Maris to go in. "The light switch is there on your right." She felt for the switch and flipped it on. Surprise! The shout went up from 50 or so people, all of whom she recognized. Her mouth dropped open like a trapdoor. She pressed a hand to her lurching heart. Everyone was laughing over her dumbfounded expression. Noah separated himself from the others and came toward her, grinning from ear to ear. He embraced her tightly, then soundly kissed her mouth. "Happy anniversary, darling." But our anniversary isn't until was. I know when it is, but you always catch on to my attempted surprises. This year I thought I'd get the jump on you. Judging by your reaction, I'd say I was successful. He 131 looked beyond her shoulder and addressed the locksmith. "You were terrific." As it turned out, he was an actor hired to play the role. "You had me convinced that I was about to catch my cheating husband." Maris told him. "Happy anniversary, Mrs. Reed," he said in a voice that resonated with the Queen's English. It was explained to her later that his most notable role was Falstaff. Now he reached for her hand and kissed the back of it. "Enjoy your special evening. Don't go. Stay and enjoy the party." She prevailed upon him and he accepted her invitation. "It's okay, isn't it?" She asked Noah when the actor joined the other guests in line at the buffet. "Whatever makes you happy, darling?" "Whose apartment is this?" That part of his dialogue was true. "It's mine. It really is. Whose did you think it was?" "I was. You need some champagne." But Noah was. You'll get a full explanation later, I promise. After seeing to it that she had a brimming flute of bubbly, he maneuvered her through the crowd to greet their guests, which included most of the editorial staff of Matherly Press. Many remarked on how difficult it had been to keep the secret. One confessed to almost asking her what she was going to wear. "Noah would have killed me if I'd spoiled the surprise. And look what I turned out in." Maris groaned, a wrinkled business suit and a shiny face. "I didn't know I was coming to a party." "I would kill to look like you on your worst day," the woman said. Among the guests were also a handful of local authors with whom Maris worked, and friends whose careers were in other areas entirely, including an anesthesiologist and her husband who taught chemistry at NYU, a stockbroker, and a movie producer who had turned one of the books Maris had edited into a gripping feature film. Then the crowd parted to reveal Daniel. He was seated with one hand resting on the engraved 133 silver head of his cane while the other was saluting her with a glass of champagne. "Dad, anniversary wishes a few weeks early, sweetheart. I can't believe you were in on this." She bent down to kiss his cheek, which glowed with a champagne flush. "You gave nothing away this morning," which was hard, considering the topic of our conversation. His meaningful look reminded her of the marital concern she had shared with him. Feeling her own cheeks grow warm with embarrassment, she said softly, "This explains why Noah has been distracted lately. I feel like a fool now." "Don't," Daniel ordered, his brows lowering sternly. "A fool is someone who ignores warning signs." She kissed him again quickly before being pulled away to mingle. Noah had done an outstanding job not only of putting over the surprise, but of planning a wonderful party. The chef of her favorite restaurant had prepared the food and was on hand to see that it was properly served. Champagne was poured liberally. The music got louder as the evening progressed, and although it was a weeknight, guests stayed late. Eventually, however, they said their good nights. Daniel was the last to leave. "Age has its benefits," he told Maris and Noah at the door. "Not many, mind you, but a few. One is that you can get tipsy on a weeknight and sleep late in the morning because there's nowhere you absolutely must be." Maris hugged him exuberantly. "I love you, Dad, and I learn something new about you every day, for instance. That you're damn good at keeping secrets. Watch your language, young lady, or I'll have Maxine wash your mouth out with soap." "It wouldn't be for the first time," she said with a laugh. After another hug, she asked Daniel if he could manage the stairs all right. I got up here, didn't I? He growled querulously. Sorry I asked. Even so, she motioned for Noah to accompany Daniel down. Is a car waiting to take him home? It's at the curb, Noah, 135, assured her. I've already checked. Good, Dad. Remember, I'll have my cell phone with me in Georgia. I told Maxine to call Was, and she will, the old busybody. Get me out of here, Noah. Please. Before Maris decides I'm ready for adult diapers. Noah guided him down the hallway toward the staircase. I'll be right back, darling, he called to Maris. I haven't given you your present yet. There's more? Just wait, and no snooping. Now that the apartment was empty of guests, she could see it well for the first time. Tall windows on the far wall of the living room overlooked the rooftop garden on the next building. The stuff was nice, but not as pricey as the locksmith had implied. There were pictures on the walls and an area rug beneath the seating arrangement of chairs and sofas, but the emphasis was on functionality and comfort. The galley kitchen was narrow, even by New York standards. Off the living room, a closed door led to what she assumed was a bedroom. She was making her way toward that door when hands seized her around the waist. I thought I told you not to snoop, Noah said, nuzzling her ear. I didn't know that I was. When are you going to tell me why you leased this apartment? In good time? Be patient. Is my present behind door number 1? Let's take a look. He walked her toward the door. You may open it now. The room was a small cubicle, but a generous window made it appear larger. It was furnished with a desk, a leather swivel chair, and shelves only partially filled with books. It was further equipped with a telephone, a computer, and printer, and a fax machine. A yellow legal tablet lay on the desk beside a metal pencil holder filled with sharpened pencils. Maris took in every detail, then turned and looked at Noah. He laid his hands on her shoulders and massaged them gently. I know you've wondered about the late hours I've been keeping, as well as the unaccounted for time I've spent away from home and office. 1:37, I confess. I apologize for causing you to worry. I wanted this place to be completely set up before you saw it. It's taken me weeks to get it ready. Months if you factor in the time I spent searching for a suitable space. A suitable space for what? Well, not for conducting the illicit affair you thought I was having. She lowered her eyes again, I confess. With Nadia, she topped the list of suspects. Maris, he said reproachfully. She tossed her head back and shook out her hair as though freeing herself of a burden. God, I'm glad it's not that. Feel better? Immeasurably. But if this apartment wasn't designated as a love nest, what did you lease it for? He ducked his head in what could only be described as shyness. Writing? Writing? She repeated on a thin breath. That's your anniversary present. I've begun writing again. For several moments she was too stunned to speak, then she threw herself against him. Noah, that's wonderful. When? What made you? You always get so defensive whenever I mention it. Oh, I'm thrilled, thrilled. She rained kisses over his face. He laughed and indulged her enthusiasm. Finally, he set her away, keeping her at arm's length. Don't get carried away. I'll probably fail miserably. You won't, she said adamantly. I don't believe for a moment that you're the one-book wonder you fear you are. The author of The Vanquished Was, which I wrote years ago, Maris, when I was full of passion, a young man with stars in his eyes. And talent, she stressed. Talent like yours isn't depleted by one book, Noah. It doesn't simply disappear. On the contrary, I think it ripens with age and experience. We'll see. He glanced at the computer dubiously. In any case, I'm willing to test your theory. I'm going to give it a shot. You're not just doing it for me, are you? 139. I couldn't do it just for you. Writing is damn hard work. It's borderline masochistic. If your heart's not in it, you're doomed before you start. He rubbed his knuckles against her jaw. This is something I want to do, very much. And if it pleases you, that's a bonus. It pleases me very much. I couldn't be more pleased. She hugged him tightly, then kissed him with more heat than she could remember feeling for a long time. As their lips clung, Noah slipped off his jacket. Her heart quickened. The surroundings were unfamiliar and untried. It would feel a shade illicit if they made love in this new apartment. On the sofa, on the rug, hell, on the desk. Why not? They were grown-ups. She slid her hands up his chest and began working on the knot of his necktie. But he moved her aside, sat down at the keyboard, and booted up the computer. I'm so anxious to get started now. He swiveled his chair around and looked up at her, grinning sheepishly. Do you mind? It's taken me weeks to set up my new playground, but I haven't had time to play in it. I barely got the finishing touches put on this afternoon before the chef and waiters arrived. I'd like to install my software and maybe jot down a few notes. I've been toying with an idea. I'm afraid if I don't commit it to paper, it'll vanish. Do you mind if I work a while? She forced herself to smile. No, of course not at all. There wasn't to be a romantic conclusion to the evening, and that was disappointing. But fairly, she couldn't complain. This was what she had wanted. This was what she had been encouraging him to do for years. I'll say goodbye and leave you to your work. You don't have to go, Maris. You can hang around if you like. She shook her head. I don't want to be a distraction. Besides, I need to go home and pack for my trip. He took her hand and kissed the palm. Will you be all right hailing a cab? Don't be silly, of course. She leaned on the arms of his desk chair, bringing her face down to the level of his. It was a lovely surprise party, Noah. Thank you for 141 everything, but especially for this. I can't wait to read your next novel. Look what happened after I read the first one. As they kissed, his hand followed the curve of her hip down to the back of her thigh. When she withdrew, he continued to stroke her leg. On second thought, maybe I'll postpone starting until tomorrow. She aimed her finger at the computer keyboard. Plot. 15 minutes later, Noah let himself into another apartment. It was half a block away, 77 steps to be exact from the one where he had set up an office he planned never to use. He dropped his key onto the console table in the short entry hall and moved into the living area where he drew up short. I started without you, Nadia said. So I see. She was lying on the sofa, one foot on the floor, naked except for a royal blue silk robe that lay open. Her eyes were half closed. Her hand was rhythmically moving between her thighs. I'm close. You'd better hurry if you want to get in on this one. He sauntered over to the sofa, reached down, and fingered her stiff nipple. It was enough to make her come. Smiling as he watched, Noah continued tweaking her until her arching body had squeezed every bit of pleasure it could from the orgasm, then relaxed and resettled into the sofa cushions. You're shameless, Nadia. I know. She raised her arms above her head and stretched. Isn't it delicious? He began undressing. The surprise party was a stroke of genius. Maris is now completely diffused. Ooh, tell me. She admitted to harboring a suspicion that I was having an extramarital affair. And who, pray tell, was the suspected correspondent? He gave her a look that caused her to purr with wicked satisfaction. Continuing his account, he said, now that my wife has seen my writer's retreat, which made her positively misty, I can use it as an excuse to get away at any time of day or night, 14-3. For this, definitely for this. Along with the other business in which we're involved, Maris is only half the problem, though. What about Daniel? He's an old man, Nadia, in his dotage. He'll never sell Matherly Press. He's gone on record 1,000 times. Nonchalantly, Noah pulled his belt through the loops of his trousers and lightly spanked her thigh with it. Not to worry, my dear. I'll have Matherly Press sold before either of them knows what's what. Maris is hot for a new author she's discovered in her slush pile. That'll keep her distracted. Daniel has virtually retired, entrusting the company's business dealings almost entirely to me. The first they hear of the pending sale will probably be when they read about it in Publishers Weekly, and then it'll be too late to stop it. I'll have Daniel's position and all the benefits that go with it, along with 10,000 shares of Worldview stock in my portfolio and a cool $10 million in my bank account, and the Matherlys will be left with only each other, I suppose. I really couldn't care less. He stepped out of his trousers and underwear. Nadia's eyes widened with appreciation for his jutting penis. Is Maris responsible for that? Remind me to thank her. Nothing to thank her for. You didn't get any tonight, this morning? I thought tonight's party was an anniversary celebration. Maris has her way of celebrating, and I have mine. Laughing, she encircled his penis with her hand and stroked it. Sometime you must tell me all about it. Nothing much to tell. She rolled her thumb over the smooth bulb. Miss Maris doesn't fuck dirty? Miss Maris doesn't fuck? He knelt between Nadia's thighs and pushed them wider apart. She makes love. How sweet. 145, that's what I like about you, Nadia. There's a lot you like about me. You'll have to be more specific. He jammed himself inside her. You're never sweet. Chapter 6. The roads on St. Anne Island were banked on either side by woods that were deeper and darker than any Maris had seen in the Berkshires near their country house, deeper and darker than any she had seen anywhere. They were as deep and dark as the menacing forests described in a story written by the brothers Grimmediate. The undergrowth was dense and the trees were towering, making the shadows beneath them impenetrable. Occasionally, the rustling of leaves in the thick brush alerted her to the presence of animals, the species and level of danger to human beings unknown. Afraid of what she might see if she looked too closely, she felt safer keeping her eyes fixed on the road. She had arrived later than anticipated. Stormy weather in Atlanta had delayed her connecting flight to Savannah for 3 hours. By the time she checked into a hotel and made arrangements for transportation to the island, the sun was setting. The sea island would have been alien territory to her in broad daylight, but the gloaming exaggerated its strangeness and lent it a sinister quality that filled her with misgivings. As she chugged along in her rented golf cart, she felt extremely vulnerable. The menacing woods intimidated her. They were as unfriendly as the man at the landing from whom she had rented the golf cart. When she asked him for directions to the home of the local writer, he had responded with a question of his own. What do you want with him? Do you know him? Yeah. Do you know where he lives? Sure do. Can you give me directions, please? He's expecting me. He looked her up and down. Is that right? She'd unfolded the crude map of the island given to her by the pilot of the small boat she had hired to bring her over from the mainland 147. I'm here, right? She indicated on the map the landing where the boatman had docked only long enough for her to disembark. Which way do I go from here? Well, there's only one road leading out of here, ain't there? I can see that, she said with strained patience. But according to the map, the main road branches off in 3 directions here. She pointed out the marking to him. You ain't from around here, are you? You from up north someplace. What difference does it make? He had snorted a derisive sound and spat tobacco juice into the dirt. Then a stained, chipped fingernail traced the fork she should take. You go along, about 3/4 of a mile beyond the split. A turnoff to the left takes you straight to the house. If you wind up in the Atlantic, you've went too far. His grin revealed large gaps where teeth should have been. She had thanked him curtly and set out on the final leg of her trip. The landing's commercial district was limited to 2 places of business, the cart rental and Terry's Bar and Grill, so read a hand-painted sign nailed above a screen door. Terry's was a circular structure with a corrugated tin roof. The top 2/3 of the exterior walls were screened, but the interior lighting was so dim that all Maris could see was the glow of neon beer signs on the far wall and light fixtures hanging from the ceiling, the kind usually suspended above pool tables. Several vehicles, mostly pickup trucks, were parked at one side of the building. Recorded music emanated through the screened walls. Out front, a man, presumably Terry, was cooking meat on a large grill while sipping from his long-necked bottle of beer. Even after she drove past, she could feel his eyes boring holes in her back until she rounded a bend in the road and was no longer in sight. She had the road all to herself. No cars or trucks had passed. It seemed the dock was the last outpost of civilization. Having endured this harrowing end, she felt that was a fair adjective. Journey she wished she could look forward to being graciously received when she arrived at the author's home. Unfortunately, her expectations of how she would be greeted were 149 very low. Eventually, she detected salt air over the dominant scent of evergreens. Realizing that the beach couldn't be much farther, she began looking for the turnoff. But when she reached it, she overshot it. There was no sign to mark it. It was so narrow and so well camouflaged by foliage that had she not been specifically looking for it, she would have missed it altogether, executing a tight U-turn. She steered the cart into the lane. The roadbed was rougher than the main road. The cart jounced over potholes. Tree branches formed an opaque canopy overhead. The forest here was even thicker, more silent, more foreboding. She was beginning to think that this venture was foolhardy, that she should be sensible and retreat to the safety of her hotel room in gracious and hospitable Savannah. She could have a room service meal, a bubble bath, a glass of wine from the minibar. Thus restored, she could call and try to persuade the author to meet her on neutral turf. But then she caught her first glimpse of the house and was instantly enchanted. It was beautiful, poignantly so. Beautiful in the way that evokes sadness, an aging film star whose once gorgeous face now evinced the passage of decades, an antique wedding dress, its lace now yellowed and tattered, a gardenia whose creamy petals had turned brown. The house showed visible signs of former grandeur now lost, but with its obvious flaws softened by the waning light, it was as lovely as a watercolor painted from a faded but fond memory. Maris stepped out of the cart and followed a pathway marked by twin rows of spectacular moss-shrouded live oaks. She climbed the steps as soundlessly as possible. When she reached the veranda, she had a silly urge to tiptoe across it as Jem Finch had done in To Kill a Mockingbird, so as not to alert the spooky Boo Radley to his presence in a place where he was a trespasser, where he didn't belong, and where he wasn't welcome. Instead, she bolstered herself with a deep breath and walked boldly to the front door and reached for the brass knocker. Maris Matherly-Reed? 151 startled. She jumped. The knocker dropped against the metal plate on the door with a loud clatter. Following the direction from which the unexpected voice had come, she stepped back and looked down the long veranda. A face was peering at her through one of the tall front windows. "So," he said, "you really came?" "Hello." He continued to stare at her through the screen, putting her at a distinct disadvantage. She was aware that he could see her much more clearly than she could see him, but she stood her ground. She had come this far. Finally, he said, "Come on in." She pushed open the glossy black front door and stepped into a wide foyer. He emerged from one of the rooms opening off it, wiping his hands on a stained rag. He was dressed in khaki shorts and an ordinary chambray work shirt, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Both articles of clothing were rather baggy and as stained as the rag. On his feet he wore a pair of sneakers that had seen better days. He glanced beyond her. "You came alone?" "Yes. Mosquitoes are getting in." "Oh, sorry." She turned and closed the front door. No deputy sheriff along for the ride. His voice contained a trace of admonishment. She felt an explanation was called for. "I resorted to calling the sheriff's office out of desperation. I asked Deputy Harris if he knew anyone living in his county who went by the initials PME. I had no idea he would conduct a search, and I apologized for any embarrassment that caused." He harumphed, but whether to accept her apology or dismiss it, she couldn't tell. She was just relieved that he hadn't cursed her and ordered her out. He wasn't as intimidating as she had anticipated. He was older and less physically imposing than his telephone voice had suggested. The drawl was there, but not the brusqueness. However, he wasn't being overly friendly. His blue eyes were regarding her warily. "I wasn't sure what to expect when I arrived," she said, hoping to disarm him with her honesty. "I was afraid I wouldn't 153, even be invited inside." He gave her a once-over that made her rethink her decision not to take the time to freshen up in Savannah. Now she wished she had at least changed clothes. Her traveling suit had been seasonably lightweight for New York, but was too heavy for this climate. It looked citified and grossly out of place. It was also wrinkled from rides in taxis, planes, and a boat. "You're a long way from Manhattan, Mrs. Matherly-Reed." His remark more or less summed up everything she'd been thinking, more than just geographically, except for the golf carts. St. Anne could be in another century. The island is primitive in many ways. The people who live here want to keep it that way. From that, she inferred that she was an outsider whom they would have rather remained outside. Feeling self-conscious and wanting to divert attention away from herself, she took a quick look around. A commanding, unsupported staircase swept upward from the floor of the foyer, but the second story was dark. A dozen questions about the history of the house sprang to mind, but not wanting to press her luck at having gotten this far, she merely said, "The house is extraordinary. How long have you lived here?" "A little over a year. It was in total disrepair. Then you've already done a lot to it." "There's still a lot to be done. In fact, I've been working on a project in the dining room. Would you like to see it?" "Very much." He smiled at her, and she smiled back. Then he turned and made his way back into the room from which he'd come. The crystal chandelier in the center of the ceiling was swinging slightly. He caught her looking at it. One of the first renovations was to install central air conditioning. The vent blows directly on the chandelier and causes it to sway. At least that's what I choose to believe. He gave an enigmatic laugh, then motioned toward the fireplace. The ornately carved mantel had been stripped down to the naked wood and was being prepared for refinishing. "It's become more of a project than I had counted on," he admitted. 155. Had I known how many layers of varnish and paint former owners had applied, how painstaking and time-consuming it was going to be to strip it all off, I would have hired a professional to do it. She moved to the mantel and reached out to touch it, then hesitated and looked back at him. "May I?" He motioned for her to go ahead, and she ran her fingertips over the intricate carving of a flowering vine. "The owner who built the house kept a detailed diary of its construction," he explained. "A slave carved that mantelpiece as well as the balustrade of the staircase. His name was Phineas. It's lovely. I'm sure it will be even lovelier when you're finished. Parker's expecting it to be. He's a perfectionist." "Parker?" "The owner." She dropped her hand and turned back to him. "Oh, I assumed you owned the house." He shook his head in amusement. "I only work here. That's awfully generous of him." "Generous of who?" "Of Mr. Parker, that he opens his home to you and lets you right here?" He stared at her with perplexity for a moment, then began to laugh. "Mrs. Matherly-Reed, I'm afraid that you're operating under a misconception here, and it's entirely my fault. Obviously, you've mistaken me for Parker, the man you've come to see, Parker Evans." It took a second for her to process, then she smiled with chagrin. "Parker Evans, middle initial, M. You didn't know his name?" "He didn't tell me." "You've never heard his name before?" "Not that I recall. Should I have?" He studied her for a long moment, then smiled and extended his hand. "I'm Mike Strother. Forgive me for not making that clear to you when you arrived. I thought you would know immediately that I wasn't Parker." "I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Strother. Mike." She smiled at him, liking the older gentleman and wondering how she could have 157 mistaken him for the abrasive individual she had spoken to on the telephone. His eyes were kind, although she sensed that he was still taking her measure, sizing her up, appraising her. His wariness of her had diminished somewhat, but it was still there. Of course, there was no telling what his boss had said about her. It couldn't have been flattering. "You the contractor in charge of the house's restoration?" "Lord, no, I'm just trying my hand at this refinishing. I've worked for Parker since long before he bought this place." "In what capacity?" "I do a little bit of everything," he explained. "I'm the chief cook and bottle washer, housekeeper, gardener, valet." "Is he a demanding taskmaster?" He chuckled. "You have no idea." Apparently she didn't. Her preconceptions of Parker M. Evans were being dispelled one by one. He certainly hadn't sounded like a man who would have a manservant at his beck and call. "I'm looking very forward to meeting him." Mike's eyes shifted away to avoid looking directly at her. "He's not here." Although she had already gathered that, having it confirmed was not only a crushing disappointment, it was perturbing. He knew I was coming. "Oh, he knew, Mike said, nodding. He said you sounded just stubborn enough to travel all this way, even after he'd told you it would be a waste of your time. But nobody on earth can out-stubborn Parker. He didn't want to be sitting around here when you arrived as though he were waiting on you, so he went out. Out? Where? Maris angrily marched up to the man who'd rented her the golf cart. Why did you send me all the way out to Mr. Evans's house? He smirked. Knew you was lying about him expecting you? Why didn't you tell me he was here? Don't recollect you asking, she was seething, but he was too coarse and stupid to waste her anger on. She would save it for Mr. Parker Evans. She had a lot to say to him. He had probably known about the wild goose chase she'd been sent on. Terry, the cook, surely had his charcoal 159 grill had gone cold, but he was tending bar when she pulled open the squeaky screen door to his establishment and went inside. She crossed a bare concrete floor, splashed through a puddle of what she hoped was beer, and strode past the pool tables, straight to the bar at the back of the room. The man who had rented her the cart followed her inside. Billiard balls stopped clacking. Conversations died. Someone turned off the boom box. The floor show was about to begin, and the angry New Yorker was the featured act. Terry was grinning at her sardonically. Give me a beer. His grin slipped a notch. He hadn't expected that. But he reached into an ice chest and pulled out a long-neck bottle of beer. He uncapped it and passed it to her. Foam oozed from the neck. Maris shook it off her hand, took a long drink, then set the bottle on the bar with a hard thump. I'm here to see Parker Evans, she announced. Terry planted his hairy forearms on the bar and leaned across it toward her. Who should I say is calling? His customers guffawed. Terry basked in the success of his clever comeback. He laughed louder than anyone. Maris spun around and confronted the room at large. The interior was thick with tobacco smoke despite the screened walls and the overhead fans. Their desultory rotations didn't eliminate the smog, but only stirred it into the warm, humid air. A dozen pairs of eyes were focused on her. There was only one other woman in the place. She was wearing crotch-hugging shorts and a clinging tank top that barely contained her pendulous breasts and the tattooed cobra whose flared head and wicked tongue rose out of her cleavage. One hand was insolently propped on her hip. The other held a smoldering black cigarette. The tavern smelled of beer and grilled meat, tobacco smoke and male sweat. Maris drew a deep breath and tasted those essences in the back of her throat. Isn't this rather juvenile, Mr. Evans? No one said a word. There was little movement beyond one man glancing at another, jabbing him in the ribs and winking. Another gave her a 161 mocking salute with his beer bottle. One sitting near a pool table idly chalked the tip of his cue. To say nothing of rude, she continued. Forcing herself to move away from the false security of the bar, she approached a group of 3 men sitting around a table. She looked at each of them carefully. Judging from their moronic leers, she doubted any of them could read without moving his lips, much less write fiction. I've come an awfully long way to see you. You can go back the same way. The voice issued from a shadowed corner and elicited more chuckles. She gazed into the face of a man sitting alone. He was about Mike Strother's age, with a neglected white beard and the weather-beaten face of a seaman. He seemed not to be aware of her or anyone else. His rheumy eyes were fixed on the glass of dark liquor cradled between his calloused hands. Mr. Evans, the least you could do is give me 10 minutes of your time. Come on over here and bend over, honey, a nasally voice invited. I'll give you the best 10 minutes you've ever had. In your dreams, Dwayne, the tattooed woman drawled. You can't keep it up more'n 2. Laughter erupted louder than before. The woman was high-fived by the man standing nearest her, but he said old Dwayne's got the right idea, though. Yeah, Yankee lady, you don't know what you're missing till you've been rid hard by a horny Southern boy. Maris had experienced catcalls from construction workers made anonymous by distance and hard hats. She had received obscene propositions by crank callers and men lurking in recessed doorways on the sidewalks of the city. When she was 17, she had been groped in the subway, and to this day the memory of it made her skin crawl. But having been the victim of crude behavior hadn't made her immune to it. Their vulgarity got to her, but not in the way they expected. It didn't frighten her. It made her angry. In fact, it made her mad as hell. Not even attempting to disguise her contempt, she said, "Whoever you are, Mr. 163, Evans, you're a damn coward." The snickering ceased abruptly. Silence fell like a lead curtain. Any other insult was pardonable, but apparently cowardice wasn't. Name-calling couldn't get more serious than that. Using it as her exit line, she made a beeline for the door as she passed a billiards table. A pool cue arched down in front of her like the arm of a toll gate. She ran into it, connecting with her pelvic bones hard enough to make a smacking sound. She pitched forward but broke her fall against the stick. She took hold of it in a tight grip and tried to shove it out of her way, but it was unyielding. Turning her head toward the man holding it, she realized he was the one she'd noticed earlier, chalking the pool cue. "I'm Parker Evans." Maris was astonished, not by his audacity or the hostile eyes that reflected the red glow of a neon sign as they glared up at her. What astonished her was the wheelchair in which he sat. Chapter 7, the contraption was green, a cross between a golf cart and a pickup truck. Maris learned later that it was called a gator, but she had never seen one before. Parker Evans nodded her toward the one parked outside Terry's Bar and Grill. He invited her to get in. Still reeling from the shock of finding him in a wheelchair, she did as he requested and climbed into the passenger seat. She kept her head averted as he used his arms to lift himself onto the driver's seat. Then he leaned down, folded his chair, and swung it up into the shallow trailer. The gator had been reconfigured for him. The brake and accelerator were hand-controlled. He handled the vehicle with an ease that comes from practice as he steered it away from Terry's and headed it toward the dock. "I can take you only as far as the ramp," he said. "It's too steep for my chair. I'd make it down okay, but I might have trouble stopping and would wind up in the drink. Which you probably think I deserve." She said nothing. 165. But even if I didn't go hurtling into the sound, I couldn't get back up the ramp on my own. Maris was at a complete loss. "Ramp? Down to the dock, where you left your boat." "I don't have a boat. I paid someone to bring me over." "He didn't wait to ferry you back?" "I didn't know how long I'd be here. I told him I'd call." He brought the gator to a stop, looking displeased that he wasn't going to shake her as soon as he thought. His shirt was chambray like Mike's, except that the sleeves had been cut out of Parker Evans's, revealing muscled arms that compensated for the limitations his legs imposed. Those muscles went to work as he pulled the steering wheel into a sharp turn. "Shouldn't take a boat long to get over here?" "Terry will call for one." "You got the number? Couldn't we talk for a while, Mr. Evans?" He braked the gator again. "About what? Look, be obtuse on somebody else's time. I've come a very long way without an invitation." "You invited me when you sent me that prologue?" He registered mild surprise over her snappishness and raised his hands in mock surrender. She took a moment to collect herself, then continued in a more conciliatory tone. "It's been a very long day for me. I'm tired. A hot bath and cool sheets sound wonderful. But I'm here, so I'd like to make this trip worth my time, trouble, and expense by having a civil conversation with you before I leave." He folded his arms across his chest in what she supposed could be viewed as a civil gesture. But it also looked smart-alecky, and that, she thought, was probably closer to his intention. Doggedly, she continued, "You sent me your work. You meant for me to read it, or you wouldn't have sent it. Despite your claims to the contrary, you want this book to be published. I publish books. We could work together. You don't even have to meet me halfway. I'll go 3/4 of the way. In fact, I believe I already have by coming here. So, could we please have that conversation?" 167. Despite his arrogance, he had a disconcerting way of staring. His expression was inscrutable, giving no indication of what he was thinking. He could have been seriously weighing her arguments or planning to toss her out of the gator and letting her swim back to the mainland. One was as viable a guess as the other, or he might have been thinking neither. Taking his silence as permission for her to continue, she did. "I know it's rather late in the day to be talking shop, but I promise not to take up too much of your time," Mike said he would. I know what Mike said. He called me at Terry's after you left the house. He's acting like a complete fool. He didn't strike me as a fool, anything but. Ordinarily, no. Ordinarily, he's level-headed, calm, cool, and collected, the voice of reason, a goddamn pillar of sensibility. But you got him in a dither. He's tearing around, straightening up the house, fixing supper, acting like an old maid about to receive her first gentleman caller. His eyes were shadowed, but she could tell they were moving over her. You laid on the charm double thick. I did nothing of the sort. Mike is just a nice man. He barked a harsh laugh. Unlike me, I didn't say that. Well, he drawled, you just as well have, because it's true. I'm not at all nice. I'm sure you could be if you wanted to. See, that's the kicker. I don't want to. Then, before she could prepare herself, he reached across the space separating them, hooked his hand around the back of her neck, and yanked her forward, bringing her mouth up to his. It was more an assault than a kiss. Hard, grinding, insistent. His tongue stabbed at the seam between her lips until it forced him apart. Making angry sounds of protest, she pushed against his chest, but he didn't stop. Instead, he continued to plumb her mouth forcefully as his lips twisted upon hers. Imperceptibly, the thrust became slower and gentler, more exploratory than invasive. His thumb stroked the underside of her chin, her cheek, and very near the corner of her lips. Anger shifted into distress. 169, when he ended the deep kiss, he rubbed his lips against hers lightly before breaking contact with them, and even then they remained close, merely a breath apart. Only after he let his hands fall away did he pull back. Maris turned her head away. She stared out across the water of the Sound. It was relatively calm compared to the choppy currents circulating through her bloodstream. The lights on the shore of the mainland seemed very distant. Much farther than before, now a world away. She felt strangely disconnected, as though that narrow body of water had widened into a gulf that couldn't be spanned. Somewhere, out on the Sound, a boat's horn bladed a warning. Inside Terry's, the boombox had been restarted and was playing a wailing song about a love gone wrong. Closer, she could hear the gentle slap of the water against the rocky beach at the bottom of the steep ramp that Parker Evans was unable to navigate in his wheelchair. "It won't work, Mr. Evans," she said quietly. "I'm not going to flee in terror of you." She turned then to look at him and was surprised by the absence of smugness in his expression. He didn't look contrite or apologetic either, but he wasn't wearing the triumphant sneer she had expected. He was staring at her in the same disconcerting, inscrutable way as before. I ignored the vulgarities inside Terry's, just like I'm going to ignore that kiss. "Because I know why you subjected me to that," she said, hitching her head in the direction of the bar. "And I know why you kissed me. You do. I'm calling your bluff. Bluff. You kissed me to scare me off. All right, all right. You can think that if you want to." He held her gaze for several seconds, then put the gator into forward motion. "Did Mike happen to mention what's for supper?" It turned out to be smoked ham sandwiches served in a casual room on the back of the house. Mike referred to it as the solarium. Fancy name for a glassed and 171 porch. Parker commented wryly, "It was a porch." Mike explained to Maris as he spooned potato salad onto her plate. "You can't tell, now that it's dark, but this room overlooks the beach." Parker decided to enclose it with sliding glass panels that give us the option of closing it completely or opening it up. Now he can write in here during any kind of weather. Maris had pretended not to notice the computer setup in one corner of the room, which was otherwise furnished with rattan pieces. Nods toward decoration were limited, a few throw pillows, one struggling potted plant that looked doomed to lose the struggle. That was all. It was a bachelor's room, a writer's retreat. Stacked around the computer terminal, on the stone tile floor and shelves on every conceivable surface were books. Reference books, literary novels and classics, mysteries, romances, science fiction, horror, westerns, autobiographies, biographies, poetry, children's books, history, self-help, and inspirational every kind of book imaginable, some in hardcover, some in paperback, some of which she was pleased to see bore the Matherly Press imprint on the spine. Gauging by the worn appearance of the books, his library wasn't just for show. Parker Evans was well read. "Whatever you call this room, I like it," she told them. "It's a wonderful place to read and write." She gave Parker a sly glance, which he chose not to see as he spread mustard onto his sandwich. After serving them, Mike sat down across the table from her, confirming what she had guessed, that he was as much a friend and companion as he was a valet, the need for which was now sadly apparent. "You went to far too much trouble, Mike." "No trouble. We planned to have a late supper anyway, and I'm awfully glad to have a guest in the house. Parker isn't always the best company. In fact, when he's writing, he sometimes doesn't speak for hours, and when he does, he can be a real grouch." Parker shot him a sour glance. "And you're a perpetual pain in the ass." Maris laughed. Despite the swapped insults, the affection between them was obvious. "I've experienced Mr. Evans's 1/73 grouchiness firsthand, Mike, but I don't take it personally. I'm used to it. I work with writers every day, a gloomy bunch for the most part. I probably don't catch the verbal abuse their agents do, but I get my share." Mike nodded sagely. "Artistic temperament. Precisely. I'm not complaining. Based on my experience and confirmed only yesterday by my father, bad temperament is often an indicator of good writing." She blotted her lips with her napkin and was shocked to realize that they were still tender. She'd checked her reflection in the framed mirror above the basin when Mike kindly directed her into the powder room shortly after she and Parker arrived. The only visible trace of the kiss was a slight abrasion above her upper lip. She'd applied powder to the whisker burn and then quickly switched off the light, afraid she would see in her eyes even more telling evidence of the kiss, which she had resolved to jeopardized by whisker burns and such. She and the author had spoken little on the drive to his home. She had kept her eyes trained on the twin beams the gator's headlights cast onto the road. The darkness within the forest made it easier to ignore, although at one point she couldn't resist taking one furtive glance into the trees. "Oh," she exclaimed, "what?" "Fireflies there in the woods. Lightning bugs," he said. "Down here we call them lightning bugs. I haven't seen any in years. Insecticides, unfortunately. When I was little, I used to see them around our house in the country. I'd catch them and put them in a glass and keep it on my nightstand overnight." "I did that too." She turned to him in surprise. "You did?" "Yeah. The kids in my neighborhood used to hold contests to see who could catch the most. So he had been able to chase fireflies. He hadn't always been confined to a wheelchair. Naturally, she was curious about the nature of his disability, but she was too polite to ask. He wasn't the first person she had known who was similarly incapacitated. She had 175 enormous respect for those individuals who had made the best of their misfortune. Some were the most optimistic, upbeat people she had ever had the pleasure of knowing. What they lacked in physical stamina and strength, they made up for with courage and spiritual fortitude. Parker Evans seemed to have the raw power of physically challenged triathletes who competed in the Ironman competitions. Men and women who achieved Herculean feats with the strength of their arms, willpower alone. Frequently, they were athletes or otherwise active young people whose pursuits had been ended in one fateful second, victims of tragic accidents. She wondered what had happened to Parker to change his life so dramatically. She glanced across the table at him now. He was picking at the bread crust on his plate, but as though feeling her eyes, raised his and caught her looking at him. He gave her a frank return stare. He was undeniably attractive, although years of pain or unhappiness or disillusionment or a combination thereof had etched lines into his face, making him appear older than he probably was. His rare smiles were tainted by bitterness. His brown hair was thick and threaded with gray. Grooming it would probably be an afterthought. He was wearing 2 days' worth of stubble. His eyes weren't a definitive color like blue or green or brown. They were best described as hazel and would have been unremarkable except for the occasional amber spots that flecked the irises. That unique feature, coupled with his amazing ability to remain focused on something for an incredible length of time, made his eyes compelling. Staring at her now, he seemed to know exactly what she was thinking. His eyes were issuing a challenge. "Go ahead," they seemed to say. "You're dying to know why I'm in this chair, so why don't you just ask?" She wasn't going to take up that dare, not now. Not until she knew him better, or not until she got at least a verbal commitment from him that he would finish his book. "Have you written any more, Mr. Evans? Want a refill of iced tea?" "No, thank you. Another sandwich, 177. I'm full, thank you. Have you got more for me to read?" He looked pointedly at Mike, who took the hint. "Excuse me, I need to put some things away." The older man got up and left the room through a connecting door. As soon as Mike was out of earshot, he said, "You're a very determined woman. Thank you. I didn't mean it as a compliment. I know." He backed away from the table, turned his chair, and stared through the glass, as though he could penetrate the darkness and see the surf. Maris gave him this time. If he was balancing the pros and cons of a decision, she wanted to say nothing that might tip the scales against her. After a time, he turned back. "Do you really think it's that good? Do you think I would travel to a remote spot on the map if I'd had a lukewarm response to your writing?" "In plain English, please?" "Yes, Mr. Evans, it's good." He looked at her with exasperation. "My tongue has been inside your mouth, which makes them Mr. Evans saw a bit ridiculous, don't you think? My name is Parker. Call me that, okay?" She swallowed, but refused to look away from him. "Okay, and you can call me Maris. I plan to—" He seemed determined to provoke her one way or the other, but she was equally determined not to let him. "Where are you from, Parker, originally?" "The South. I know that. Shoot, what gave me away?" He spoke in an exaggeration of his natural drawl. She laughed softly. "Well, there is the accent, but Yankees have a hard time distinguishing regional nuances. For instance, Texans don't sound like South Carolinians, do they? Texans don't sound like anybody." Again, she laughed. "Where did your particular accent originate? Why is that relevant?" "Some of the words you use like affixing instead of preparing or cooking supper, and the word supper itself, 179 instead of dinner. Dither, gentlemen, caller, things like that. I guess those colloquialisms crop up now and then in my speech. I try and keep them out of my writing, don't? They season it." "A little seasoning goes a long way." She acknowledged his point with a nod. "I see you've thought about it. You're conscientious about using idioms in your prose." Propping her arms on the table, she leaned forward. "You put a lot of thought and hard work into your writing, Parker. Why are you reluctant to have it read?" He had the answer ready. "Fear, failure. Understood? Creative people are cursed with self-doubt. It's the nature of the beast." She gestured toward his bookcase. "But aren't we glad that most don't submit to it?" "Many do, though, don't they?" he argued. "They couldn't stand the ridicule of critics, or the fickle whims of the buying public, or the pressure of living up to expectations, or the darkest goddamn doubt of all, which is that they had no talent to begin with, and that exposure of that reality is just around the corner. How many writers can you name who drank themselves to death, or made it quick and blew their brains out?" She thought the question over then, said, "Tell me, Parker, does that require more courage or less than becoming a recluse on an out-of-the-way island?" The shot struck home. For several long moments he seemed to wage a battle with himself. Then he whipped his chair about and rolled it to the work table. He booted up the computer, saying to her over his shoulder, "This means nothing, understand?" She nodded agreement, although she was certain that they were both lying. "Whatever this was, it meant something. I've written a first chapter, in addition to the prologue, you mean? Correct? If you want to read it, I'll let you, with the understanding that I'm under no obligation to you. Whether you like the material or not, I'm making you no promises." Maris moved beside his chair, and together they watched the pages as they rolled out of the printer. "Does the first chapter start where the prologue left off?" "No. The scene in the prologue 181 comes toward the end of the story. So you go back and bring the reader forward? Right. How far back? 3 years. Chapter 1 takes place when Rourke and Todd are college roommates. Rourke and Todd, she repeated, trying out the character names and deciding she liked them. Which is which? What do you mean? Which one do we see in Hatchwalker's office in the prologue? Who crashes the boat and who has gone overboard? This time his grin was free of bitterness. You're not going to tell me, are you? She asked. If I did, what would be the point of your reading the rest of the book? The rest? So you're planning to finish it? His grin slipped a fraction. Let's see what you think first. I can't wait. Don't get too excited, Maris. It's only one chapter. He removed the pages from the tray on the printer, then tapped the edges on the table to even them up before passing them to her. She grasped them, but he continued to hold them. She looked at him expectantly. When I kissed you, it didn't have a damn thing to do with trying to scare you off. Before she could respond, he released the pages and shouted for Mike. Bring her a phone so she can call for a boat, he told the older man when he appeared in the doorway. It'll take about as long for it to get to the island as it takes for you to get her back to the landing, should time out just right. But it's after 11 o'clock, Mike exclaimed. You can't send her back at this time of night. Maris, flustered, said a little too quickly and loudly, It's fine, Mike, I'll be fine. I won't hear of it. Ignoring Parker's warning look, Mike declared. You'll stay here tonight, in the guest house. Chapter 8. To avoid the parties being seen together in a public restaurant, the Luncheon 183 meeting was held in a private dining room on the 31st floor of Worldview Center. The paneled room was discreetly and expensively furnished. The hand-woven carpet was thick and sound-absorbing. The floral arrangements were elaborate and still dewy. The lighting was indirect and subdued. To add to the dignified ambience, heavy draperies had been drawn across the expansive windows, which ordinarily would have provided a magnificent view of the Midtown skyline. The host, seated at the head of the dining table, asked politely, More coffee, Nadia? Mr. Reed? Nadia Schuler indicated to the white-gloved waiter that she would like her cup refilled. Noah declined. They had dined on Vichy soys, lobster salad, and marinated asparagus. Strawberries Romanoff and selected chocolates had been served for dessert. Noah thanked their host for the sumptuous meal. It was excellent. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Morris Bloom thanked, and then dismissed the servers. As Nadia idly stirred cream into her coffee, Noah exchanged a look with her that said social hour was over and business was about to commence. In addition to Morris Bloom, 5 other representatives from Worldview were seated around the table. 6 months earlier, Nadia had arranged an introductory meeting between Bloom and Noah. Bloom hadn't been coy at that initial meeting. Rather, he had stated plainly that he wished to acquire Matherly Press for Worldview. Immediately upon adjournment of that meeting, his corporate lawyers had begun working feverishly on an acquisition proposal. After months of researching and analyzing, drafting flowcharts, drawing market share graphs, and making projections, the final rendition had been delivered to Noah in an enormous 3-ring binder. This meeting was for the purpose of hearing his response to it. You've had a month to study our syllabus, Mr. Reed, Bloom said. I'm eager to hear your impressions. Morris Bloom was whipcord thin and strikingly pale, a feature emphasized by his prematurely bald head. A rim of 185 sparse hair continued to grow from his scalp, but he shaved it every morning, which left a gray shadow beneath his shiny dome. He wore eyeglasses with silver wire frames and always dressed in conservative gray. The man seemed to have an innate aversion to color. He had been at the helm of the international media conglomerate since his hostile takeover 4 years ago. Only 36 at the time, he had ruthlessly ousted his predecessor along with anyone on the board of directors who adhered to what Bloom termed archaic and unenlightened mindsets. Under his leadership, WV, as it was affectionately known on the stock exchange, had expanded from its base entertainment and broadcast entities into internet commerce, satellite communications, and fiber optics technology. Bloom had catapulted Worldview into the 21st century. increasing its worth from a mere $1 billion to nearly $60 billion in only 48 months. Stockholders easily forgave his brash methods of doing business. So what did a mammoth-like worldview want with a gnat-like Matherly press? That was the question Noah now posed to Bloom. Because it's there? The pale CEO glibly replied. Everyone at the table laughed, including Noah. He could appreciate the son of a bitch's arrogance because he was an arrogant son of a bitch himself. You've already acquired a publishing house in the UK, Noah pointed out. The ink is barely dry on that contract. True. Bloom nodded solemnly. Platts Powers will be a good investment for us. Their magazine division is the strongest in the British Isles. They distribute everything from a well-respected world news weekly to the sleaziest of sleazy porno. He gave Nadia a smile that was disturbingly reptilian. I assure you, Nadia, that I'm far more familiar with the former than the latter. She looked at Bloom over the rim of the china cup as she took a sip of coffee. How disappointing. Bloom let the resultant laughter wane before he resumed. Platts Powers had 12 bestsellers in hardcover last year, 187, 13, one of the bean counters at the table supplied. More than that in paperback, Bloom continued. As part of Worldview, it will dominate the bestseller list this year. We've got the know-how and the budget to make that happen. I've already interviewed 2 writers whom you pirated from their former publishers, Nadia remarked. They're very excited about your marketing strategies, particularly the ones that will give them greater exposure here in the States. We utilize our media resources, Bloom explained, all of them. They are vast and unmatchable. He folded his bloodless hands together on the table and assumed an earnest demeanor. Focusing on Noah, he said, by buying Platts Powers, Worldview acquired a healthy publishing house. But the UK market is smaller than the American market, significantly so. We want one on this side of the pond. We want Matherly Press. You publish books with mass appeal, moneymakers, if you will. But you also publish literary works. Without question, yours is a profitable house. It's also a venerable publishing institution. It has a cachet of respectability. We'd like that for our little company. The fatuous understatement elicited a twitter from the WV group, but Noah let it pass without even a smile. Bloom seemed to take that as a sign that he should stop and let the other side talk for a while. I've studied the proposal thoroughly, Noah began. You did your homework. The research was impressive. The projections are exciting, but within the realm of achievability. This is sounding very good, Bloom said, throwing grins all around. Noah held up a cautionary hand. However, before we move forward, there are a couple of points that must be addressed. That's the purpose of this meeting. First, what about antitrust laws? Are you going to be in violation? I don't want to become embroiled in a protracted legal dispute with the federal government. I assure you that we don't either, and we've taken every precaution to avoid it. One of the lawyers was given the floor 189 to explain why the probability of that happening was slim. Noah asked several questions, which he didn't allow to be dismissed with legal double talk. He kept at the counsel until his concerns were addressed and given the attention they deserved. Good, Bloom said when explanations had been provided to Noah's satisfaction. What's your second point? Noah plucked an invisible piece of lint off the sleeve of his suit jacket, then looked over at Bloom and said blandly, Matherly Press isn't for sale. To which he said, Daniel? Matherly asked. Nothing that bears repeating, his son-in-law replied. Something about stubborn old men who refuse to see the light, I'd bet. Nothing that blatant, but definitely along those lines. They were having drinks together in Daniel's home study. Maxine had poured them the first round. One is his limit. He can't have another, she told Noah before leaving them. I'll see that he doesn't, he called after her as she left the room. But a conspiratorial wink at Daniel nullified his promise to the housekeeper. Now, a half hour later, they were enjoying their second round. Fetch me my pipe, will you please? Noah retrieved Daniel's pipe from where he'd left it on the desk. He delivered it and a tobacco pouch to the large leather wing chair where Daniel sat with his feet propped on an ottoman. Methodically, he packed his pipe and put a match to it. If Maxine smells that smoke was, I'll claim it was you who was smoking. He exhaled a plume of smoke toward the ceiling. Thoughtfully, his eyes remained fixed on the crown molding. "The mongrels are closing in on us, Noah. They're mean, and they have sharp teeth." Noah sipped his scotch. "Worldview?" He made a negligent gesture. "I don't know how I could have stated it any more plainly. Matherly Press isn't for sale. They'll persist, particularly that Bloom Bastard 191. It said he pisses ice cubes." Daniel chuckled. "I don't doubt it." He puffed on his pipe for a moment. "Even if Morris Bloom falls by the wayside or gives up and goes away, another mongrel, even meaner than he, won't be far behind. Let them come. We can stave them off." Daniel smiled at his son-in-law's confidence. Everyone in the industry had become acquainted with Noah Reed a decade ago following the publication of The Vanquished. The novel, set during the Reconstruction, had taken the nation by storm. There wasn't a publisher in New York who hadn't wished he'd been lucky enough to nab it, Daniel Matherly included. But to everyone's surprise and his new fans' dismay, Noah's ambitions lay not in writing, but in publishing. He had followed every step of the publishing process on The Vanquished, and had derived more enjoyment out of that than he had from writing the novel. He was an engaging young man with superior intelligence and razor-sharp instincts. Some of his ideas on how best to market his book had been implemented by his publisher, and they had worked. The house reasoned that Noah would be equally successful publishing other books and had hired him. The junior editor had quickly proved his mettle. During his first year, he acquired an obscure manuscript from an unknown author, who became a bestseller with that first novel and remained one to this day. Noah had been a quick study editorially, but the business side of the industry was where he truly distinguished himself. His inventive marketing strategies were so successful that they were blatantly copied by other publishers. He was a fearless negotiator whom literary agents admired but dreaded facing across the bargaining table. He was a born leader. Once, on the eve of a labor strike, he had traveled to a printing company in Pennsylvania to personally appeal to the disgruntled workers. Acting as a mediator between them and plant management, he helped settle the dispute, quelled the strike, and prevented an industry crisis. Noah Reed was bright, ambitious, even shrewd. Daniel had been rightly 193 accused of being shrewd himself, so he didn't regard it a derogatory term. So when, to Daniel's surprise, Noah had come to him 3 years ago, covertly expressing his unhappiness with the limits placed upon him by his present employer and boldly stating his desire to make a move, Daniel had listened with interest. Noah's ideas were innovative, but didn't conflict with the ideals on which Daniel's ancestors had founded Matherly Press. Indeed, Noah shared them. Additionally, Noah had appealed to Daniel's vanity, though he would never admit it. The younger man had reminded him of himself when he'd been that age-aggressive, determined, confident to the point of conceit, which Daniel also regarded more a virtue than a vice. Daniel told Noah he would need a few days to think it over. He was reluctant to bring in someone who wasn't family and install him in a position of authority. On the other hand, the business had expanded to the point where he and Maris needed another pair of hands at the helm. For Maris's part, she was positively giddy over the possibility of working daily with the author of her favorite book, though she'd met Noah only once. At a literary function, she held him in high esteem and had harbored a secret romantic crush on him for years. With her urging, Daniel created the job of Vice President of Business Affairs for Noah. He'd never regretted that decision. "You still agree with it, don't you?" Daniel asked him now. "With what?" "The company philosophy." He gave his father-in-law a retiring look. "From the beginning of our association, I've known how you felt about mergers, Daniel. Unquestionably, there would be benefits. We would have more funds at our disposal, more venues for marketing and promotion, but we'd no longer be autonomous, which was the point I was about to make," Noah said. Autonomy was the basis on which Matherly Press was founded. I knew the family mantra even before I married into it. When Maris began seeing Noah outside the office, Daniel had nursed some reservations. He had been concerned on several 195 levels. First, their 10-year age difference bothered him, but not overly so. Second, Noah's business acumen wasn't the only thing on which he'd built a solid reputation. It was rumored that he was a notorious womanizer. With so many rumors circulating for that many years, Daniel had to believe there was some basis for them. His greatest concern, however, was Noah's personal agenda. By marrying the last eligible Matherly, his career would receive a distinct boost. Of course, when it came right down to it, it wasn't Daniel's decision to make. It was his daughter's, and Maris wanted Noah for her husband. Because of her mother's untimely death, she had always been mature beyond her years. Necessity had forced her to grow up quickly. She had begun forming her own opinions and making her own decisions at an early age. He had reared her to think for herself and to trust her instincts. It would have been wrong of him to second-guess her choice of a life partner. To his credit, Noah had, without Maris's knowledge, approached his future father-in-law and told him that if he entertained any doubts regarding the marriage, it would never take place. He loved Maris to distraction. He had said, but he would walk away, forsake his position at Matherly Press, and disappear from her life unless Daniel could give his wholehearted approval of the union. Daniel had given the couple his blessing, but where Maris's happiness was concerned, he remained a vigilant watchdog. Yesterday she had been a bit downcast, although the surprise party was a logical explanation for Noah's recent inattention. Maris didn't talk about it, but Daniel also sensed that she was ready for children and was slightly disappointed that she hadn't become pregnant. It was too early to worry unnecessarily about that. Maris was still young. Noah had expressed a desire for children on numerous occasions. There was plenty of time for them to have a family. Selfishly, Daniel wished for grandchildren soon. He would enjoy bouncing the next generation on his knee before he checked out. Thinking of his daughter now, he asked, "Have you heard from Maris?" "Not since she left this morning." Noah checked his wristwatch. "She should be there 197 by now." "It was a long way to travel, and I'm afraid it will turn out to be a bust. Hopefully not. She seems very excited about this writer. Speaking of which, she told me about her present last night." Oh, Noah smiled with chagrin. "She's awfully easy to please, isn't she?" "Your writer's cell is no small thing to her, Noah. She called from the airport this morning just prior to boarding her flight. If you'd given her a diamond ring, she couldn't have been happier. She's always wanted you to resume writing." Noah frowned. "I hope she doesn't expect too much from me. I'll probably disappoint her." "Your effort alone will make her happy. I'd like to get in a few hours of effort tonight." Noah set his empty tumbler on the end table and stood up. "Stay and have dinner with me. We'll play chess afterward." Tempting, Daniel. "But I should use this time that Maris is away to crank out a few pages. There's only one way to write, and that's to write," he said with a smile. "Can I refresh your drink before I go?" "Thanks. No, Maxine will be measuring the amount left in the decanter as it is. Then I for sure want to clear out before the fireworks start." Noah pulled on his suit jacket and retrieved his briefcase. "Anything else I can do for you?" "As a matter of fact, there is," Daniel said. "The next time someone approaches you with an offer to buy my publishing house, tell him to fuck off." Noah laughed. "Shall I quote you?" "Absolutely. In fact, I would prefer it." 2 vodka martinis hadn't dulled the edges of Nadia's nerves. They seemed to be on red alert and had been since Noah had recounted for her his conversation with Daniel. For half an hour she'd been pacing the hardwood floor of her Chelsea apartment, which was used strictly for romantic trysts. A 99, the apartment she owned in Trump Tower was her official address. Not even her accountant knew about this apartment. "No matter how blasé he seems, I don't trust the old codger," she said. "How do you know he can't see through your act?" "Because he isn't looking." Noah's voice conveyed his impatience. "I don't mean to question your perception, Noah. Don't you?" "No, I'm just afraid that something might go wrong. I want this deal so badly for you. I want it for us." Her anxiety dissolving, she stopped pacing and moved to where he stood. Coming close, she rested her hands on his shoulders. "Damn you," she said softly. "By saying that, you've completely disarmed me. Their kiss was passionate and deep. She unbuttoned his shirt and slipped her hand inside. When they pulled apart, she continued to tweak his chest hairs. It's just that Daniel Matherly has been overseeing that publishing house for how long? He's 78. His father died when he was 29. Daniel's been in control since then. So, almost 50 years. I can subtract Nadia. All I'm saying is this: he hasn't made himself into a living legend by being a dimwit. He didn't become successful by misreading people. He's smart, he's savvy, he was not as sharp as he used to be. Maybe he just wants you to think so. Noah disliked being second-guessed and resented even a hint of criticism. Pushing her away, he moved into the kitchen, where he refilled his highball glass with ice cubes and splashed scotch over them. I think I know my father-in-law at least as well as you do, Nadia. I'm sure was. If you were sure of me, you wouldn't be nagging me about this. He treated his drink like a shot, then set his glass on the countertop and took a moment to contain his temper before turning back to her. Your job is to keep Bloom and Company 201 pacified and reassured. I'm having dinner with Morris tomorrow night, the Rainbow Room. Good. Be a knockout. Eat, drink, and dance. Blow in his ear. Keep him happy. Let me handle the Matherlys. I've been handling them quite well for 3 years. I know how they think. I know how they react to given situations. This must be carried out with extreme delicacy. It can't be rushed or the whole thing could blow up in our faces. His timetable had been in place for years. Now that the finish line was in sight, he wasn't going to sacrifice all his careful planning and strategizing to recklessness. By doing it his way on his schedule, everything had gone according to plan. The first step had been accomplished when Daniel Matherly hired him. By towing the company line, he had earned the old man's trust. A major hurdle had been cleared when he married Maris, further solidifying his position. Then, when the time was right, he had subtly, through Nadia, telegraphed to Bloom his interest in a merger. Bloom was still working under the misconception that the idea had originally been his. Not at all. Worldview had been in Noah's game plan from the start. Up to this point, everything had been done Noah Reed's way, the only way that Noah Reed would have it. He wasn't going to screw himself now by rushing toward a quick finish. I don't know why you're being testy with me, Nadia said. Morris issued the deadline today, not I. That had been the one crimp in Noah's plan that he hadn't seen coming, and the reason for his querulousness tonight throughout his cocktail hour with Daniel. He'd been only half listening to the old man's rambling speech. Instead, he'd been remembering Bloom with his lizard-like smile, imposing on him a 2-week deadline to either fish or cut bait. Bloom had reminded Noah that he had been extended ample time in which to review the proposal, that either he was interested enough to move forward and make this deal happen, or he wasn't. Noah had reminded him that his father-in-law wasn't a minor stumbling block but a major obstacle. Daniel has stated unequivocally that his company is not for sale. 23. Then you must take bold steps to see that he changes his mind, mustn't you? Bloom concluded the meeting by reminding Noah that there were other publishing companies almost as prestigious as Matherly Press that would leap at the chance of becoming part of Worldview. The hell of it was, Noah knew that Bloom's threat was viable. Many smaller publishing houses were hanging on by a thread. They couldn't compete with the distribution capabilities and robust publicity budgets of media giants. They would welcome the financial relief and stability that Worldview would bring to them. Unlike Daniel, their primary concern was survival by any means possible, and to hell with sentiment. There wasn't a sentimental bone in Noah's body, but he was well acquainted with Daniel's fanatical adherence to tradition and his family's history. The old man wasn't going to let go easily. It was an intricate complication that seemed beyond Bloom's understanding. I'm well aware of Bloom's deadline, Noah told Nadia now. I'll see that it's met. What about Maris? She's busy in Florida. Georgia. What? You told me she went to Georgia? Whatever. I'm going to chip away at Daniel while she's gone. I began tonight by pointing out the advantages of Bloom's offer. What happens when Maris gets back? She'll go the way Daniel goes. That wasn't what I was talking about. I should be so lucky, sighing wearily. Noah closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Jesus, he didn't need a discussion of this right now. He had enough to deal with. I know what you were talking about, Nadia. Lowering his hand and opening his eyes, he looked at her. Think about it. Does it make sense for me to ask Maris for a divorce now? No. I can't do that until I have that worldview contract signed, sealed, and delivered. He expelled a breath of exasperation. Do you think I've enjoyed being married to her? Do you think I've liked kissing Daniel's ass all these years? That's a revolting thought, 2105, isn't it? So imagine it from my perspective. He hoped the remark might cause her to smile. It didn't. And Maris? She asked. Will you miss kissing her ass? He gave a dry laugh. I won't miss my wife, but I'll regret losing a good editor. However, with the operating budget Bloom has promised me, I'll be able to hire 3 of her, 5 of her. And even if none prove to be as good as she, I'll have my $10 million to console me. She held his gaze for a moment, her expression turning sulky. You really don't mind my blowing in Morris Bloom's ear, figure of speech? So what you said earlier about your wanting this deal for us, did you mean it? By way of answer, he pulled her against him and kissed her. She finished unbuttoning his shirt, then spread it open and put tongue to nipple, flicking it lightly. You did? Right now I'd swear to anything. Laughing huskily, she stroked him through his trousers. I don't like sharing you with Maris. I'm impatient to have this all to myself. I'm rather impatient myself. He unzipped his trousers and pushed down his shorts. Nadia dropped to her knees and nuzzled him. She traced the length of his erection with her tongue before taking him into her mouth. Noah grunted with satisfaction. You stick to doing what you do best, Nadia, and leave the problem of the Matherleys to me. Chapter 9, Parker was at his computer. He'd been up for hours. His mind was skipping like a stone over water. Mike delivered a 3rd cup of coffee to him. Your guest just left the cottage. She's dawdling along the way, taking in the seascape, but she'll soon be making an entrance. He had asked Mike to be on the lookout for her and acknowledged the report with a nod. Mike was uncharacteristically careless as he replaced Parker's empty coffee mug with the full one. Hot coffee sloshed out. The spill spread across the table and stained several sheets of handwritten notes. Parker stared at the mess, then raised his head and gave the older man a look. Sorry, Mike said. I'll bet, Mike snorted. Look, if you've got something to say, why not act like a grown-up and just say it? I think you know what I have to say, Parker. How about congratulations? How about get real? Do you really expect me to congratulate you? She's here, isn't she? Yes, she's here. Mike looked none too happy about it, though. Parker raised his shoulders in a shrug, asking impatiently, what? The reverse psychology worked. She took the bait, which is what we hoped she would do. If you had qualms, you should have thrown away her phone numbers when that deputy gave them to you, but you didn't. You passed them on to me. I called her and she came. So what's eating you? Mike turned away and stamped back into the kitchen. My biscuits are burning. Parker returned to his computer screen, but the interruption had log-jammed his creative flow. He couldn't focus on the last few sentences he'd written. They now seemed a jumble of words and phrases beyond translation. In an effort to assign them meaning, he forced his eyes to stop on each word separately, but no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't make sense of them. They could have been written in 209 Sanskrit. And then he realized why reading and understanding his own words had suddenly become a challenge. He was nervous, which was odd, considering that everything had fallen into place more or less as he had planned. He'd made a few spontaneous adjustments to accommodate Maris Matherly-Reed's personality, but she was responding to him and his situation even better than he had dared hope she would. Now that he thought about it, getting her here had been almost too easy. He had pulled the strings and, like a puppet, she had made the correct moves. He figured that's what had Mike's shorts in a wad this morning. Her innocent cooperation had lent her a certain vulnerability and made her seem almost a victim. But she isn't, he told himself stubbornly. Yeah, he had tugged some strings to guide her in the direction he wanted her to go, but ultimately she was in control. Everything depended on how well she liked envy, or if she liked it at all, and that's what had his shorts in a wad. Not only from the standpoint of the overall plan, but as a writer he was nervous to hear what she thought of the pages she had curled up with last night. What if she thought they stunk? What if she thanked him for the opportunity to review more of his work, but declined it and said her goodbyes? His plot would be screwed and he would feel like shit. Agitated, he turned his wheelchair on a dime and saw her picking her way along the path between the main house and the cottage. Originally, it had been the detached kitchen of the plantation house. Parker had converted it into a guest house. Not that he entertained a lot of guests, not that he planned to in the future. Nevertheless, the interior of the structure had been gutted and he had spared no expense to have it completely and comfortably renovated. Accomplished with only one guest in mind, the one presently occupying it. Maris glanced up and saw him watching her from behind the glass panels of the solarium. She smiled and waved. Waved? He couldn't remember the last time someone had waved at him. Feeling rather goofy, he raised his hand and waved back. She let herself in through the sliding 211 door. Good morning. Hi. Her skin looked dewy. She smelled like floral-scented soap. Magnolia, maybe. She had his manuscript pages with her. It's gorgeous here, Parker, she exclaimed a bit breathlessly. Last night it was too dark for me to fully appreciate the property. But seeing it in daylight, I understand why you fell in love with this place. She looked out across the expanse of green lawn, the sugary beach and the sparkling Atlantic. It's wonderful, so peaceful. I forgot a hairdryer. Self-consciously, she tucked a strand of damp hair behind her ear. I searched but couldn't find one. Actually, it's such a warm morning, it felt good to leave it wet. A hairdryer is all the cottage lacked. However, you did an excellent job on it. Thanks. He continued to scrutinize her, and as he intended, his scrutiny increased her self-consciousness. The furnishings are charming. I especially like the iron headboard and the claw-footed bathtub. Mike's ideas, good ones. Yeah, he's into all that. Iron beds, bathtubs, mantles. He has an eye for detail, I guess. The conversation lagged for several moments. Then they spoke at the same time. He said, your blouse is wet. She said, I read the new pages. What'd you think? He asked. My blouse, it's damp. She looked down and saw what had held Parker's attention from the moment she stepped inside. She was dressed in the same skirt and blouse she had arrived in. Following supper last night, Mike had wheedled and pleaded, then insisted that she stay in their guest house. She had finally accepted the invitation, but because of the hour, it had been impractical to try and retrieve her luggage from the hotel in Savannah. Consequently, she had dressed in the same clothes this morning except for her suit 213 jacket, which she'd left off in deference to the climate. A damp pattern had appeared on the front of her blouse in the exact shape of her bra. She rolled the sheets of manuscript into a tube, probably to stop herself from using them to shield her chest. I washed out some things last night. Things, plural. If she'd washed out things, what had been left for her to sleep in, surmising made Parker go a little dewy himself. I guess they didn't get quite dry, she explained lamely. The humidity. I suppose their eyes connected, but only for a millisecond before she looked away. She was embarrassed, and that was good. In fact, that was excellent. He wanted to keep her rattled and off balance. Too fucking bad if Mike disapproved of the strategy. Leaning forward from the wheelchair, he reached out and took the rolled pages from her. You read them? 3 times, he raised his eyebrows inquiringly. I have some comments. His chin went up defensively. Who's ready for breakfast? Mike asked. He appeared in the doorway pushing a wheeled cart on which were platters of scrambled eggs, bacon, and wedges of pastel melons. Fresh from the oven, the biscuits had been wrapped inside a towel and placed in a wire basket. A gravy boat was filled to the rim, and a dish of steamy grits had an island of melting butter in its center. Parker's stomach growled and his mouth began to water, but Mike's timing couldn't be worse, which Parker was sure had been deliberate. Mike avoided making eye contact with him until Parker said, "I'm on to you, old man." "What?" Mike asked innocently. Parker shot him a wry look which Mike ignored and instead motioned Maris toward a small table on which Parker sometimes took his meals when he was writing. Good Lord. She watched in dismay as Mike filled her plate. A bagel and coffee usually do it for me. Scoffing, Mike reminded her, that 2:15 breakfast was the most important meal of the day. "Do you like grits?" "I'm not sure what exactly is a grit." Parker laughed along with Mike as she took her first tentative bite, which she gamely swallowed. Politely, she said, "Maybe it's an acquired taste." "Break open your biscuit and let me ladle gravy over it," Mike told her. Bacon gravy was also new to her, but she declared it delicious. "Do you eat like this every morning?" "This is a special occasion," Mike said. "He's trying to impress you," Parker told her. It worked. She flashed a smile at Mike that should have caused his heart to melt and made Parker irrationally jealous. He grumbled into his plate. You could have impressed her by remembering to put a hairdryer in the guest cottage. She and Mike took their time chatting about this and that as they ate, but he cleaned his plate in record time. Feeling fidgety, he wheeled himself into the kitchen. "No, don't bother," he told Mike when he was about to get up. "I'll get it," and returned with a carafe of coffee riding on a tray on his lap. He refilled their cups, then impatiently sipped from his while they exhausted the topic of cultivating rhododendrons, as if flower bushes mattered a shit. He lasted through a discussion on the merits of cats over Sunset Boulevard and a heated debate over whether women should be allowed to play in the NBA before he rudely interrupted. "Can we talk about my book now? What's your rush?" Mike asked. "We're not running a bed and breakfast here." "I wish we were." Mike began collecting their used dishes and loading them onto the service cart. "At least I'd have someone pleasant to talk to now and then." "I'm pleasant as a skin rash." Laughing, Parker balled up his napkin and tossed it onto the cart as though shooting a free throw. "Hurry up with those dishes and get back in here. You've been a good and gracious host, but I know you're itching to hear what Maris has to say about envy." 2E17, Mike went out, muttering under his breath. "Bet I came out none too well in that monologue," Parker said when Mike was out of earshot. "Are you two related?" "Not by blood. He loves you." Parker looked at her sharply. When he saw that she wasn't being caustic, he bit back a snide retort. He pondered her simple statement, then said slowly, "Yes, I suppose he does. You never considered it? Not in words. Has he always taken care of you?" "Not always. I meant since your accident." "Accident?" She gestured toward his wheelchair, I assumed. "What made you assume it was an accident? Wasn't it?" Mike reappeared, but sensing that he'd walked in on a serious conversation, hesitated on the threshold. Parker waved him forward, this time grateful for the man's timing. Again, he figured it was intentional. Not much escaped Mike Strother. Parker took a deep breath, blew it out, and turning to Maris, where she had sat down on the rattan sofa, said, "Okay, let's get this over with." She laughed lightly. "It's not an execution, Parker. It's not. Not at all. What you've written is good. Very good." She paused, glancing from him to Mike and back to him. "Why do I feel that there's a however in my near future?" She smiled, then said quietly, "You've written a terrific outline." Mike coughed softly and stared down at his shoes. "Outline? What you have is excellent." She wet her lips. "But it skims the surface. You haven't delved deeply enough." "I see. This isn't bad news, Parker. 219. It's pretty bad." Turning his chair around, he rolled it closer to the wall of windows and watched the shallow waves break against the sand. Ann Island didn't have much of a surf at any time, but especially not on a day like today, when the wind would barely qualify as such and there wasn't an offshore low-pressure system churning up the elements. "I'm not in the least bit discouraged by what I've read so far," Maris said. "Quite the contrary." Her voice was even quieter now than before and sounded timid in the uncomfortable silence. From the kitchen came the swishing gurgles of the dishwasher, but otherwise the house was hushed. Parker's shoulders began to shake. He covered his mouth to trap in the sound that issued up out of his chest. Maris was instantly alarmed. "Oh, Parker, please don't." Suddenly, he spun his wheelchair around and looked at Mike, who joined in his laughter. "You win, you old son of a bitch. 50 fucking bucks, I told you," Mike said, chuckling. "I've got great gut instincts, along with a knack for alliteration." Mike executed a neat, quick bow. Maris, who had come to her feet, divided an angry look between them. She planted her hands on her hips, which she really shouldn't have done since the stance drew the damp cloth tighter across her chest, detailing lace beneath it. "Obviously, I'm the butt of an inside joke. Would you kindly let me in on it?" "Not exactly a joke." Mike curbed his laughter and even looked a little sheepish. "It was more like an experiment, a test." "Test?" "A few months back, we read the article about you in the publishing magazine. To me, you came across as a knowledgeable editor and publisher, but Parker said that your daddy probably paid for the article, I said bribed, then commissioned your publicity department to write the piece, which explained why it was so flattering. He said that you were no doubt riding on the coattails of your daddy's reputation, 221, that you looked too young and, inexperienced was, actually the word I used was shallow, to know good writing from bad, that your reading was probably limited to magazine articles on how to multiply your orgasms, and that you probably wouldn't know a good book from a good fill in the blank," Parker concluded with a beatific smile. She had listened without interrupting or altering her expression. Now she came around slowly to face Parker, and he could fully appreciate all the metaphors he'd read about sparks shooting from someone's eyes. Maris's eyes were bluish-gray, like the rain clouds that rolled in from the west on summer afternoons and benevolently blocked the hot sun. They were basically benign, their turbulence only temporary. But even if short-lived, the turbulence was occasionally fierce. Her eyes had darkened to the hue of a storm cloud about to spawn a lightning bolt. "I'm sure you're pissed." He shrugged, an unrepentant gesture. "I did everything I could, said everything I could think of to say to discourage you from coming down here. But you came anyway last night when I—" He glanced at Mike and immediately decided not to mention kissing her. "When I tried convincing you to leave, you chose to stay." His explanation fell short of earning her forgiveness. "You are an unmitigated son of a bitch, aren't you?" "Pretty much, yeah," he said agreeably. "You tried to trap me, guilty. If I had gushed over how good your writing was, you would have known I was insincere. Or a lousy editor. But I knew better," Mike interjected. "I've read books that you edited, Maris." I told Parker made a $50 bet with him that his low opinion of you was unfounded and just plain wrong. Maris heard all this, of course, but she hadn't even glanced in Mike's direction. Her anger was fixed on Parker. He smiled the sly grin of a gator that had just devoured a nest of ducklings, a grin that he knew would 223 only make her more angry. "Sorry you came. Want to call the boat to take you back now?" She tossed back her damp hair. "What caused Todd's father's death?" Parker's heart gave a little flutter of gladness and relief. His wicked grin had been a lying indicator of the anxiety he'd been harboring. "Was his death sudden, or did it follow a lingering illness?" she asked. "Does this mean you're still interested? Did Todd take his death hard, or was he glad to see the end of him? Was his father his idol, or did the death release him from years of emotional abuse?" She pushed an armchair close to him and snatched the pages from his hands as she sat down. "Do you understand what I'm getting at? The characters need to be fleshed out. Precisely. Where do they come from? What were their families like? Rich, poor, middle class? Did they have similar upbringings, or were their childhoods vastly different? We know they want to be writers, but you haven't told us why. Simply for the love of books, or is writing a catharsis for Rourke, a way for him to vent his anger? Is it a panacea for Todd's unhappiness? Panacea? Are you listening? I'll look it up later. You know what it means?" she snapped. He smiled again. "Yes, I do." From the corner of his eye, he noticed Mike leaving the room and pulling the door closed behind him. Maris was still in high gear. Life in the fraternity house was, There's more of that in the next chapter. There's a next chapter. I worked on it this morning. Great. I like that part very much. It's vivid. As I read, I could smell the gym socks. She shuddered delicately. And the bit with the toothbrush. Yeah, it's almost too outrageous to be fiction. Personal experience? What else needs work? He asked. Ah, I get it. Personal questions are disallowed. 225. If you washed out your undies last night, what did you sleep in? She sucked in a quick breath, opened her mouth to speak, then thought better of it. Her teeth clicked softly when she closed her mouth. Tilting his head, he squinted his eyes as though to bring her into sharper focus. Nothing, right? She lowered her eyes to her lap, or maybe to his lap. He was tempted to say, yeah, it works, but if you're curious, why not touch it and find out? But he didn't because she just might summon that boat to the mainland after all. You've made your point, she said gruffly. No personal questions. Picking up the manuscript pages again, she thumbed through them to refresh her memory on the notes she had jotted in the margins. I'd like to see you expand. Well, just about all of it. She glanced up at him to gauge his reaction, and when he declined to respond, she sat back with a sigh. You expected this, didn't you? You knew what I was going to say, he nodded. I skimmed the surface just as you said. To test my competence. You auditioned me. Something like that. Her smile was self-deprecating. She was being a good sport and letting him off more lightly than he deserved. Actually, he would prefer that she rant and rave, lambast him with foul language, haul off and let him have it right in the kisser. What he had to do would be easier to do if she were as much of a bitch as he was a bastard. They were unequally matched opponents. She was out of her league and didn't even know it. He said you had every right to tell Mike and me to go fuck ourselves. My father would never have tolerated that kind of language from me. So you're a daddy's girl? Big time. Because he's such a good daddy. He's a gentleman and a scholar. He would like you. He laughed harshly. Not if he's a gentleman. He wouldn't. You're wrong. He would admire your audacity. He'd probably even call it balls. 227. Parker smiled. A man after my own heart. He read your prologue and liked it. He encouraged me to pursue this project. He gestured toward the manuscript pages. So, pursue it. Consulting her notes again, she resumed. Take your time, Parker. There's no page limit. Leave the trimming and editing to me. That's my job. You don't need to reveal all the background information in the first few chapters. It can be scattered throughout, but learn what the lives of these characters were like prior to the time they met. I already know, he tapped his temple. Up here? Excellent. But the reader can't read your mind. I understand. That's it for now. She evened up the edges of the sheets, then laid them in her lap. I'm glad I passed that silly test of yours, she said candidly. I missed being involved in this stage of the process. I didn't realize how much I'd missed it until I began making these notes last night. I love molding the story, brainstorming with the writer, especially a talented writer, he pointed to himself. And that would be me? That would be you, definitely. Her gaze, so candid and earnest, made him uncomfortable. He looked out toward the ocean so he wouldn't have to see her sincerity, wouldn't have to feel so he wouldn't have to feel, period. Maybe he was the one playing out of his league. Leaning toward him, she nudged his knee and lowered her voice to a near whisper. I don't suppose you've changed your mind about letting me know which character was. Beat it, will you? He spun his chair away from her and pushed it toward his worktable. I've got a bitch of an editor and she's piled a shitload of work on me. Envy Child. 4/1985, that Tuesday morning 2 days before Thanksgiving dawned cloudy and cold. As though on cue, as though roasted turkey and pumpkin pie would be incompatible with mild weather, a cold front lowered the temperature just in time 2:29 for the holiday. Rourke's alarm clock was set for 7:30. By 7:45 he was shaved, showered, and dressed. By 10 minutes to 8, he was downstairs in the residence dining hall, drinking coffee, glancing through his manuscript and wondering how much abuse Professor Hadley was going to inflict on this creative effort into which he had poured his heart and soul. The quality of his Thanksgiving holiday depended upon the outcome of the conference. He would either spend the long weekend relaxed and comfortable in the knowledge that his work had met with his professor's approval or foundering in the lake of misery called self-doubt. Either way, he didn't have much longer to wait. The verdict would be read soon. Whether Hadley's remarks were good, bad, or ugly, hearing them would be a relief. This anticipation was hell. Sweet roll, Rourke? He glanced up to see the house mom standing beside his chair. Sure, Mom, thanks. Soon after pledging, Rourke had ordained the fraternity house mother the most long-suffering woman alive. Mrs. Brenda Thompson had given up a peaceful widowhood to voluntarily move into a 3-story house with 82 men who behaved like miscreants sent away to a 9-month summer camp. They respected nothing, neither persons nor property. Nothing was sacred, not God or country, one's hometown, one's pet, one's sister, or one's mother. It was open season on anything an individual held near and dear. Everything was subject to ribald ridicule. They had the decorum of swine, as male Homo sapiens tend to do when gathered in groups of 2 or more. These 82 had regressed to the level of cavemen, not nearly as refined as Neanderthals. Everything their mothers had forbidden them to do at home, they did in the fraternity house. Zealously and with relish, they celebrated rude behavior. Mrs. Thompson, a soft-spoken and dignified lady, tolerated their language, which was foul, and their personal habits, which were fouler. Her maternal nature invited their confidences and earned their affection, but, unlike a 231 parent, she exercised no discipline over them. She turned a blind eye to the drinking, cussing, and fornicating in which they participated with wild abandon. Without a complaint from her, they could play their sound systems as loudly as they wished. They could sleep on their sheets for a semester or longer before laundering them when they shaved the fraternity letters into the fur of a cat belonging to a girl who had jilted one of their members. Mom's only comment was on how nicely they had lined up the letters. In her presence, particularly on Wednesday evenings during their one formal meal of the week, where jackets and ties and some semblance of civilization was required, they apologized for their expletives, belches, and farts with an obligatory and questionably sincere, "Excuse me, Mom." With a patient little smile, she always pardoned the offender, even though a similar offense would be forthcoming seconds later. In her, they had the dream mom. Rourke suspected that she favored him over some of the others, although he couldn't imagine why she did. He'd been as crude and badly behaved as any. After a toga party his sophomore year, he had passed out under the baby grand piano in the downstairs parlor and woke himself up choking on Jack Daniels flavored vomit. Mrs. Thompson appeared in a long flannel robe and slippers, patting his shoulder and asking him if he was all right. "I'm fine," he mumbled, although clearly he wasn't. Without censure and with the dignity of a nun, she removed the blanket that someone had tossed over an inflatable doll, the anatomically obscene unofficial house mascot, and carried it back to Rourke. She covered him with it where he lay, miserably cold, sick as a dog, and stinking to high heaven. From that night forward, Mom seemed to have a special fondness for him, maybe because when he had sobered up, he thanked her for the kindness and apologized for disturbing her sleep. Maybe because he'd had the rug beneath the piano cleaned at his own expense. No one else in the house had noticed either that he had soiled the rug or that he'd had it cleaned, but Mrs. Thompson had noticed. He supposed these nods toward common decency demonstrated to her that he was redeemable, that he had at least some breeding. "You're up earlier than usual, 233, aren't you?" she asked now, as she placed a jelly donut on a paper plate beside his coffee mug. Ordinarily, she didn't serve the boys food. They served themselves from a cafeteria-style line, taking what they wanted from the fare. A surly cook put out for them in the manner of a farmer filling the feed trough for his herd. "I'm meeting with my senior advisor this morning," he explained. In deference to her, he remembered to use a napkin instead of licking the donut's sugar glaze off his fingers. She motioned to his manuscript. "Is that the book you're writing for your capstone?" "Yes, ma'am. What I've got so far, I'm sure it'll be very good." "Thanks, Mom. I hope so." She wished him good luck with his meeting, then went over to say good morning to another boy who had just straggled in. He was the most handsome member in the house and attracted girls like moths to flame. His brothers wanted to hate him for his unearned good fortune, but he was too nice a guy to hate. Rather than exploit his movie star looks, he downplayed them, seemed almost embarrassed by them. He glanced over at Rourke and raised his cleft chin in greeting. "What's up, Shakespeare? What's up, R.B.?" Everyone had a nickname, and the accepted house greeting was, "What's up?" to which no one ever replied. That's just what they said. Rourke's nickname, everyone except Todd, was Shakespeare. His fraternity brothers knew he liked to write, and William Shakespeare was the one writer that most of them could possibly call to mind if a gun were held to their heads. He had never tried to explain that Shakespeare wrote plays in blank verse, while he wrote stories in prose. Some concepts were just too complex to grasp, especially for individuals like the fraternity brother who, upon being asked by his English lit teacher to identify the bard by his portrait, had responded, "How the fuck you expect me to know all the presidents?" Rourke was flattered by the nickname, but this morning it seemed particularly presumptuous. Checking his wristwatch, he saw that he had 15 minutes to reach Hadley's office, more than enough time. Nevertheless, he drained his coffee, stuffed his manuscript back into his worn 235 folder, put the folder into his backpack, and left the dining hall. Not until he got outside did he realize the drastic change in the weather that had occurred overnight. The wind chill put the temperature down around the freezing point, not cold enough to freeze the pond in the center of campus, but enough to make him wish he had grabbed a heavier coat before setting out. The Language Arts building, like most on campus, was basically Georgian in design. Older and statelier than the newer halls, it had a wide portico with 6 white columns. The aged red brick on the north wall was completely covered in Boston ivy that had turned from green to orange in a matter of days. As soon as Rourke was in sight of the building, he picked up his pace, more for warmth than for fear of being late. Despite his conservative upbringing, which had included church on Sundays, he was ambiguous about the existence, nature, and disposition of a supreme being. He wasn't certain that an entity with the omniscience attributed to God would give a flip about Rourke Slade's daily trials, but today wasn't the day to reject any possible advantage. So he offered up an obscure little prayer as he crossed the portico and entered the building. He was assailed by the burning dust smell of old furnaces. Apparently they'd been cranked up to full capacity this morning because the building was uncomfortably warm. He shrugged off his backpack and jacket as he jogged up the stairs to the second floor. He was greeted by several students with whom he shared his major. One, a rail-thin hippie with pink-tinted John Lennon glasses and stringy hair, loped up to him. "Yo, Slade, only girls called him Rourke." Except for Todd, he wasn't sure there was a male on campus who even knew his first name. Coffee later? We're getting together a study group for finals, 10 o'clock in the Union. I don't know if I'll be free. I'm on my way to see Hadley. You mean like now, as we speak? Fuck, man, that sucks. Good luck. Thanks. Later. 2:37. Later. Rourke continued down the hallway. The jelly donut hadn't been such a good idea. It felt like a bowling ball in his stomach. The coffee had left a sour taste in his mouth, and he admonished himself for not having a breath mint. When he arrived at office number 207, he paused to draw a deep breath. The door was standing slightly ajar. He wiped his damp palm on the leg of his jeans and knocked softly. "Come in." Professor Hadley was seated behind his desk. His feet, laced into a pair of brown suede hush puppies, were propped on the open top drawer. A stack of reading matter was in his lap, which was only one of myriad surfaces in the room that was stacked with reading matter. An inestimable number of trees had sacrificed their lives to provide the paper that filled Hadley's office. Per square inch, it was probably the largest consumer of paper globally. "Good morning, Professor." "Mr. Slade." Was it just his imagination, or did Hadley's greeting sound peremptory? The advisor's manner could never be described as friendly. Unlike some instructors, he didn't get chummy with his students. In fact, it was customary for him to treat them with barely concealed contempt. Even a respectable grade on a writing assignment didn't inoculate one against his scorn. His teaching style was to make a student feel like an ignoramus. Only after the student had been knocked off the pedestal of his self-esteem and the pedestal itself reduced to rubble did Hadley drive home his point and teach him something. He seemed to believe that abject humility sharpened one's ability to learn. As he stepped into the cramped office, Rourke reassured himself that the curtness was a habit with Hadley and that he shouldn't take it personally. "No, don't close the door," Hadley told him. "Oh, sorry." Rourke reached back to catch the door, which he had been about to close. "You should be, sir." "Is there something wrong with your hearing, Mr. Slade?" 239. "My hearing? No, sir." "Then you heard me correctly when I said that you should be sorry. You are now." He glanced at something beyond Rourke's left shoulder. 56 and 1/2 minutes late, Rourke turned. On the wall behind him was a clock, white face, stark black numerals, a dash marking each of the 60 minutes. The short hand was already on the 9. The minute hand was 3 dashes away from the 12. The old man's lost it, Rourke thought. Something's pickled his brain. Paper fumes, maybe. Is there such a thing? He cleared his throat. "Excuse me, sir, but I'm right on time. Our meeting was scheduled for 9. 8 originally, yes. But don't you remember calling and changing it to 9? You left a message with my roommate. I assure you that my memory is in perfect working order, Mr. Slade." "I made no such call." Hadley glared up at him from beneath dense eyebrows. "Our meeting was at 8, Chapter 10. He was an old man. Not until recently had Daniel Matherly thought of himself as aged. He had refused to acknowledge his elderly status far past the reasonable time to do so. Unsolicited literature mailed to him by the AARP was discarded unopened, and he declined to take advantage of senior citizen discounts. Lately, however, the reflection in his mirror was tough to dispute, and his joints made an even better argument that he was definitely a graduating senior. Today, as he sat behind his desk in his home study, Daniel was amused by his own thoughts. If reflecting on one's life wasn't proof of advancing age, what was his preoccupation with his degenerating body was a firm indication that it was degenerating. Who else but the very old dwelled on such things? Young people didn't have the time. They didn't ponder death because they were too busy living, getting an education, pursuing their chosen profession, entering or exiting 241 marriages, rearing children. They couldn't be bothered with thoughts of death. Mortality was just a word that they kept shelved to think about in the distant future. Occasionally they might glance at it and grow uneasy, but their attention was hastily diverted to matters related to living, not dying. But the distant future inexorably drew closer until the day arrived when one could no longer save the topic of his own mortality for later contemplation, when one must take it from the shelf and examine it closely. Daniel wasn't morbidly fixated on the inevitable, but he knew that the time had come for him to address it and consider all its implications. The faithful Maxine thought that he slumbered peacefully every night, but he didn't. When he told Maris that he slept like a baby, she had no reason to doubt him as a young man. He had never required more than 4 or 5 hours of sleep per night. Those required hours had decreased in proportion to his aging. Now, if he was lucky on any given night, he would sleep for 2 or 3 hours. The others he spent lying in bed reading his beloved books, classics he had devoured as a boy, bestsellers that other houses had been lucky enough to publish and profit from books he himself had edited and published. When he wasn't reading, he reflected on his life, his proud moments, and in fairness, those he wasn't proud of. He thought frequently about the prep school friend who had died of leukemia. If he'd been born several decades later, he probably would have been treated and cured to live a long and fulfilling life. To this day, Daniel missed him and longed for the years of friendship they had been denied. He remembered the pain of losing his first love to another man. Looking back, he acknowledged that the young lady's choice had been right for both of them, but at the time he had believed he would die of a broken heart. He never saw her after her wedding day. He heard that she and her husband had moved to California. He wondered if her life there had been happy. He wondered if she was still living. His first wife had been a lovely woman, and he'd been devastated when she died. But then he'd met Rosemary, Maris's mother, and she had been, without question, the love of his life, 243. Beautiful, charming, gracious, artistic, intelligent, a perfect companion and ardent lover. She had been supportive of a husband who put in long hours at the office and was too often distracted by the pressures of managing a business. He had appreciated her patience and devotion to him in their marriage, but was certain he had failed to let her know the extent of his appreciation. In hindsight, he regretted all the times his responsibilities at Matherly Press had kept him from Rosemary. He wished he had those days back. His choices would be different. He would rearrange his priorities, appropriate more time and energy to his family. Or, in all honesty, he would probably make the same bad choices, commit the same mistakes all over again. Thankfully, his regrets were few and minor, although there were a couple of major ones. Once he had fired an editor out of pique over a silly difference of opinion. Slyly, he had leaked the secret that the man was homosexual, this at a time when it wasn't accepted or even tolerated. He hinted that the man's personal life had begun affecting his work, which was an outright lie. The man was an excellent editor and his work ethic was impeccable. Despite his qualifications, no one would hire him because of Daniel's rumor. He became a pariah in the industry he loved and ultimately moved away from the city. Daniel's spite had ruined the man's promising career and had cost publishing a talented contributor. He would carry the guilt over that to his grave. Several years following Rosemary's death, he had engaged in an affair he wasn't proud of. It had been difficult for a middle-aged bachelor to conduct a romance while living with a teenage daughter. It required finesse and a constant juggling of schedules. The woman had been jealous of his relationship with Maris. She became demanding, continually forcing him to choose between her and Maris. Daniel finally let his head overrule his desire. He realized that he could never love anyone who didn't love and accept his daughter wholly, completely, and without reservation. He ended the affair. Through decades, he had managed 245 to maintain his reputation as an excellent publisher. He seemed to have been blessed with a sixth sense for which manuscripts to grab and which to decline during his tenure. He had increased the company's worth 100-fold. He had earned more money than he could possibly spend, more than Maris could spend in her lifetime, and probably more than her children could spend. Money was a nice byproduct of his success, but it wasn't what motivated him. His drive came from wanting to preserve what his ancestors had worked so painstakingly to create. Before he turned 30, he had inherited the stewardship of the family business. It had fallen to him to protect and improve it for the next generation, which was Maris, his crowning achievement. She was 1,000 times more precious to him than Matherly Press, and he was more dedicated to protecting her than he was to protecting his publishing house from the wolves that got bigger and hungrier each year. He couldn't shelter her completely, of course. No parent could spare his child life's knocks, and even if he could, it would be unfair. Maris had to live her own life, and integral to living were mishaps and mistakes. He only hoped that her disappointments wouldn't be too severe, that her triumphs and joys would outnumber them, and that when she reached his age, if she was fortunate to live that long, she would look back on her life with at least the same degree of satisfaction as he had been graced to do. He wasn't afraid of death. To no one's knowledge, save Maxine's, he'd had several recent discussions with a priest. Rosemary had been a devout and practicing Catholic. He'd never converted, but he had absorbed some of her faith through osmosis. He firmly believed that they would enjoy the afterlife together. He didn't fear dying. He did fear dying a fool. That was the worry that had robbed him of sleep last night. Deeply troubled, he'd been unable to read the nighttime hours away. Morning had brought no relief from this pervasive uneasiness. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, that a revealing word or deed or demeanor that he would have detected when he was younger and sharper 5 years ago. Even 1 year ago was escaping him. 247, was this paranoia valid? Or a symptom of encroaching dementia? Before his grandfather's death, Daniel remembered him ranting about his nurse's thievery. One day he accused her of being a German spy on a mission to assassinate U.S. war veterans. With the conviction of the mentally unhinged, he had claimed that the housekeeper was pregnant with his child. Nothing could convince him that the 67-year-old Englishwoman couldn't possibly be with child. Was that where he was headed? Was this obscure and unnamed disquiet the harbinger of full-blown senility? And this is what he chose to believe was it an indication that he had lost none of his faculties, that he was as astute as ever, and that the intuitiveness that had successfully guided him through 50 years of publishing was still reliable. Until they proved to be untrustworthy, he chose to trust his instincts. They were telling him that something wasn't right. He sensed it as a stag senses the presence of a stalking hunter from a mile away. Perhaps he was just overly troubled by Maris's unhappiness. She wasn't as good as she believed at concealing her feelings from him. He'd picked up signals of marital disharmony. The cause and severity of that disharmony he didn't yet know. But if it was disharmonious enough to visibly disturb Maris, it disturbed him. And then there was Noah. He wanted to trust the man both as a protege and as a son-in-law, but only if Noah deserved his trust. Grunting with the effort, Daniel brought his leather desk chair upright and opened a desk drawer. He withdrew his day planner and unzipped it, then removed a business card from one of the smaller compartments. William Sutherland, the card read. No company name or address, only that name, and a telephone number engraved in crisp navy blue block letters. Daniel thoughtfully fingered the card, as he often had since obtaining it several weeks ago. He hadn't called the number. He hadn't yet spoken to Mr. Sutherland personally, but after this morning's ruminations, he felt that the time was right to do so. 249. It was a sneaky and underhanded thing to do. Merely thinking about it made him feel deceitful. No one ever need know, of course, unless God forbid something came of it. Probably nothing would. Probably he was overreacting, but it wasn't within his makeup to be careless. There was too much at stake to let twinges of guilt overshadow prudence. Given a choice between conscience and caution, there was no choice. The adage applied. Better to be safe than sorry. As he reached for the telephone, he resolved to be more watchful, alert to nuances in speech and expressions, more attuned to what was going on around him. He didn't want to be the last to know anything. He didn't fear dying, but he did fear dying a fool. You should stay away from it. It's ready to fall down, Mike told Maris as he took a swipe at the mantel with a piece of fine sandpaper. If it's that dilapidated, is it safe for Parker to go there alone? Of course not, but try telling him that, Mike. Sensing her hesitation, he turned toward her. Never mind, she said. It wouldn't be fair to either you or Parker for me to ask about was his disability? No, it wouldn't be fair. She nodded, shook off the solemn mood, and asked, how do I get there? It could be dangerous. I promise to run if it starts to fall down. I wasn't talking about the building. I meant you could be in danger from Parker. He doesn't like to be disturbed. I'll take my chances. Is it close enough to walk? Do you walk a lot in New York? Every day if the weather's good. Then it's close enough to walk. After giving directions, he cautioned her once again. He won't like it when you show up. Probably not, she replied, laughing lightly. 2:51, she had spent all day indoors reading until her eyes felt strained. It was good to get outside, although by no stretch of the imagination could this be referred to as fresh air. The heat was impossible, the humidity worse, the sunlight was glaring and relentless, but even shade offered little relief from the sweltering heat. Still, the island was exotically beautiful, and the climate was essential to it. The live oak trees had an ancient, almost mystical dignity that was enhanced by the curly Spanish moss draping their limbs. The dense air smelled of salt water and fish, not altogether unpleasant when mingled with the intoxicating perfumes of the flowering plants that bloomed in profusion. Maris passed a house that was set well back from the road. Children were playing in the yard. The boy and girl were young enough to dance around the lawn sprinkler without self-consciousness. They squealed in glee as they took turns leaping over the oscillating spray. At another house, she spotted a large dog lying in the shade of a pickup truck. She crossed the road and watched him warily as she moved past, but she needn't have worried. He raised his head, looked at her with disinterest, stood, stretched, made 3 tight circles in the dirt, then resumed his original spot and closed his eyes. She met no cars on the road. Her only company were the cicadas that buzzed loudly but lazily under cover of the thick foliage. The abandoned cotton gin was located right where Mike had said it would be, although if his directions hadn't been so precise she might have missed it. The forest had reclaimed the structure. From some angles it would have been totally camouflaged by the greenery that enfolded it. To reach it from the road, one had to take a crushed shell path. It wasn't much of a path, however. Maris regarded it dubiously. It was no more than a yard wide at most. Tall weeds grew on either side of it, looking down at her bare ankles. She seriously considered passing up the gin in favor of the island's other points of interest that Mike had recommended. "Fraidy cat," she muttered. She looked around for a stick, and when she found one that was suitable, she started up the path, reaching far out in front of her to beat at the 253 tall weeds. She wanted to alert any varmints, reptilian or otherwise, to her presence and give them an opportunity to relocate before she saw them. Thankfully, she made it up the path without encountering any local fauna. She dropped her stick, dusted off her hands, and took a good look at the hulking building. It was, as Mike had described, a structure on the brink of collapse. The wood was gray and weathered. The tin roof had been corroded by rust. Large patches of the exterior and part of the roof were covered by an impenetrable carpet of vines. One species bloomed bright purple flowers that seemed incompatible with the overall feeling of dilapidation and abandonment. With misgiving, Maris approached the wide door that was standing open. The interior was even larger than indicated by the exterior. It was cavernous and dark inside, with only an occasional stripe of sunlight shining through a separation in the vertical wooden slats that formed the walls, or a miniature spotlight cast on the dirt floor by a hole in the roof. The rear half of the lower story was covered by a loft. The ceiling of the overhang was built of massive wood beams. A large wheel about 10 feet in diameter was situated just beneath this ceiling and was connected to the dirt floor by a wood column as big around as a barrel. Maris had never seen anything like it. She blinked to adjust her eyes to the gloom. "Hello," receiving no answer, she stepped inside and took a few hesitant steps forward. "Parker," after a moment, she repeated, "Hello. Here." She jumped and flattened her hand against her heart, coming about quickly. He was in a corner behind her, invisible except for one ray of sunlight coming through the roof and reflecting off the chrome of his chair. Recovering, she asked crossly, "Didn't you hear me? Are you serious? All that thrashing? You'd never make it as an Indian brave. Then why didn't you say something? How'd you get here? Walked. How'd you get here? 255. How do I get everywhere? You can roll your chair along that path? I manage." He remained where he was, but she could feel him looking at her and realized that she must appear only a silhouette against the square of light behind her. She advanced farther inside, but only a few steps. "Where'd you get the clothes?" She glanced down at her casual skirt, shirt, and sandals as though she'd never seen them before. It was an outfit she usually took to their country house for a summer weekend of cookouts and antique shopping. She'd packed it herself in New York just 2 days ago. But it seemed much longer ago than that, and much farther away. Mike arranged for my suitcase to be picked up at the hotel and sent over. He went to the dock and met the boat. "He's gone dotty. Pardon? He's got a crush on you. He's just being nice. We've had this conversation already." She didn't want to repeat it the last time it had ended. She didn't want to think about how it had ended. A silence ensued. Eyes had adjusted to the dimness, but she could still barely see him where he remained in the deep shadows of the corner. To fill the awkward silence, she said, "This is a picturesque building, which you accidentally happened upon. Mike gave me directions. Mike talks too much. Not that much. He gives away none of your secrets. Until a few minutes ago, this building was my secret. I come here to be alone." She ignored the implication that he didn't welcome her company and took a look around. The dirt floor was littered with animal droppings and trash. At one time, someone had built a fire. Traces of ash and charred wood were still scattered about. A staircase attached to one wall led up to the second level, but many of the steps were missing, and those that remained appeared incapable of supporting anything heavier than a beetle. All in all, it was a spooky old place, especially the rear portion with its low overhang and 257 antiquated industrial apparatus that looked to her like something an evil giant might use to physically torture an enemy giant. She couldn't imagine why Parker chose to spend time here. What's its history? Do you know anything about cotton? Cheekily, she quoted a popular TV commercial. It's the fabric of our lives. To her surprise, Parker laughed. Real laugh, not that scornful sound that usually served as his laughs. Taking advantage of this rarity, she added, it's also useful when it comes to removing nail polish. His laughter subsided, making the resulting silence even more noticeable. Then he said gruffly, "Come here." Chapter 11, Parker waited out her hesitation. He didn't repeat the request, figuring she would call his implied dare, and she did. After a moment or two of consideration, she carefully picked her way across the distance separating them. Her hair had been gathered into a makeshift ponytail that subtracted at least 5 years from her appearance. Her white shirt was tied in a knot at her waist. Her khaki skirt was short enough to show a couple inches of thigh, smooth, shapely thighs that invited libidinous speculation. When this gin was first built, he said 3 sides of it were left open. The machinery was animal-powered. Animal-powered? Follow me. He wheeled toward the back of the building. As she followed him beneath the overhang, she reflexively ducked her head, causing him to smile. She had cleared the low spider-infested ceiling, but not by much. I've never had that problem myself, he said. He then pointed to the faint ring in the hard-packed earth. If you look closely, you can see a circular depression there in the dirt. That's the path worn by the mules that turned the drive wheel that powered the gin stand. Up there? Right. When cotton was king, it was 259, brought here by the wagon load. Long strands, Sea Island cotton. High grade, silky in texture, and more easily separated from its seeds than other varieties, therefore very desirable. He nodded, and the island's sandy soil was ideal for growing it. It was unloaded onto a platform outside and carried up to the second floor where the gin separated the fiber from the seeds. The lint was then blown out, collected, and carried to an outdoor screw press, which was also mule-powered. Once it was pressed into bales, they were bagged and hauled cross island to the dock for transport to the cotton exchanges on the mainland. It sounds very labor-intensive. You're right. From the time a cotton seed was planted in early spring until the last bale of the crop was shipped out, the process took a year. Was this the only gin on the island? Right again. One planter, one gin, one family. The family that built my house, they had a monopoly that made them rich until the whole market collapsed. They tried to switch to oyster canning, which was being done on other sea islands, but they didn't know anything about it, went completely broke within a year, and cleared out. So this structure more or less chronicles the island's history. 19th century history for sure, he said. It's documented that in 1878 a little girl, a child of a worker, walked behind one of the mules turning the screw press outside. The ornery animal kicked her in the head. She died 2 days later. Father put down the mule. Execution style. The details of what he did to the carcass are gruesome. A duel between feuding brothers is also recorded. They shot and killed each other in 1855. Then there's a romantic myth about the love affair between a white overseer and a beautiful slave woman. It's told that their affair was looked upon with such vicious disfavor that they were cast off the island in a small boat. It's said they were bound for Charleston, but folks watching their departure through spyglasses reported that they saw them capsize and perish, which many thought was a befitting punishment. However, years later, a colony of 261 mulattoes was discovered living peacefully on another sea island previously thought to be uninhabited. These people were believed to be the descendants of the mixed couple and the survivors of a shipwrecked slave ship. They were an incredibly handsome clan. Some had skin the color of cafe au lait and eyes as green as jade. A visiting French nobleman who was deep-sea fishing in the area sought refuge from a storm on their island. While he was there, one of the nubial young ladies caught his eye and captured his heart. They married, and he took all her family back to France with him, where they lived happily ever after. Maris drew in a long, slow breath. You tell good stories, Parker. It's a fable. Probably untrue. It's still a good story. So you're a romantic? Unabashed. She smiled, then said, You know a lot about the gin. Was your family in the cotton business? I think my great-granddaddy picked it by hand during the Depression, but so did just about every able-bodied person in the South. Women, children, blacks, whites, all struggling to survive. Hunger doesn't discriminate. What did your father do? Physician, family practice, the gamut, from delivering babies to lancing boils. Is he retired? He shook his head. He couldn't break a 40-year habit, and he couldn't heal himself when lung cancer caught up with him. He died long before he should have. And your mother? Outlived him 12 years. She died several years ago. And before you ask, I'm an only child. So am I. I know. After registering momentary surprise that he knew that, she said, Oh, the article? Yeah. Several strands of hair had come loose from her ponytail and were lying against her nape. The wheat-colored strands appeared slightly damp and curled from the humidity. He caught himself staring at them 263. He looked away to clear his vision. Yeah, that article was chock full of information about you, your father, and your husband. What's he like? Very robust, especially for a man of 78. I meant your husband. Is he also very robust? We agreed not to ask any personal questions. That's personal? What don't you want me to know about your husband? Nothing. It's not that. Then what? I followed you here to talk about envy. Want to sit down? Apparently confused by his sudden shift of topic, she shook her head. There's nowhere to sit. She glanced at the beams overhead. Besides, it's creepy under here. He swept his arm toward the front part of the building, and she preceded him from beneath the overhang. Attention was drawn to a circle of bricks in the dirt floor. They were stacked 2 deep, forming an enclosure roughly 5 feet in diameter. What's that? Careful, Parker warned as he quickly rolled his chair to her side. That's an abandoned well. Why in here? One of the more innovative patriarchs of the Cotton Dynasty decided to convert the gin to steam power. He began digging this well for the water supply, but died of diphtheria before the project was completed. His heir abandoned the idea as impractical. Rightly, I believe, it wasn't economically feasible for the amount of their production. She peered over the rim of bricks into the darkness of the hole. How deep is it? Deep enough. For what? After holding her gaze for a moment, he backed up, then wheeled past her. He hitched his chin toward an upended crate. That'll do for a perch if you're not too particular. After testing the crate's sturdiness, she gingerly sat down on the rough wood. Be careful of splinters, he warned. Although my picking them out of the backs of your thighs is a bewitching thought. She shot him a withering look. I'll 265 take care not to fidget. I'm sure I would enjoy extracting the splinters, but I'm equally sure your very robust husband wouldn't approve. Was that thunder? Changing the subject, Maris? Yes. Grinning, he glanced over his shoulder toward the open door. It had grown noticeably darker outside, as well as in afternoon thunderstorms frequently boil up during the summer. Sometimes they pass over in an hour or less. Sometimes they linger through the night. You never can tell. Overhead, the first raindrops struck the roof with fat-sounding slaps. She inhaled deeply. You can smell the rain. Smells good, doesn't it? Sounds wonderful, too, huh? The rain didn't cool the air much, but it had a definite effect on the atmosphere. It became closer, denser. He was aware of it, and so was Maris. She probably couldn't characterize this sudden change any better than he could, but it was distinctly felt. Her eyes moved away from watching the rain through the open door and found his. They stared at each other through the deepening gloom. Oddly, it wasn't an uncomfortable exchange. If he'd been forced to use an applicable adverb to describe the way in which they were looking at one another, he would choose expectantly, a modifier that combined curiosity with caution, wonderment with undertones of wariness. He felt her gaze like a tug on his chest drawing him closer, and he was looking at her with the same level of intensity, given the electricity arcing between them. He was curious to know what she would say. She played it safe by commenting on envy. That was a rotten trick that Todd played on Rourke, rigging it so he missed his appointment with Hadley. You set me up perfectly. I didn't see it coming. That's good. Now what is Rourke going to do about it? What do you think he should do? 267, beat the hell out of Todd. He whistled at her vehemence. Well, isn't that what a guy would do? Probably, he replied. Fury would be his initial reaction, and he would seek a physical outlet. But let's talk about it. Remember, Todd was only paying Rourke back for the toothbrush stunt. But that was a prank, she exclaimed. Gross and disgusting, granted, but college boys do stuff like that to each other, don't they? Did you know college boys who did stuff like that? I attended a girls' school. Right. I read that, he said, as though just reminded of that part of her bio, which he knew as well as if he'd written it himself. So it's safe to assume that you have no experience of college boys and how they act. No, it's safe to assume that my experience is limited to how they act on dates with girls, which is different from how they interact with each other. Is that how you met your husband on a date during college? Much later than that. How much later? When he came to work at Matherly Press. Smart move on his part, he married the boss's daughter. That irked her. So much so that Parker knew he wasn't the first to connect those two dots. It had crossed her mind too. Perhaps too often for comfort. Her expression turned professional and peeved. Can we get back to your book, please? Sure, sorry for the digression. While taking a moment to collect her thoughts, she pulled her lower lip through her teeth a couple of times and absently fiddled with a button on her blouse. Parker wondered when those two insignificant, subconsciously feminine gestures had become so goddamn sexy. A prank is one thing, she said, but Todd's joke had a meanness about it that was unmistakable. It wasn't harmless. It couldn't be undone as easily as buying a new toothbrush. He was tinkering with Rourke's future. This practical joke could damage Rourke's grade, compromise his capstone, affect his writing ambitions, and 269 possibly even crush them. He can't let it pass and do nothing. True, Rourke won't fold. He won't easily forgive the experience, but it'll sure as hell motivate him. Yes, she said excitedly. This will fuel his determination to succeed, to reach a level of success that Todd will was envy, she said, finishing the thought for him. He grinned. Per your suggestion, I'll let him blow off steam, land a few punches which Todd will concede he deserved. So they remain friends? It wouldn't be a book if they didn't. If their friendship fell apart here, the story would be over. Not necessarily. It could be just as powerful if they became bitter enemies at this point. Wait and see, Maris. What? Give me time. Her eyes widened marginally. You've got it plotted already, don't you? For the most part, he confessed with a negligent shrug. There are some details still to hammer out. She tried but failed to look piqued. You've been stringing me along to get you excited. I'm excited. Her animation proved it. May I make another suggestion? I don't promise to take it. Agreed. Then fire away. Could we see Rourke falling in love? With the girl who went back to her boyfriend? Yes, you told the reader that he fell in love, but we didn't get to see it. We didn't experience it along with him. You don't even give this girl a name. I think it could be very poignant as well as useful toward developing his character, how he handles the disappointment, that kind of thing. And what if? Go on, he said when she hesitated. What if Todd were somehow involved in their breakup? Frowning, he thoughtfully scratched his cheek, reminding him that he hadn't shaved that morning. Wouldn't that be too much antagonism too soon? In those first few chapters, I'm trying to establish that these two guys are truly 271 friends. Eventually, the friendship is overtaken and then ultimately destroyed by their competitiveness. But if Todd interferes with Rourke's love life, then screws him over with Hadley, that immediately makes him out the villain and Rourke the hero. Isn't that the way it's supposed to be? I think of them that way. You do? You're surprised? The story isn't over yet. By the time you get to the ending, you might change your mind. Eyes probed his as though trying to see the denouement behind them. I really don't have a choice, do I? No. Okay. In the meantime, what do you think of my suggestion about Rourke's love life? I repeat, Maris, give me time. She leaned forward eagerly. You've already changed it, haven't you? There's more, isn't there? Same girl? Why don't you have your navel pierced? I beg your pardon. If you're going to wear hip-riding skirts and shirts that tie at the waist, why don't you have was? I heard you. Then why? Because I don't want to. Too bad. The thought of it gives me the willies. A small loop, a tiny diamond stud. It'd be sexy. Sexier. His eyes moved up from her midsection to her face. Those glimpses of your belly button are already a major turn-on. She squared her shoulders. Parker, if we're going to have a professional relationship, you cannot talk to me like that. I can talk to you any damn way I please. She gave a stubborn shake of her head. Not if you want to work with me, you can't. You're free to go. But she stayed seated on the crate as he'd known she would, as he'd hoped she would. Thunder rumbled, and rain pelted the roof. But the racket only emphasized the strained silence between them. Parker rolled his chair closer to her until his knees were only inches from hers. What did you tell your husband? 273? About what? Being here? I assume you called him. I did. I left word that things were going well. Left word? With his secretary. He doesn't have a cell phone? See, he strikes me as the kind of guy who would have one of those damn things practically glued to his ear. He was having lunch with the editor of our electronic publishing division. I didn't want to interrupt them. I'll call him later. As you're going to bed, possibly. What difference does it make? I was just wondering if you'll be wearing a nightie tonight. Or do you always sleep sans raiment like you did last night? Parker was. What do you talk about? None of your damn business. That good? Huh? Or that bad? She drew a deep breath and said tightly, I'll tell him that I've discovered an extremely talented writer. Juez, please, I'm blushing. Who is also the crudest, rudest, most obnoxious man I've ever met, he grinned. Well, that would be the truth. Then his smile gradually faded. Giving the wheels of his chair a small push, he rolled another inch or two nearer to her. I bet you won't tell him I kissed you, he said in low voice. I bet you omit that part. She stood up hastily, knocking the crate over backward. She tried going around him, but he moved equally fast and used his chair to block her path. Get out of my way, Parker. I'm going back to the house now. It's raining. I won't melt. Melt down, maybe. You're angry or afraid. I'm not afraid of you. Then sit back down. When she failed to move, he motioned toward the door. Fine. Gee. Get drenched, which will mean making explanations to Mike. It'll get messy, but if that's what you want. She glanced outside at the downpour. 275 then reluctantly upturned the crate and resumed her seat on it, primly and looking pissed. Tell me how you met your husband, Maris. Why? I want to know what for. Call it creative curiosity. Call it nosiness. You're right. Euphemisms are a crutch. I'm nosy. Gouging her expression, he expected her to clam up and refuse to continue their conversation, but she folded her arms across her middle in no doubt to hide her navel and said, Noah came to work at Matherly Press, but long before that I knew him by reputation as the brains behind a rival publishing house. When he joined us, I was thrilled at the opportunity to be working with him. Over time, however, I realized that my feelings ran much deeper than admiration for a colleague. I was in love with him. At first, my father was concerned about my entering into an office romance. He was also worried that Noah is 10 years older than I. He encouraged me to date other men and even dabbled in some blatant matchmaking with sons and nephews of his friends and associates, but Noah was the one I wanted. Luckily, he felt the same. We married. She bobbed her head for punctuation. There, satisfied? How long have you been married? Almost 2 years. Children? No. How come? She glared at him, and he held up a hand in conciliation. You're right. That's too personal. If your sterile was, I'm not. So it's him. She was about to come off the crate again, but he patted the air between them. Okay, the topic of children is taboo. I won't go there. He paused as though realigning his thoughts. So you were seeing Noah every day at work and fell head over heels in no time. Actually, I had had a mad crush on him even before I met him. How's that? 277. I had read his book, The Vanquished. You know it? Oh, of course, the article again. It referenced Noah's novel. Yes, but I was already familiar with it, he said. I'd read it when it came out. So did I. About 50 times? Are you kidding? No, I love it. The main character, Sawyer Bennington, became the man in my romantic fantasies. You have fantasies? Doesn't everyone? It's nothing to be ashamed of. Maybe not for you, but I've had some fantasies that were pretty shameful. Want to hear them? You're irrepressible. That's exactly how my preschool teacher described me to my mom. When for 3 days straight she caught me in the boys' restroom test driving my new favorite toy. I won't even ask. You'd be better off not to. Anyway, what were we talking about? Sawyer Bennington, right? Your hero and the object of your romantic fantasies, which strikes me as strange. Why? Wasn't he a criminal of some sort? A thief and a murderer. Generally considered criminal, but his crimes were justified because of what was done to his wife and child. When he discovered their bodies, I cried buckets. I still cry every time I read it. Her expression turned dreamy and wistful. Sawyer is such a hard man with everybody except Charlotte. They loved so passionately, and it was the kind of love that even death couldn't destroy. When they hanged him for his crimes, he was thinking about— Her voice trailed off. Embarrassed, she gave a slight shrug. Forgive me, Parker. I guess you can tell how much I love that novel. You talk about the characters as though they're 279 real. Noah did such a fantastic job of drawing them that sometimes I forget they're fiction. I actually start missing them. When I do, I open my copy to any page and read a few paragraphs, and it's like I've visited them. Didn't they make a movie? It was junk that didn't do the book justice. But to be fair to the movie makers, I don't think any movie could have. Some critics touted The Vanquished as the best historical novel since Gone with the Wind. Strong praise, but in my opinion warranted. So what'd he follow it with? He didn't. Her exuberance waned considerably. Noah got very involved with publishing The Vanquished and decided that his calling was in that arena, not writing. And I suppose when your debut novel receives such critical and popular acclaim, the thought of following it with something equally good is daunting, even terrifying. He never wrote again, not until recently. Parker's gaze sharpened. He's writing again? He set up an office specifically for that purpose. I'm very pleased. But she didn't look very pleased, or even moderately pleased. A shallow but distinct vertical line had formed between her eyebrows. Parker doubted she realized how revealing her facial expressions were, or she would school them better. After a quiet moment, he asked, what other fictional characters have played key roles in your fantasies? Several, she admitted with a light laugh, but none to the extent of Sawyer Bennington. Parker leaned forward in his chair and spoke only loud enough to be heard above the pounding rain. Maris, is it remotely possible that you fell in love with the character and not the author? Her expression turned angry, but the anger came and went with the speed of a lightning flash. She smiled with chagrin. Considering the way I've carried on about Sawyer, I suppose that's a fair question. I've had authors tell me that readers frequently superimpose them onto a character they've created, and that when readers 281 meet them at book signings, they're disappointed to find that they're ordinary people. They don't live up to the larger-than-life image the reader had formed of them. Good discourse, but it didn't answer any question. Her irritation returned. Don't be ridiculous. I fell in love with my husband, his talent first and then the man himself. I'm still in love with him. He stared at her for a long moment. What was he thinking? Who? Noah. He shook his head. the hero of the book. Sawyer, you said when they hanged him he was thinking, oh, he was thinking about the first time he saw Charlotte. She hesitated, but Parker motioned for her to continue. Noah wrote that passage so vividly, with such detail, that I could see the orchard, smell the ripening fruit, feel the heat. Sawyer had been traveling for days, remember? He comes upon Charlotte's family's farm where he hopes to get water for himself and his horse. No one is around. The place seems deserted. But as he makes his way toward the water trough, he spots Charlotte sleeping on a pallet of quilts in the shade of a peach tree. A baby is sleeping beside her. Sawyer assumes the child is hers. Maris smiled and added softly, he's glad to learn later that the child is her baby brother. Parker was entranced by the cadence of her voice. He felt himself being pulled into the scene. Charlotte is the most beautiful woman Sawyer has ever seen. Her long hair was unbound. Descriptions of it, her complexion, her lips, go on for paragraphs. Because of the heat, she had raised her dress as high as her knees, and she's barefoot. Sawyer is a lusty young man. Seeing her bare calf and foot inflames him. She might just as well have been naked. He's fascinated by the breathing motion of her bosom. And yet there's a reverent aspect to his admiration of her, as though she were as untouchable as the Madonna. He should have been a gentleman, and politely withdrawn the moment he saw her. Instead, 283, he stays and gazes at her until he hears a wagon approaching, announcing the return of her family who had gone into town for supplies. Charlotte never knew that Sawyer had watched her sleeping that day. He never told her, which I think was particularly dear of him. It was too special a memory to share even with her. It was so special that he called it forward on the day of his execution. He was reliving it when the trapdoor of the gallows dropped open beneath him. Because it was the most pivotal day of his life, he died reliving his first sight of Charlotte. Parker had listened, motionless, intent on every word. For several moments after she stopped speaking, they just looked at one another. Neither was capable of dispelling the mood or willing to. When he finally spoke, his voice was abnormally husky. You should have been the writer, Maris. Me? No, she said, shaking her head and laughing softly. I envy the gift. I can recognize it in those who've been blessed with it, but I'm a facilitator, not a creator. He pondered that for a time, then said, Do you know what made that scene so erotic? She tilted her head inquisitively. It was his having that much access to a woman, his having cerebral intimacy with her without her knowledge. Yes, his eyes and mind had touched what his hands and lips wanted to. He hadn't seen much, but he felt guilty for looking at all. The forbidden. He nodded and said in an even lower voice, the strongest sexual stimulant of all. What isn't good for us, what we can't have, what we want so badly we can taste but can't touch. Maris drew in a shaky little breath and exhaled it slowly, for the first time becoming aware of the loose strands of hair on her neck. She raised her hand to them, but repair seemed beyond her. She lowered her hand back to her lap, but not before it made a brief stop at that button she had fiddled with before. This time she merely brushed it with her fingertips as though to reassure herself that it was still there, but Parker's gaze fastened on it and remained. Suddenly she stood up in the narrow space separating them. I'm going back now. The rain has stopped. That wasn't altogether true. It had 285 stopped coming down so hard, but it was still raining lightly. Parker didn't argue, however. He let her pass, almost. Before she could take a full step, he reached out and stopped her with his hands. They clasped her just below her waist, the heels of them pressing her hip bones, his fingers curved back toward her hips. He was eye level with that alluring strip of bare skin between blouse and skirt. Slowly his eyes moved up. She was looking down at him, startled and apprehensive. Her arms were raised, her hands in front of her shoulders as though she were unsure where to place them, what to do with them. We know why I kissed you last night, Maris. To frighten me off, he frowned. That doesn't even merit an argument. I kissed you because you braved Terry's and showed up everybody in the place, including me. I kissed you because just looking at you made me ache. I kissed you because I'm a rotten son of a bitch and your mouth looked so goddamn kissable. Simply put, I kissed you because I wanted to. It's something I admit and you damn well know, but there's one question that's driving me fucking crazy. His eyes focused harder on hers, and by doing so penetrated. Why did you kiss me back? Chapter 12, Maris's call came at an inopportune time, but Noah figured he had better take it to avoid her becoming suspicious. Even though he had a meeting scheduled in 10 minutes, he asked his assistant to put her call through. "Darling, I'm so glad to hear from you. It's nice to finally talk to you too," she said. "It's been so long. Your voice sounds strange." "Strange? My ears have become attuned to a southern drawl." "God help you." Even worse, I've actually slipped and said y'all a few times, and I've acquired a taste for grits. The secret is lots of salt and pepper and drenching them 287 in butter. Keep packing down a diet like that and you'll return to me fat. Don't be surprised if I do. What the Southerners don't cook in butter, they cook in bacon grease, and it's all delicious. Have you ever had fried green tomatoes, like the movie title and the book? Both named after the real thing. Dredged in cornmeal, fried in bacon grease, they're scrumptious. Mike taught me how to make them. The author extraordinaire also cooks. Mike's not the author. Mike does just about everything around here except the writing. Noah checked the sterling Tiffany clock on his desk and wondered when he could gracefully break this off. Is the book coming along? How's it working out with the author? He's talented, Noah. He's also opinionated, difficult at times, and impossible at others. But he's a challenge I can't resist. So the trip has been productive? Yes. And unless there's something that requires me to come home, I'm going to stay here through the weekend and spoon-feed him constructive criticism and encouragement. There's no reason for me to rush back, is there? Besides my missing you? No. Your missing me is no small thing. I wouldn't selfishly have you return strictly on my account. I can tell by the enthusiasm in your voice that you're enjoying being a hands-on editor again. Very much. Are you writing? When I can. I've been busy going over second quarter reports, but I've managed to put in a couple hours writing each evening. After a short pause, he asked, "You aren't going to start nagging me about my output, are you?" "I wouldn't call it nagging. Just remember, it's a part-time job, Maris. It can't take precedence over my responsibilities here." "I understand. It's just that I'm eager to read something new by my favorite author." "Don't hold your breath. It might take a while and the process can't be rushed." 289, has your idea gelled? "It's getting there," he replied evasively. "Whatever you write will be well worth the wait. If you've got that much time for leisure reading, we're not keeping you busy enough." "No worry there," she said with a laugh. "I've got my hands full with this project. In addition to the other manuscripts coming due in the next few months, I'll be editing in my sleep." He liked the sound of that. If she was distracted by work, he'd be freer to devote more time to finalizing his deal with Worldview. He was feeling the pressure of the deadline unexpectedly set by Morris Bloom. While it was uncomfortably compressing, he welcomed having a definite goal, a finish line toward which to make a final push. He wasn't panicked, but he definitely experienced an adrenaline rush every time he thought about it. He was confident he would meet the deadline. If for any reason he didn't, he was equally confident that he could persuade Bloom to extend it. The CEO coveted Matherly Press too much to relinquish it over a matter of days. Meanwhile, this was a perfect time for Maris to be out of town. Her absence made it more convenient for him to manipulate Daniel. The old man had to be carefully finessed. Subtlety was key. Hit Daniel over the head with something, and he would fight it to his dying breath. Stroke him lightly, and his mind could be changed. Perhaps not as easily as most, but Noah didn't doubt his ability to eventually whittle down all of his father-in-law's objections to a merger. Maris's absence also allowed him more time with Nadia. She could be a harpy if she was unhappy, and she was unhappiest when deprived of the time and attention she felt she deserved. "I can't wait for you to read this book, Noah," Maris said, drawing him back into their conversation. What had she been talking about for the last few minutes? Lost in his own thoughts, he hadn't retained a word of what she'd said. He couldn't see that his inattention mattered much. The author hasn't shared with me the 291-hole plot, she went on, but I think it's going to be good. If you think it's going to be good, then it will be. Listen, darling, I hate to cut short our conversation, but I'm due down the hall in 2 minutes. So what else is new? She posed the question tongue-in-cheek and without rancor. Their exchanges during work hours were typically brief. I have a meeting with Howard, and you know what a stickler he is about punctuality? Howard Bancroft was Matherly Press's chief counsel and head of the legal department. If I'm a nanosecond late, he'll stay miffed for days. What's the meeting about? I can't recall off the top of my head. Something to do with one of our foreign licensees, I believe. I hate to get you on Howard's bad side, she said, but there's something else I wanted to talk about. He had to work at keeping the impatience out of his voice. Then I'll take the time. What's on your mind? Is Dad all right? Seems to be. I saw him last evening and talked to him again this morning. He came into the office? No, he called to ask if I could muddle through without him today. I urged him to take off not only today but the remainder of the week. You're not here, so we haven't any scheduled meetings that I can't handle alone. It's an ideal time for him to take it easy. He'll get bored. Actually, he's got a fairly heavy schedule. He said he planned to spend the morning at his desk at home to handle some personal chores. Then he was having a late lunch with an old crony. They were meeting at the Four Seasons. Lunch with an old crony, she repeated absently. I hope he doesn't drink too much wine. He's certainly earned the right to have a few glasses of wine at lunch if he wants them, Maris. I know, but I worry about him negotiating the stairs at home. With that weakness in his 293 joint swaths, he needs full command of his equilibrium. I see your point. When someone his age falls and breaks a hip, they sometimes never completely recover. He couldn't abide being bedridden. I'll ask Maxine to keep a closer eye on him. No, that would start World War III, she exclaimed. He'll get mad at her for babying him, and then he'll get mad at me for asking her too. Another good point, he said. How about what? Well, I was going to suggest that I talk to him about it. Caution him confidentially, man to man. Yes, she said, sounding relieved. I like that plan much better. Then I'll go over this evening and have a chat with him. Thank you, Noah. You're welcome. Anything else? Why, Howard's waiting on me. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I shouldn't have kept you. Nonsense. This was important. He wanted to end the call quickly, but he didn't want to leave her worrying over Daniel. Concern might bring her rushing back. Maris, don't worry about Daniel, he said tenderly. He's a tough old bird, stronger than we give him credit for. There's really no cause for alarm. If anything, over the past few days, he seemed more like his old self, full of piss and vinegar. I'm sure you're right. It's just that when I'm not with him, my imagination gets away from me and I start worrying. Unnecessarily, I assure you. Now, forgive me, but I really must run. Apologize to Howard for me. Tell him it's all my fault that you're late. Don't worry, I will, he chuckled. Bye now. Noah, she added just before he disconnected, I love you. For a moment he was taken aback. 295. Then, in the absent-minded way of a devoted but preoccupied husband, he replied, I love you too, darling. Professions of love meant nothing to him. They were sequences of words without any relevance. He'd told many a woman that he loved her, but only when trying to woo her into bed. He'd vocally expressed his love for Maris when they were courting because it was expected. He'd vowed his love for her in order to win her father's blessing on their marriage, and he'd played the expressive newlywed husband to the hilt. But in the last several months, his avowals had become increasingly infrequent. By contrast, Maris had an affectionate nature. She was touchy-feely to an irritating degree. She declared her love at least once a day, and while he'd become accustomed to hearing it, he still felt no connection to the sentiment. But this most recent profession of love gave him pause. It wasn't the words themselves that had been curious, but the manner in which she'd spoken them. It had sounded to him almost as though she were trying to reestablish either in his mind or her own that she loved him. Had the surprise anniversary party failed to reassure her of his devotion? Did she still suspect him of infidelity? As he breezed past Bancroft's assistant with barely a nod and entered the counsel's private office, the exchange with Maris lingered on his mind. It had raised questions that required further thought. Her "I love you" had been declared with an undercurrent of desperation. He must determine what, if anything, that signified. One thing was certain. She would not be proclaiming her love for him if she knew the contents of the folder he carried into the lawyer's office with him. "Hello, Howard. Sorry I'm late." He banged ahead to prevent Bancroft from remarking on his tardiness. "I was on the telephone with Maris, informing her that she would be receiving this document either tomorrow or the day after at the latest. She's in the boonies, on the outskirts of nowhere, but she assured me that the parcel carriers deliver." Without invitation, he sat down on an upholstered love seat and spread his arms along the back of it, a study in nonchalance. Looking through the windows behind the attorney's desk, he remarked, "You know, Howard, I don't know what you did to rate this office. It's got 297, an incredible view." His cavalier attitude was calculated to distract Bancroft from the business at hand. But he knew from experience that the little Jew was no pushover. His wizened appearance added a decade to his age. He stood 5 feet 5 inches tall in elevated shoes. He had a bald, pointed head with a distinct knob on the crown. He favored wide suspenders and wore them with tweed trousers regardless of the season. On his nose were perched small round reading glasses. Howard Bancroft looked like a gnome, or exactly what he was, a shrewd legal mind. "Is the document ready?" Noah asked, even though the reference document was lying in plain view on the lawyer's desk. "It's ready," Bancroft replied. "Thank you for preparing it so expediently." Noah leaned forward and reached for the document, but Bancroft laid his heavily veined and spotted hand on it. "Not so fast, Noah. I'm unwilling to let you have this today. Why's that?" "I followed your directives and drew up the document as you requested, but may I be candid? That would save time. I was reluctant to write the document as you specified. Its content is troubling." The lawyer removed his glasses and began polishing them with a large white handkerchief he'd taken from his pants pocket. Shaking it out, it looked to Noah as though he were waving a flag of surrender, which he might just as well do. Howard Bancroft could not win this fight. Oh, how is it troubling? Noah gave his voice just enough edge to caution the attorney that Noah's reasons for requesting the document were not open for discussion. They weren't even to be questioned. Bancroft, however, did not take the hint. "You're certain that Maris approves of this?" "I made the request on her behalf, Howard. Why does she feel that such a document is necessary?" "You know, as I do, as Maris does, that publishing isn't the gentleman's cottage industry it was a century ago. It's gone cutthroat like everything else. If you stand still in this marketplace, you'd just as well be $2.99 backing up. If you're merely maintaining the status quo, your competitors will pass you by, and before you can blink, you're in last place. We don't want Matherly Press to be choking on the heel dust of the others, do we?" "That's a stirring speech, Noah. I suggest you deliver it at the next sales conference to rally the troops. However, I fail to see how the valid points you made relate to either my question or this document." "That document," Noah said, pointing to it where it still lay on the desk, "is our safety net. Publishing is changing constantly and swiftly. Matherly Press must be prepared for any contingency. We must be able to operate with fluidity so that if an opportunity arises, it can be immediately seized." Without Daniel's consent, Noah assumed a sad expression. "Ah, Howard, that's the hitch. It breaks Maris's heart, as it does mine, that Daniel is getting on in years. That's a sad fact we've been forced to accept. If he should take a sudden downward turn, say a stroke that renders him incapable of making business decisions, this power of attorney guarantees a smooth transition and protects the company from being pitched into chaos. I wrote the provisos, Noah. I know their purpose. I also know that similar documents are already in place and have been for years. Daniel's personal lawyer, Mr. Stern, drew them up when Maris turned 21. I've got copies in my files, so I know that these documents include a living will and, as you say, cover every contingency. Should the unforeseen happen, Maris has been granted full power of attorney to make all Daniel's decisions for him personally and professionally. I'm aware of the previous documents. This one's different. Indeed it is. It supersedes the others. It also grants you power of attorney to make Daniel's decisions for him. Noah took umbrage. You suggesting that I'm insinuating myself was? No. Bancroft raised his hands, palms out. Both Daniel and Maris have mentioned to me the need to amend their power of attorney documents to include you, but that responsibility should fall to Mr. Stern, not to me. 301, you're more convenient. To whom? Noah glared at him. What else do you find so troubling, Howard? The lawyer hesitated, as though knowing it was ill-advised to continue, but apparently his convictions won out over caution. It feels sleight of hand. I get the impression that this is being done behind Daniel's back. He's authorized it. You said so yourself, not 30 seconds ago. Obviously frustrated, Bancroft ran a hand over his knobby head. It also bothers me to release such an important document when it hasn't been signed and witnessed in my presence. I told Maris that I refused to sign it until she has, Noah said. I was adamant about that. She'll have her signature notarized in Georgia when the document is returned. I'll sign it. As soon as she gets back, we'll meet with Daniel. Frankly, I think he'll be relieved that it's a fait accompli. No one likes to think of himself as vulnerable to incapacity or death. He'll be glad that we relieved him of this responsibility. I've never known Daniel Matherly to shrink from life's realities, no matter how grim. Bancroft argued, but that aside, why not wait until Maris's return and do it all at one time? Explain to me the urgency. Noah sighed as though getting a grip on his diminishing patience. Her being away is one reason Maris wanted this done with dispatch? She's working with a reclusive fledgling author. Until his manuscript is finished, she'll be pulled away frequently, and she'll be out of town for extended and unspecified periods of time. Shit happens. Howard. Plane crashes. Car accidents, sudden illness. In a worst-case scenario, she wants Matherly Press protected. Is that why the document becomes valid with your signature alone? Noah said tightly. I told Maris, and I'm telling you, I will not sign it until her signature is in place. Bancroft exchanged a long stare with him, then shook his head. I'm sorry, Noah. I need Maris's verification that this is the 303 document she wants, and even then I will advise her to rethink its provisos. They're unorthodox and inconsistent with prudence. I've worked for the Matherlys for a long time. They rely on me always to act in their best interest. Therefore, I'm sure you understand my precaution, which is completely unnecessary, besides being a flagrant insult to me. Even so, all right, call Maris. He gestured toward the telephone. It was a bluff, but he was gambling that Bancroft wouldn't call it. Or better yet, Daniel's at home today. Ask him to come in and review this. I'd like to reacquaint myself with their original documents prior to a meeting with either of them. Until I've had an opportunity to do that, I don't wish to waste their time. Bancroft folded his hands on top of the document, a gesture that was a statement in itself. Unless Daniel or Maris calls me and gives me authorization, I cannot release this document to you today. Noah leveled a hard look on him. Then he grinned and grinned wider. He had actually hoped the meeting would result in a standoff between him and Bancroft. He had hoped that the dwarf wouldn't capitulate too soon and spoil his fun. Everything till now had been a warm-up for this, the big finish. He was going to enjoy it to the fullest. Well, Howard, he said with soft menace, it seems as though you suspect me of corporate subterfuge. I suspect you of no such thing, the lawyer returned blandly. That's good. I'm relieved to hear that. Because I would hate for you to suspect me of duplicity. I find that despicable, don't you? Duplicity, betrayal, disloyalty to one's family, one's race. Noah held the lawyer's gaze as he picked up the folder that he'd brought in with him. Gently, he set it on the desk and slid it toward Bancroft, who stared at it with the misgivings of one who must remove the lid from a basket, knowing that a cobra was coiled inside. After a full minute of palpable silence and dread, the attorney opened the cover and began to scan the printed material inside. Who would have thought it, Howard? Noah said. Your mother fucked Nazis, 305. Bancroft's narrow shoulders sagged forward. See, Howard, knowledge equates to power. I make it a point to learn all I can about the people around me, especially those who could be a hindrance. Investigating your background cost me a lot of money and took up valuable time, but I must say it yielded more than I bargained for. I paid your mother a visit in the nursing home where you had sequestered her. After a little arm twisting, she confessed her shameful secret to me, and for a nominal fee, an attendant wrote it all down word for word. Your mother signed it. Recognize her signature there on the last page. At that point, she was so weak, she could barely hold the pen. Frankly, I wasn't surprised that she died just a few days later. You know the story well, Howard, but I was fascinated. She was 23 when she was dragged from her home in Poland. The rest of her family, her brothers, sister, parents, were backed against a wall and shot. She was lucky enough to be transported to a concentration camp. At that time, in the old world, 23 was borderline spinsterhood. Your mother had prevented her younger sister from marrying an ardent suitor because she hadn't married first. Her inability to attract a man had created quite a rift in the family. But at the camp, she received a lot of attention from men, from the guards. See, Howard, your mother bartered her pussy for her life, routinely. Over the next 5 years, she came to like the favors she was granted and flaunted them. She could have toiled alongside the other women prisoners, had her head shaved, subsisted on bread and water, lived in daily fear of her life. But no, she fucked her way into comfortable quarters, ate well, drank wine, made merry with Nazis. She was the camp whore, and for that she was despised. Now, is it any wonder she changed her name and created a fictitious history for herself when she emigrated to America? That story she told about the Jewish freedom fighter who had sacrificed his life for her and his unborn child was sweet, but it was completely untrue, as you yourself discovered when you were, what, 7, 8? Old enough to get the gist of the accusations hurled at her? You came home from school one day and asked your mother why 307. Everyone called you ugly names and spat on you. That's when she decided to relocate. Howard Bancroft's hands were trembling so badly that when he removed his eyeglasses this time, he dropped them onto his desk. He covered his eyes and uttered a low moan. She couldn't be sure which of the camp guards was your father. She had spread her legs for so many, you see. But she suspected it was an officer who shot himself in the head hours before the Allied troops liberated the camp. You were born 4 months later. She was too far gone to abort you, I guess. Maybe she had a soft spot for this particular officer. I've heard that even whores have feelings. Howard, what a nasty secret you've kept. I don't think the Jewish community would look too kindly on you if they knew that your mother happily serviced the men that marched them into the gas chambers, and that your father had ordered thousands of their people to be tortured and exterminated, do you? Considering the advocate you've been for Holocaust survivors, they might regard your crusade as hypocritical. Your friends in Israel, which are many, I understand would revile you. Your blood is tainted with that of a traitorous whore and an Aryan murderer. Now, you might say to me, you can't prove this, but your reaction is proof enough, isn't it? Besides, I don't need to prove it. The rumor alone would effectively destroy your reputation as a good Jew. Even a hint of something this shameful would do irreparable damage. Your family would be shattered. Because even your wife and children believed the fabrication that you and your mother concocted. I shudder to think of the impact this would have on them. Imagine them having to explain to your grandchildren that Grandpa started as Nazi ejaculate. You would never be esteemed or trusted by anyone ever again. Indeed, you would live in infamy as a liar and a traitor to your religion and your race, just as your mother was. Howard Bancroft was weeping into his hands, his whole body shaking as uncontrollably as if he'd been inflicted with a palsy. No one need ever know, of course, Noah said, switching to an upbeat tone. He stood up and retrieved both his folder and the power of attorney document. I can keep a 309 secret. Cross my heart. He drew an invisible X on his chest. However, I'm sure you understand my precaution, he said, making a mockery of the lawyer's earlier statement. A copy of your mother's confession is in my safe deposit box. Another is with an attorney I retained solely for this purpose. He's an oily, unscrupulous, litigious individual with strong anti-Semitic leanings. Should anything untoward happen to me, he's under strict instructions to distribute your mother's signed statement to all the synagogues in and around the 5 boroughs. It would make for very interesting reading, don't you think? Especially the accounts of her sucking off the SS officers. Some were too fastidious to have intercourse with a Jewess, but apparently fellatio didn't count. Noah crossed to the door, although the lawyer had made no effort to move but continued to cry into his hands. Noah said, No, Howard. Don't bother seeing me out. Have a nice day. Chapter 13. You're leaving tomorrow? In the morning, Maris replied. Nervously, her gaze moved around the solarium, never stopping directly on Parker. Mike arranged for a boat to pick me up. I have a 9:30 flight out of Savannah connecting in Atlanta to LaGuardia. Have a nice trip. His surly expression suggested he hoped she would have the trip from hell. This was the first time she'd seen Parker today. This morning, she had slipped into the kitchen for a quick breakfast of cold cereal. She'd skipped lunch altogether, and then had asked Mike to bring her a sandwich to the cottage for dinner. She used work as her excuse for the solitude. She wanted to reread the manuscript with total concentration and without distraction. Mike had accepted the explanation, at least he'd pretended to. If Parker's scowl was any indication, she'd been smart to keep her distance all day. He looked ill-tempered, spoiling for a fight. The sooner she said what she had to say and left, the better. 311 before I leave, she began. I thought we should have one last discussion about the manuscript. I spent most of the day reevaluating it. Reevaluation, that's what we're calling it. Calling what? Your avoidance of me. Okay? He wanted to fight. Why disappoint him? Yes, I was avoiding you, Parker. Can you blame me? Afterwards, she broke off when Mike appeared with a service tray. Fresh peach cobbler, he announced. Parker's scowl deepened. How come there's no ice cream? Did you want it to melt before I could get it served? Geez. Mike deposited the tray on the table, then stamped back into the kitchen, muttering about how grouchy everybody had been today. He returned with a carton of vanilla ice cream, which he scooped over the steaming portions of cobbler. I'm having mine in my room, he said, taking one of the bowls for himself. There's a Bette Davis Film Festival on TV tonight. If you need anything, you can fetch it yourself, he said to Parker. Maris, if you need something, just knock on my door. Upstairs, first door on your right. Thank you, Mike. I can't imagine that I'll need to disturb you. The cobbler looks delicious. Enjoy. After Mike left them, Parker attacked his helping of cobbler and ice cream as though he were angry at it. When he finished, he dropped the spoon into the empty bowl with a loud clatter, returned it to the tray, then rolled his chair over to the computer desk. Do you want to read what I've been working on, or what? Of course I want to read it. While the new pages were printing out, Maris ate her cobbler. Carrying the crockery bowl with her, she moved slowly along the crammed bookcase, surveying the titles in Parker's extensive collection. You like mysteries, his head came around. If they're well written, you must think Mackenzie Roon writes well. He's okay. 313. Just okay? You have the entire Dick Caton series? Ever read one? A few, not all. She pulled one of the books from the shelf and thumbed through it. I wish we were publishing them. They sell like hotcakes. Why do you think that is? Why do you like them? He thought about it a moment. They're fluff, but they're fun. She nodded. Millions of readers worldwide think so, too. The character of Dick Caton appeals to both men and women, and why not? He's independently wealthy. Detective work is just his hobby. He lives on a fabulous houseboat, drives fast cars, flies his own jet. He's as comfortable in a tuxedo as he is in blue jeans, and even more comfortable out of them. You've read the one about the murder in the nudist colony. He grinned devilishly. My personal favorite. Why am I not surprised? Getting back to the character, absently she licked some dripping ice cream off her spoon. Dick Caton is well drawn. He's charming, witty, good-looking. He's was a jerk. Sometimes he is, with a capital J. but he's been so engagingly written that a reader forgives his flaws. The author allows him to be human, and the readers appreciate and identify with that. And even though he's armed and dangerous and tough-talking, Deck has an underlying vulnerability because of his wife's death, right? It's referred to, but I haven't read that particular book. First of the series, he explained. Skiing accident. He challenged her to a downhill race and she crashed into a tree. Autopsy revealed she was several weeks pregnant. They hadn't known. You should read it. I definitely will. She tapped the spoon against her front teeth. Do you see how the author built in a reason for Deck's vulnerability? Readers can empathize with him because of that tragic and fatal accident. 3:15, you're sounding like an editor. She laughed. Habit, I guess. You've given it a lot of thought. I analyze every bestseller, especially the competitions. I need to know why Deck Caton strikes such a positive chord. Part of my job is trying to predict what the buying public wants to read. She polished off her cobbler. But that doesn't make me any less a fan. Character motivation notwithstanding, Deck is your basic larger-than-life action hero who never fails to solve the mystery, nab the bad guy, bed the babe, and make her come. Maris closed the book with a decisive snap and replaced it on the shelf among the others. He'd only said that to provoke her, and it had worked. But damned if she would let it show, as I said. He appeals to men and women alike. Her understatement made him grin, but he let it pass without comment. Which was your favorite of the series? Loose Change. He grimaced. Seriously? In that book, Deck came dangerously close to being a wimp, because he showed more sensitivity toward the female character. Scornfully, Parker placed his hands over his heart. He got in touch with his feminine side, but he soon reasserted himself as a real cad. By the end of the book, he was back to being the smooth operator that every man fantasizes being. Did he live up to your fantasy? Deck Caton, your husband. His book acted like a spark plug to your fantasy life. Did his performance in Beddoes it live up to your expectations? She faced him squarely. Parker, that is an inappropriate question. That means it doesn't. That means it's none of your business. Your curiosity over my personal life is out of line, which is precisely why I avoided being alone with you last night and all day today. What happened in the gin made me uncomfortable. I'm married. What happened in the gin? I don't remember anything happening in the gin that 317 would compromise you as a married woman. His feigned innocence infuriated her, but she wouldn't give him the satisfaction of showing it. She changed tactics and assumed an air of indifference as she returned her empty bowl to the tray on the table. You attached far too much significance to that kiss, Parker. You asked why I allowed it, and since you seem confused on that point, let me clarify. I allowed it because fighting you off would have been undignified and embarrassing for both of us. A glorified golf cart is no place to conduct a wrestling match to protect my virtue. And don't for a moment delude yourself into thinking I was afraid of you. She shot him an arch look. I could have outrun you. Ouch! That one hurt, Maris. Now you're fighting dirty, which is the only kind of fighting I think you understand. It's the only kind of fighting, period. In other words, what's the point of fighting if you don't fight to win? Damn straight, he said tightly. Win at all costs, no matter what it takes, no matter what you have to do. I learned, or rather was taught, that lesson. If you want to come out on top, you must be willing to go the distance. Although his intensity on the topic intrigued her, there was a dangerous glint in his eyes that warned her against probing any further. I wanted to work with you on envy. If one meaningless kiss bought me that opportunity, it was a small enough price to pay. Can't we put that childish episode behind us and concentrate on what brought me here in the first place? Your book and my desire to buy it. For how much? The subject of money had never been broached, and she was caught off guard by the introduction of it now. I haven't thought about it. Well, do. It's premature. Maybe for you, not for me. I haven't seen a complete manuscript, Parker. I won't go to contract until I have, and I won't bust my balls finishing a book that you might ultimately reject. I'm sorry, that's the way the system works, not my system. 319, the recently printed sheets were neatly stacked in his lap. She was itching to read them, but his jaw was squared, and he was just ornery enough to stick to his guns. We could compromise. "I'm listening," he said. "I would be willing to offer you a moderate advance once I see a detailed outline. No sale." "I don't want to do an outline. Why? Because I enjoy the spontaneity of writing without one. You wouldn't have to adhere to it. If along the way a better idea occurs to you, I won't hold you to the outline. All I require is a general idea of where you're taking the story, a synopsis of the plot. That would spoil the surprises." "I'm your editor. I don't need to be surprised." "Of course you do. You're a reader first and editor second. You're the first barometer of whether the book is good or it's crap. Plot twists are essential to its being good. Besides, I'd rather channel my energy into the story than to writing a stupid outline. I urge you to take the time, Parker. For your benefit as well as mine. I ain't doing it. You sound like Todd. Todd." She moved to the table where she had left her copy of the Envy manuscript. "Let's see. I think it's in chapter 6. No, 7. It's a scene between him and Rourke. He's telling Rourke that Professor Hadley had suggested changes in his character's attitude toward his father, and Rourke thinks the suggestion is a valid one." She scanned the pages of text. "Here, page 92, Todd says. "When our esteemed professor writes a book, he can do with his characters whatever he likes. You can do with yours what you want. But these are my characters. I created them. I know what makes them tick. I won't change them to suit Hadley. No, no, sir, I ain't doing it." She looked over at him. He shrugged. "Okay. So I'll let Todd speak for me." "God, you're stubborn." They stared at one another until he 321. Finally asked, "Do you want to hear what I wrote today while you were busy avoiding me?" Ignoring his sarcasm, she said, "Of course I wanted to. Did you say hear it?" "I thought I would read it to you because it's very sloppy. I was writing fast, didn't bother with capital letters, punctuation, stuff like that. Have a seat." She sank into the deep cushions in one of the wicker armchairs, slipped off her sandals, and tucked her legs beneath her. He rolled his chair near hers, engaged the brake, and adjusted the shade of a floor lamp so that the light was directed down onto the pages. Except for that small pool of light, the room was dark. "I took your advice, Maris, and enhanced the girl's role. She's interwoven into other scenes, but this one, between her and Rourke, takes place on the night following his snafu with Hadley. The professor rescheduled their appointment for after the Thanksgiving holiday. Rourke returns to the frat house, pulls Todd off his sleeping loft, and, as you suggested, commences to beat the hell out of him. Some frat brothers break up the fight. Rourke inflicts no more damage than a busted lip and a bloody nose. Todd apologizes. He does. He says he thought it would be a good practical joke, but didn't think through the ramifications of screwing Rourke with Hadley. Says he hadn't counted on Hadley being so severe when Rourke turned up late. He had figured Rourke would get the equivalent of a slap on his hand, and then Hadley would proceed with his consultation. Is Todd sincere? We have no reason to believe otherwise, do we? No, I suppose not. Okay, so Rourke has accepted Todd's explanation and apology, but he's still mad as hell. Forlorn in a crap mood, he calls up the girl and makes a date with her for that evening. He tells her that he really wants to see her, that he's had a shitty day, stuff like that. He's in need of some TLC. Exactly. Scanning as he went. 323, Parker flipped through the top several pages, letting them drift one by one to the floor at the side of his chair. You can read this transition on your own. "Oh, I've named the girl Leslie. I like it." To paraphrase, Rourke takes her to a Sonic drive-in. They have chili tater tots and cherry limeades, big spender. Hey, give him a break. Okay? He's a kid on a budget. Besides, he happens to like chili tater tots and cherry limeades. Sorry, go on. After they eat, Rourke drives them out to the lake. He parks. He leaves the radio off. Somehow the silence seems appropriate. Let's see, yeah, here. The silence that enfolded him was as calming and comforting as a mother's breast. His day had been a chain of chaotic events, a jarring series of starts and stops between outbursts of anger. He'd suffered bone-crushing disappointment in his friend, in himself. "Good, thanks," he returned absently as he continued to scan the pages. Throughout the evening, Leslie has been unusually subdued, not her effervescent self. Rourke figures that his dour mood been contagious, that it had rubbed off on her over the tater tots they'd carried on a desultory conversation about blah, blah, blah. You can read this for yourself. He ran his finger down the page until he located the passage he sought. Okay, listen, I'm listening. A full moon hovered just above the horizon and was reflected in the water at such a severe angle that its wavering spotlight spanned the entire breadth of the lake. But it shed a chill light on the far shore. Towering pines and denuded hardwoods were unmoving in the windless night, stark and still, like India ink etchings against the sky that had turned wintry just that day. I like it. To encapsulate their conversation has been forced, stilted. Leslie hadn't asked Rourke where they were going when they left the Sonic on the drive to the lake. She hadn't uttered a peep. Jesus, did I write that? He took a red pencil from his shirt pocket and 325 made a slash through that line. But by now, her silence is beginning to wear on Rourke's nerves. He wants to know what she's thinking. He began to read again from the text. Rourke withheld asking until his chest felt tight enough to crack. "What are you so quiet for?" His tone of voice should have pissed her off. It would have pissed him off if somebody who had been as glum as an undertaker all evening had implicitly accused him of being the source of some unacknowledged complication. But when Leslie turned toward him, he saw only kindness in her expression, instead of rebuke, understanding. And Rourke was suddenly struck by how beautiful she was. Oh, the first time he saw her, he'd thought she was pretty eye candy. He and the guys he'd been carousing with that night had picked her out of a crowd of co-eds. Among themselves, they had appraised her, lewdly remarking on the physical attributes that men lewdly remark upon. She had scored high, but tonight she was beautiful to him in a way that had nothing to do with the pleasant arrangement of her features or the proportions of her figure. She exuded a beauty that was deeper than her flawless complexion and rarer even than her extraordinarily blue eyes. She radiated a beauty that wasn't particularly appreciated by contemporary society standards. It didn't have much value. It wasn't sophisticated and cool, but homespun and warm. It made you feel loved and accepted, despite your shortcomings, despite everything. Tonight, Leslie was beautiful like you hoped your life partner would be. When Parker stopped reading and glanced up at her, Maris managed only a slight nod and a motion for him to continue. Leslie asks him what had happened that day to put him in such a funk, words to that effect. Parker sent that page sailing over the armrest of the wheelchair and found the spot on the following page where he wanted to resume reading. Rourke talked for 10 solid minutes. The words gushed out in an uninterrupted stream, as though all day his subconscious had been choosing them and arranging them into an order that would give them the most impact and would most eloquently express the level of his despair. 327, but eventually his dejection turned to outrage. He articulated the fiery internal argument he'd been having with himself, the argument that justified his anger toward Todd. Fuck his apology. He closed his hand into a tight fist. He can't undo the damage he's done that easily. When he finished venting about Todd, he cursed the pompous professor for being such an unrelenting bastard, at the same time admitting to his fear of never reestablishing a rapport with Hadley and thereby guaranteeing a dismal grade on his capstone. The words finally ebbed, then stopped altogether. Rourke fell silent again and hunkered down into his jacket, not for the warmth it provided, but from shame for sounding like such a goddamn crybaby. Again, Parker raised his head and looked at Maris. "Well, should I trash it or continue?" "Continue. Please." I'll pick up with Leslie's response. Returning to the manuscript, he read, "She waited until the smoke of his wrath had cleared when it became noticeable that the cold from outside was seeping into the car. Breath formed plumes of vapor between them. She spoke quietly as one would to a temperamental animal who was momentarily docile. What happened today is a good thing, Rourke." He snorted, looked over at her. Good? How in God's name is it good? Not that I believe in God. He knew she wouldn't like the atheistic remark. She was a devout believer who took offense at jokes made over anything religious. Ordinarily, she admonished him for making them and asked him to kindly keep his irreverent comments to himself. This time, she elected to overlook it. The reason you're taking this so hard is because your writing means so much to you. It was a good point. He wanted to hear more. And because it means so much to you, you'll succeed. If you were able to shrug off the misunderstanding with Professor Hadley or laugh about it, then I would advise you to rethink your choice of career. You could dismiss this incident only if you had no passion for writing 329. What happened illustrates the depth of your passion. Your despondency over this, what really amounts to a hiccup in the grand scheme of things, demonstrates the level of your desire to write and write well. It hit you where it hurts most, which affirms that you're doing what you were born to do. She smiled. I didn't need it affirmed. But perhaps you did. And if you did, then this experience was worth all the anxiety it's caused. She reached for his hand and pressed it between hers. Think about it, Rourke, and you'll realize that I'm right. When Parker paused, Maris said, she's a very intuitive young woman. You think? She nodded. Noticing the sheets still lying in his lap, she asked, how does Parker respond? The way most men respond to any emotionally charged situation, which is, well, depending on if we're stimulated to feel bad or good, we either want to strike something or fuck something. Chapter 14. Maris cleared her throat. I don't suppose Rourke feels like striking something. Wasn't it you who suggested that I enhance their relationship? It was. Okay, then. They kiss, and it gets predictably slippery. Rourke opens her coat, cuddles up to her chest. She gives him access to some skin, velvety, warm, fragrant woman's skin. It says here. I'll work on that. He made a notation. He caresses her breasts. For the first time since they began dating, he uses his mouth. He kisses her nipples, teaching her something about arousal and the pleasurable possibilities that are available to a man and woman who are willing to explore them. Maris's heart bumped inside her chest, her scent, her breath, the texture of her against his tongue, combined with the day's frustration. The foreplay just isn't hacking it. The guy's dying here. So he guides Leslie's hand 331 inside his jeans, and to put it delicately, she gives him a hand job. That's putting it delicately? The huskiness of her voice brought his head up, and he looked across at her. Compared to some optional phrases, that's pretty delicate, yeah. Okay, Rourke tells her he loves her. Does he mean it? At that moment, with all his heart? Parker's somber face caused her to laugh, I'm sure. How does Leslie respond? Ah, he said, frowning. As it turns out, the hand job is her going away present. She dumps him. Then and there, it's right here in black and white. Does she break up for the reasons stated in the first draft? Yeah, then she's being kind, isn't she? And smart, as much as it hurts her. She's doing what she realizes is best for both of them, especially Rourke. She's thinking first of him and his career. Maybe? But I gotta tell you, Maris, fresh after you've climaxed. It's a real bummer if the woman up and walks out on you. I suppose? Oh yeah, he said, nodding sagely. Ask any guy, I'll take your word for it. In Rourke's mind, she's being a heartless bitch. He doesn't need her charity, and who the hell does she think she is? He's good and pissed. Maris was about to protest when Parker raised a finger to halt her. At least initially, he picked up the remaining pages. Shall I? Please. The day had started off lousy, and then it had gone to pure shit. He thought about getting drunk, but could see no good purpose in it. Today's disappointments would carry over into tomorrow, and then he would have to confront them with the handicap of a hangover. Besides, he hadn't earned an excuse to get drunk. That right belonged to a man only if he had a circumstance to celebrate or to mourn. One was allowed to lament a disaster 333 visited on him by random selection, such as an act of God or a whim of fate. But regret over his own culpability earned a man no such privilege. Responsibility for one's sorry situation couldn't be that easily removed, as much as he wanted to lay blame on Leslie, on Hadley, on Todd for today's miseries. Rourke acknowledged that most of the blame, if not all of it, lay squarely with him. Leslie was wise beyond her years and experience. Moreover, she was honest to a painful degree. Their individual desires were too discordant, their dreams too disparate for them to have a future together. Their goals conflicted now. In the future, they would clash resoundingly. When the inevitable separation came, they would be left scarred and embittered. The wisdom of her choice to return to her small-town aspirations and long-standing sweetheart didn't make it any easier to lose her now. But ending the relationship before it actually started would spare them future heartache. At least they had parted while all the memories were still sweet. Professor Hadley had been well within his right to be perturbed. He didn't want any stupid students under his tutelage. He had probably been as upset with Rourke for being duped by his roommate as he had been by the tardiness. The professor's time was too limited, his instruction too valuable to squander on fools. Taking Todd's word for something as critical as that meeting had been nothing short of stupid. The challenge facing Rourke now was to prove to Hadley that all evidence pointing to the contrary, he was not an imbecile. He could learn from this experience. He must learn from it. If he didn't, he would be as foolish, as much a waste of time and effort as Hadley believed him to be. Today had been the first cold day of the season. It was also the first day of Rourke Slade's life as an adult. Without ceremony or sacrament, he had undergone a rite of passage. Whatever remnants of innocence he had awakened with this morning had been stripped from him. After today, trust was only a word, a remote ideal that would never have a practical application in his life. From today forward, any belief he entertained would be contaminated by skepticism. Rourke wasn't aware of this transition until years later, when he leafed 335 back through the pages of his personal history, searching for the defining moment when his life had ceased being charmed and became cursed. His search always ended on this day. For months following that Tuesday before Thanksgiving, Rourke would think about Professor Hadley and what he could learn from that embarrassing experience. He would reflect on all that he had learned from Leslie about himself as a man and a writer. He would think on that quite a lot. But what he had learned about his best friend Todd, he avoided thinking about altogether. When Parker finished reading the final page, he stared at the last sentence for a time, then let the sheet slip from his fingers and drift down to join the others. By now the floor around the wheelchair was littered with pages of manuscript. Quietly, and without looking at Maris, he said, "That's it so far." She slowly unfolded her legs and lowered her feet to the floor. She slid her palms up and down the tops of her thighs, then clasped her hands loosely, raised her shoulders around a deep breath, and released it gradually. "All right, Parker. It goes against the company's policy as well as my own, but I'll give you a $10,000 advance just to finish the manuscript. When it's completed, we'll negotiate the terms of a contract. If you decline our terms and sell the book elsewhere, the $10,000 must be repaid from the first proceeds you receive from the other publisher. If you accept, that initial $10,000 will be applied to the advance we ultimately agree upon. In the meantime, I suggest you get an agent. I suggest you get a grip on reality. That's a no. $25,000, which barely covers my expenses. I've got to buy cartridges for my printer, paper. Mighty expensive paper," she said drolly. 15, that represents an act of good faith considering that I don't even have an outline. He mulled it over for several seconds. 15, no first proceeds clause, and the 15 is not applicable to the advance finally agreed upon. In other words, the 15's mine no matter what. If Matherly Press can't afford to gamble 15 grand, you should 337 padlock the doors tomorrow. He was right, of course, and, except for saving face, she saw no point in arguing it further. The fierce deal-making could be reserved for the final contract negotiations. Deal. As soon as I return to New York, I'll have our legal department draw up a letter of agreement. For now, we have a gentleman's agreement. She stuck out her hand. He took her hand and used it to draw her closer to him. By no stretch of the imagination, are you a gentleman? She leaned even farther forward, bringing her face very close to his and whispering, "Neither are you." Laughing, he released her hand. "Got that right. Do you want to take the rest of this with you?" He indicated the pages scattered over the floor. "Please, I'd like my father to read it. What about your husband?" Noah usually handles the business concerns and leaves the editorial to me, but since I've become so personally involved in this book, I'm sure he'll want to read it too. Parker wheeled his chair backward so she could kneel down and gather the manuscript pages. "I'd help, but was no bother. I like it this way. I've actually entertained fantasies of you on your knees in front of me. Groveling? That too." She looked up at him but wished she hadn't. He wasn't smiling, wasn't teasing. The remark went beyond his typical innuendo. "Dirty fantasies," he added. "In some states I could be arrested. Stop it, Parker. Okay, I will. Thank you. When you stop looking like that, like what? Thoroughly fuckable. That's not a word. Thoroughly is too. I should have you charged with sexual harassment. I deny it. That's the only reason I don't." She continued to gather the pages with quick, angry motions. Then she noticed the scar. 339. He wasn't wearing socks, so his feet were bare inside a pair of docksiders that sadly looked new and unscuffed. The scar crossed the vamp of his right foot and crawled up his ankle to disappear inside the leg of his trousers. The flesh was raised and buckled. It only gets worse from there. In fact, that one is damn near beautiful compared to some of the others. She looked up at him. "I'm sorry, Parker. No need to apologize. It's human nature to be curious over something that grotesque. I'm accustomed to stares. No, I meant I'm sorry for whatever it was that happened to you. It'd be incredibly painful." At first, he affected an indifference she knew was false. "But after a few years, I learned to live with it. Eventually, the pain dwindled to a familiar ache, except in cold weather. Then it can hurt like a son of a bitch. Is that why you moved to St. Anne, to escape harsh winters?" One of the reasons. He wheeled his chair around. "I'm going to get more cobbler. Want some with all the sheets now in hand." She came to her feet. "No thanks. I need to get to bed." I left an early wake-up call with Mike, right? In a matter of seconds, his attitude had turned frosty. She'd seen his scars, internal ones as well as those on his legs, and he couldn't tolerate that. He equated the scars to weakness, a limitation to his masculinity, which was ridiculous because, with the exception of those scarred legs, Parker defined maleness. He was broad through his shoulders and chest. As she had noticed the night they met, his arms were heavily muscled. Even his legs, what she could make out of them beneath his trousers, were muscular. In a private conversation with Mike, she had asked why Parker didn't use a motorized chair. He'd said that Parker wanted to stay as fit as possible, and wheeling himself around helped keep his muscles toned. He wasn't as classically handsome as Noah. There was a distinct asymmetry to Parker's features, but the irregularities made 341 his face arresting and interesting. The square jaw, stern visage, and a head of hair over which he exercised limited control all contributed to an attractiveness that was altogether manly. A manliness from which the safest distance for a married woman was full retreat. "I'll be in touch soon, Parker." "I'm not going anywhere," he said flippantly. "Write your heart out. Yeah. Goodbye, Maris." He wheeled himself into the kitchen, never looking back. He might just as well have sprinted away from her. The door swished shut behind him. Left standing alone in the empty, dim room, Maris felt awkward and a bit deflated. She didn't know what she had expected, but Parker's desertion seemed anticlimactic. She had what she'd come for, an agreement with him to finish Envy. One more handshake to seal that agreement wouldn't have killed him, would it? He hadn't mentioned being around to see her off in the morning. She certainly hadn't expected a protracted and syrupy goodbye. Nevertheless, she felt a bit crestfallen. Honestly, she was sad to be leaving when she should be eager to return to her turf where the accents and the cuisine and the night sounds were familiar. She realized she dreaded tomorrow's departure. The island had captivated her with its lavish landscape and its musical insects, whose concert lulled her to sleep every night. At first, she'd found the humidity cloying and almost unbearable, but she had actually come to like the feel of it against her skin, with its moss-laden trees that were almost as ancient as the surf. The island was otherworldly, entrancing, and seductive, and so was Parker Evans. But she shoved that thought aside. She noticed that the manuscript pages had actually grown damp within her tight grip. Relaxing her fist, she shook her head with chagrin. There was no mystery as to the source of these sensual thoughts. They had taken root in her mind when Parker read that damned passage about slippery kisses and nipples and the pleasurable possibilities available to a man and woman willing to explore them. She had planned to return to the guest cottage and read these pages for herself, but 343 she changed her mind. They could wait to be read when she was back in New York under fluorescent lights in familiar surroundings behind the safe barricade of her own desk and heavy workload. They could be read when their author wasn't in the next room entertaining fantasies about her that he could be arrested for. Before she left the solarium, she borrowed a Mackenzie Roan novel from Parker's library. She had a feeling that falling asleep was going to be difficult. The mystery would be a pleasant diversion. Dick Caton could keep her company. When Parker entered the gin the following morning, he startled a raccoon. "It's almost daybreak, pal. Better haul ass." The animal scuttled out between broken boards in the wall. He liked coming to the cotton gin before the sun came up, when it was still reasonably cool, and there was a light breeze coming off the ocean. He liked watching the first light find its way through the cracks in the walls. He fancied the building having a soul awakening at sunrise in the vain hope that the new day would bring life and vitality back to it. He fancied it because he could identify with it. He knew what it was like for people to shut you down, lock you up, and go away sadly, shaking their heads and saying that you weren't going to be worth much to anybody ever again. Countless mornings he had awakened like that. Before he had time to remember his circumstances, he would experience a flicker of anticipation for what the day would bring. Then pain would bring him fully awake, and with consciousness came the cruel realization that the day would bring nothing except the same desolation and hopelessness as had the day before, and the one before that. Thank God he had clawed his way free of that self-defeating miasma. By an act of will, he had given his days purpose. He had set himself a goal. Although it had cost him excruciating physical pain and many times had beaten his persistence almost into surrender, he had clung to it. Now he was mere weeks away from achieving that goal. A bird sailed into the building from the open doorway, startling Parker out of his reverie. The brown-spotted thing Mike was the 345 bird watcher who could probably identify this one from 30 yards perched on the edge of the loft, and tilting its feathered head, regarded Parker curiously. "Bet you're wondering what I'm doing here." He wondered what the hell he was doing talking to the animals this morning, but it didn't worry him overmuch. He had once screamed invectives at a whole battalion of imaginary rats that were scaling his motionless legs, crawling over his groin and belly and up his chest to attack his neck and face with their long, sharp teeth. So he wasn't too concerned now about rationally addressing something as harmless and real as a common bird. He came here to the emptiness of this ruin to rethink his plot and look for holes in it. He came here to check on his preparedness and to ask himself repeatedly what he could have possibly overlooked. He came to anticipate how sweet it was going to be to have his revenge, to see an end to it, to bring it to closure after 14 years. Sometimes he came here simply to escape Mike. Two opinionated bachelors sharing a house had the potential of becoming one opinionated bachelor too many. When tempers sparked, it was always Parker's fault. Compared to him, Mike had the disposition and patience of a saint. He couldn't do without Mike and couldn't bear to think about the day when he would be forced to. Mike wouldn't fess up to his actual age, but Parker knew he must be past 70. Thank God he appeared to be in good health and had the energy of a man half his age. He was really fond of No. He loved that old man. But there were days when even the long-suffering Mike Strother grated on him, when he needed complete solitude, when one room didn't provide him enough space in which to battle his demons. This morning he'd come here to think specifically about Maris. Within these weathered walls, he had hatched the plan to get her to St. Anne Island, under his roof and under his influence. He hadn't planned on her getting under his skin. He couldn't go feeling sorry for her, though. If he was to treat Noah Reed to a taste of hell on earth, utilizing Noah's 347 wife was necessary. She would get caught in the crossfire that was sure to come, but that was too damn bad. She would get no better than she deserved for marrying the cocksucker. She looked and talked smart, but she couldn't be very bright. I mean, come on, marrying a guy because she fell in love with a character in a book. How stupid can you get, he asked the sparrow. No, he couldn't let himself get mushy over Maris Matherly-Reed. So what if she made him laugh and gave good dialogue, and looked up at him with woeful watercolor eyes and felt compassion for his scars? He didn't want her pity. He didn't need it. And she damn well wouldn't be pitying him if she knew what was in store for her. You son of a bitch. Parker spun his chair around barely in time to duck the hardcover book hurled at his head. Chapter 15. Parker batted the book away a nanosecond before it could connect with his temple. It landed in the dirt beside his chair, sending up a puff of dust. He recognized the cover. It was the first volume of the Deck Caton series. Maris was standing just inside the open doorway. The first time she came to the deserted Cotton Gin, she'd been apprehensive and hesitant to enter. This morning her aura was glowing as red-hot as a new star. If the threshold on which she was standing had been the gateway to hell, Parker doubted she would have been intimidated, given that he could see the outline of her legs all the way to the top through her skirt. Her fury was ineffectual. At the very least, it was compromised. His eyes were drawn to that vaguely defined delta, but he concentrated on keeping them in a neutral zone above her waist. God knew he didn't need to provoke her any more than she was already provoked. Unflappably, he asked, "You didn't like the book?" "Fuck you. I guess not." With her hands clenched into fists that she held stiffly at her sides, she walked toward him, quoting as she came. At least they had parted while all the memories were still 349 sweet. She came to a stop within a yard of his chair, and he noted that she was wearing eyeglasses. "You're either a plagiarist or a consummate liar, and either way you're a son of a bitch. So you said, I got it the first time." "Which is it?" "Just so I'll know. One's as despicable as the other." "I believe you quoted from chapter 17, page 243. Deck is at his late wife's grave," he feigned puzzlement. "I'm not sure if one can plagiarize oneself." "Can one?" She was too angry to speak. Deck is grief-stricken but grateful that he'd had her in his life for even a short time. He continued, "It was rather good, I thought. Good enough to use again, in envy." After Leslie broke up with Rourke, at what hour of the day had she discovered the telltale passage, he wondered. Had it been late last night as she lay in the guest cottage bed, or had she been reading over her morning coffee? The circumstances really didn't matter. She knew his secret, and she was pissed. "Why did you lie to me, Parker?" "I never lied about it," he countered calmly. "You never asked me if I was Mackenzie Roon. You never asked me if I wrote a mystery series featuring Deck Caton. Even when we were talking about him last night, you never once said was, 'Don't be obtuse, Parker.' You lied by omission, otherwise you would have volunteered that vital piece of information." "Vital? Hardly. It wasn't even important. It wasn't relevant. If you'd have asked, I would have invented some bullshit story like this has been from the very beginning. If I hadn't wanted to be found out, I wouldn't have deliberately used that sentence in envy and then recommended that you read the first Deck Caton book, which was another of your games to test how sharp I am," she shouted. Her hair was tousled and her cheeks were pink, as though she'd run all the way here from the house. Truth be told, she looked adorably, disheveled and smelled of the vanilla in 351 freshly baked tea cakes. But she wouldn't welcome the compliments. "I've never seen you wearing glasses. Do you ordinarily wear contacts?" Impatiently, she raked her hair back. "What I want to know is why." She had lowered the timbre of her voice, although it appeared to have been an effort. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly, as though the volume and vituperation trapped inside were creating inner turbulence. "Why did you play this ridiculous game with me, Parker, or Mackenzie, or whatever the hell your name is?" "Parker Mackenzie Evans." Mackenzie was my mother's maiden name. When I was deciding on a pseudonym, it seemed a logical choice. Tickled my mom no end for me to use it. It has a nice ring. It's androgynous. It was answer me. Safe from what? Discovery. He tossed out the word like a gauntlet. For long moments it seemed to lie there between them on the dirt floor alongside the book. Finally he said, when I sold the Deck Caton series, I wished to remain anonymous. I still do. The series has been enormously popular. Why hide behind a pseudonym? He folded his arms across his chest and gave her a pointed look. Why do you suppose, Maris? Her lips parted as though to speak, but then realization dawned and her lips closed. She looked away, embarrassed, right? Deck Caton is every man's fantasy. Every woman's, too, according to you. He's agile and quick. He can chase the bad guys and carry a woman to his bed. Why would I want to dispel his dashing image by showing up at personal appearances in a wheelchair? No author photographs on the book jackets, she mused out loud. No book signings or personal appearances. I often questioned your publisher's marketing strategy and wondered why it didn't include you. They were protecting you. Wrong. I was protecting me. Even my publisher doesn't know who Mackenzie 353 Roan is. My editor doesn't know my real name or whether Mackenzie Roan is male or female. No one knows anything about Mackenzie Roan's true identity. My agent tells me the speculation has run the gamut from was, of course! Maris interrupted on a soft cry. Mackenzie Roan has an agent. I know her. You didn't go through her when you submitted Envy. Why? She doesn't know about it. Why? Because I haven't told her. She'll get her percentage of anything Envy earns because I'll bring her in to negotiate the final contract. But until that time, I chose to go this one alone. Why? Is there an echo in here? Before I kill you, I want to understand this, Parker. Despite the first half of that statement, she appeared more befuddled than angry now, although he sensed he was being granted only a temporary reprieve. If he knew her at all, and he felt he was coming to, once she had time to think about all this at length, she was going to get as mad as hell all over again. Explain yourself, Parker. Why the secrecy? I wanted to write a different book, totally different from the snappy dialogue and fast-paced action in the Deck Caton books. Don't get me wrong, they're not easy to write, he grinned ruefully. Frankly, it surprises the hell out of me how popular they've become. But because they're so popular and Deck is so well known to the fans, to some, he's like a member of the family who's merely away from home between books they expect a lot from me. They want the same but different. They want each book to take Deck into a new and exciting adventure, but they'd turn vicious if I deviated too far from the formula. It's hard to deliver every time out of the chute. Each successive book has outsold the previous one, and I'm glad. But that also raises the stakes and the standard and makes each book harder to top. That's a refrain I've heard from other successful novelists. Maris 355 remarked, "They say it's difficult to top themselves. Noah has said that about The Vanquished." Parker didn't want to talk about Noah and his goddamn success story. "I've come clean with you, Maris. Now be truthful with me. If my agent had called you up one day and said, 'Guess what I've got?' Lying on my desk as we speak is a new novel by the author of the Deck Caton series, something entirely different from the mysteries. Very hush-hush, and he wants you to see it first. You'd have creamed, right?" She blinked at the offensive expression, but she didn't shy away from his eyes as they bore into hers. "I wanted you to cream over Envy, Maris, but without knowing anything about me or my past successes." She looked away, readjusted her eyeglasses, absently brushed a gnat off her arm. When she looked at him again, she said, "All right, yes. I wouldn't have used your crude terminology, but I would have been excited by such a call. Why would that have been such a terrible thing? Because I wanted an unbiased opinion of the writing, which entitled you to make a fool of me. No, damn it, that wasn't." He felt his own ire rising, and he suspected it was because her argument had merit. He began again. "I sent the prologue to you unsolicited because that was the only way to guarantee an impartial reading. I wanted you to approach it without preconceptions. I wanted it to stand on its own, not on my reputation as a best-selling author. I wanted it to be good. It would have been just as good without the charade, Parker. My reaction to it would have been the same. But I would never have known for sure, would I? He gave her time to respond, but she didn't. She couldn't. He was right, and she knew it. I tricked you. Yes, but I needed to prove to myself that there was more in me than a scotch-drinking, skirt-chasing hunk with a big gun and a bigger dick. Dec Caton has more substance than that. Thanks. I think so. I wasn't sure you did. She bent down and picked up the 357 book. Are you going to bang me over the head with that? Maybe? Her anger hadn't dissipated. It was still there, simmering. She just had it under control. But even as mad as I am, she said, I can't abuse a book. It goes against my nature even to dog-ear a page. I'm that way too, she returned his peacemaking smile with a glare. Don't you dare try to charm me, Parker. She passed the book down to him and dusted her hands. What you did was terrifying. That wasn't the word I was going to use. But it's the correct one. When I put that prologue in the mail, I was scared shitless of what? Rejection? Big time. You could have sent me a curt letter, said no thanks, said I stunk, said I should give up writing and try stringing beads or basket weaving instead. I'd have probably bought a package of razor blades and locked myself in the bathroom. That isn't funny. You're right, it isn't. Besides, you're too egotistical for suicide. How little she knew. There had been times during those darkest days when his soul had been as twisted as his legs and his emotions were as raw as the flesh that defied healing, when, had he been able to move, he would have taken the path of least resistance and ended it there. But while he was in that pit of despair, he had been imbued with a will to live. Determination had been breathed into him by some omnipotent power or cosmic authority greater than his paltry human spirit. Not an angel, though. Not an angel as angels are typically portrayed. There was nothing benevolent, God-blessed, or holy about his plans for Noah Reed. He reached for Maris's hand and squeezed it hard. Don't underestimate how important this is to me. She didn't squeeze back but searched his eyes. Why did you send Envy to me, Parker? I know your editor for the Mackenzie Roan books. He's very capable. He is? He agreed solemnly. 359, my question stands. There are hundreds of editors in a dozen major publishing houses. What set me apart? Why'd you choose me? The article in the magazine. He hoped she wouldn't detect that he was lying. The answer seemed plausible enough to him, but she was looking at him with an intensity that was unnerving. The things you were quoted as saying convinced me you were the editor for Envy. I liked what you said about commerce versus quality, and how the balance in publishing is in danger of shifting in favor of the former. I'm not writing this book for the money. I've got more money than I'll ever need. Dec Caton has seen to that. I'm writing Envy for me. If it finds an audience, I'll be pleased. If it doesn't, you still saw something worthwhile in it, and to me, that's damn good confirmation of my talent. It'll find an audience. She pulled her hand free of his. I'll see to that. I have too much invested in it not to a measly 15 grand. I wasn't referring to the advance. His silly smile collapsed and he matched her gravity. I know, I was referring to. He thought he saw the start of tears, but it might have been a tricky reflection off the lenses of her glasses. I know what you were talking about, Maris. They exchanged a long and meaningful look. He was consumed with the desire to touch her. I don't want you to leave. He hadn't known he was going to say that until he heard his own gruff voice filling the heavy silence. He hadn't made a conscious decision to speak the words, but he meant them. And he meant them for reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with his revenge on Noah Reed. Write your book, Parker. Stay. I'll be in touch. She backed up several steps before turning and walking away from him. Maris. But she didn't stop or even slow down, and she didn't look back. Not even when he called her name again, 361, Chapter 16. This visit is long overdue. I'm glad you were free. Nadia Schuller sent a smile across the table to her luncheon guest. As the setting for this intimate get-together, Nadia had chosen a small, cozy restaurant on Park Avenue. Its menu was unaffected, the decor was country French. Nadia thought the lace panels in the windows were a bit precious for Manhattan, but they contributed to the restaurant's friendly ambience, and that was the note she was trying to strike with this lunch friendliness, which was somewhat of a challenge when you were screwing your guest's husband. Thank you for the invitation. Maris offered a strained little smile and opened her menu, a not-so-subtle hint that she was ready to get lunch underway and over with as quickly as etiquette permitted. A waiter in a long white apron approached their table. "What would you like to drink, Maris?" Nadia asked. "Iced tea, please. I'm having white wine. Would you rather have that?" She made it sound as though she were granting Maris permission to have an alcoholic beverage if she preferred. Addressing the waiter this time, Maris repeated, "Iced tea, please. Lots of ice and a fresh wedge of lemon." Turning back to Nadia, she said, "I formed the habit when I was in the South. They drink it year-round down there, don't they? That and moonshine." Nadia ordered her wine, and the waiter withdrew. "I heard all about your trip to Dixie." "Oh, from your secretary, when I called to invite you to lunch." "I thought perhaps Noah had told you." "No, I haven't seen Noah in—" Actually, I think it was the night I saw the two of you at the awards banquet." They made small talk until the waiter returned with their drink order, then listened to his recitation of the chef's specials. Nadia requested a few minutes for them to think over their selections. This delay in the proceedings seemed to perturb Maris, but Nadia wasn't 363 going to be brushed off like a piece of lint. She didn't like Maris in the least, and she was absolutely certain that her dislike was reciprocated. Both were successful businesswomen, but their approach to their careers, to men, to life in general, couldn't be more dissimilar. Maris Matherly-Reed had enjoyed all the advantages that Nadia had been denied. Maris had been born into a wealthy and well-respected family and had cut her perfectly straight teeth on a silver spoon. She had attended exclusive private schools and was a frequent guest at the Tony parties held in the Tony estates in the Hamptons. Photograph often appeared in the society columns. She had traveled extensively. Maris had culture out the Asan ass that hadn't required painful, expensive liposuction to get it slim and taut. Shapely as it was, however, you couldn't melt an ice cube on it. Nadia, nay, Nadine, had been born poor. Her family's poverty was forgivable. It was their ignorance and uncouthness she had found intolerable. As early as pre-adolescence, she determined not to remain in Brooklyn and marry some boorish loser of a husband with whom she would fight over how they were going to house and feed their ever-increasing brood. She was destined for far better things. She lost her virginity at 13 to her first employer, the manager of a novelty store where she clerked in the afternoons after school. He caught her stealing nail polish and lipstick from the store's stock and had given her a choice between his sweaty coupling or arrest in juvenile court. Besides the discomfort of being screwed on top of shipping crates in a dank stockroom by someone with clumsy, damp hands and garlic breath, it hadn't been that bad a trade-off. That was only the first of many times Nadia bartered sex to get something she wanted or to avoid something she didn't. She perceived high school as a sentence she must serve, but amused herself by stealing her classmates' boyfriends. She didn't give a fig about the broken hearts she caused. It didn't worry her that she didn't have a single girlfriend. As long as there were boys lusting after her, vying for her 365, attention, giving her presents, and taking her places in exchange for doing what she would have enjoyed doing anyway, why should she care? When her grades fell short of meeting graduation requirements, her rudimentary math teacher agreed to favorably adjust her score in exchange for a blowjob. Her world history teacher, a pathetically homely woman, had been tearfully grateful when Nadia professed a secret affection for her. In the span of one rainy evening in the teacher's apartment that smelled of cat litter boxes, Nadia's grade escalated from a D to a B+. Once she had her diploma, she eschewed higher education. She had no patience for scholastics. Instead, she plowed straight into the workforce, moving from job to job at 6-month intervals until she was hired as a copy editor for a local neighborhood weekly newspaper. This was the first job that had appealed to her and that she felt was worthy of her. Within weeks of being hired, she resolved that this was the field in which she would recreate herself, beginning with changing her name, and become famous. Eventually, she talked the managing editor into letting her write an occasional article. The negotiation took place in the back seat of his car in the shadow of the row house where he lived with his wife and 4 children. Nadia had straddled his lap and, working him into a state of near delirium, got his gasping promise to give her idea a trial run. The Nadia Schuller pieces were gossipy, chatty, anecdotal stories about the lives and loves of people who lived in the neighborhood. It soon became the most popular feature of the newspaper. Nadia was on her way. Now, 12 years and countless lovers later, she sat across from Maris Matherly-Reed, behaving in a civilized manner, but harboring an enormous amount of antipathy for a woman who bested her without even trying. Were Maris to hate her more, Nadia would hate Maris less. What she couldn't tolerate was Maris's seeming indifference toward her, as though she merited no notice at all. For instance, when they met at the entrance to the restaurant, Nadia had remarked on the light tan Maris had acquired while she was 367 in Georgia, and rather cattily reminded her how damaging sun exposure was to the complexion. Maris's cool comeback had been, "Next time I go, I'll be sure to take a hat." They placed their in tray orders with the waiter. As Nadia passed Maris a basket of bread, she remarked, "Tragic news about Howard Bancroft." That elicited a reaction. Maris declined the bread basket with a small shake of her head, and her eyes turned sad. "Very tragic. I didn't learn of it until I returned late yesterday afternoon. How many years had he been at the helm of your legal department? Since before I was born. We were all shocked. Has anyone speculated on why he killed himself?" "Nadia, I was. Oh, this isn't for book chat." The facts were in the newspaper account, and it painted a grisly scene. "I got the official, sanitized press release from your PR department. It said little about his manner of death and was more about his contribution to Matherly Press. Howard Bancroft had been discovered in his car, parked half a block from his house on Long Island, with his brains blown to smithereens and a pistol in his hand. The people at Matherly Press are a closely knit group. No one picked up warning signals?" "No," Maris replied. "In fact, Noah had a meeting with him just that afternoon. He said Howard was being typically Howard." She shook her head with remorse. "He was such a well-loved man, especially in the Jewish community. I can't imagine what drove him to commit such a desperate act." Their main courses arrived as they ate. They switched to a brighter topic, the books Matherly Press had scheduled for its fall lineup. "I predict that it's going to be a very successful holiday season for us," Maris told her. "Best ever. May I quote that in my column?" "You may." Nadia opened her ever-present notebook and asked Maris to enumerate the titles and 369 authors she was especially excited about. After jotting them down, she laid aside her pen and took a dainty bite of grilled sea bass. "Tell me about this project you're working on in Georgia." "I can't." Nadia stopped eating. "Why not? It's not open to discussion." "How positively fabulous. I love projects swathed in mystery. This one is and must remain that way, and even my telling you that is off the record. Don't use it." Nadia took a sip of wine, gazing at Maris over the rim of the glass. "You've just increased my curiosity about 1,000 times over. You'll have to remain curious. The author chooses to remain anonymous. That's also off the record. Even my staff doesn't know the writer's identity, so it will do you no good to try and trick or wheedle information from anyone at Matherly Press." "No one knows who he is?" "I never said it was a he." "Right. Right? You didn't. Does that mean it's a she?" "It means I'm not telling." "Give me something," Nadia cajoled. "Friend to friend. You're not my friend." Nadia was taken aback by Maris's tone. Suddenly, with that terse statement, they were no longer talking about the unnamed writer in Georgia. She kept her smile in place, saying, "That's true, Maris. We've been too busy with our respective careers to get to know one another and cultivate a friendship. But I'd like to change that. We will never be friends, Nadia." Again, Nadia was taken off guard by Maris's candor. "Why do you say that?" "Because you want to sleep with my husband." In spite of herself, Nadia was impressed. Miss Goody Two-Shoes wasn't so goody after all. She had more grit than the girls' school polish suggested. Dropping all pretense, she met Maris's level gaze. You can't wonder why. Noah is an attractive man. An attractive married man, 371, a distinction that has never stopped me. That's what I hear. Rather than being insulted, Nadia laughed. Good. I love being the topic of scandalous conversation. She took another sip of wine, then ran her index finger around the rim of the glass as she continued to study Maris with a new appreciation. She admired directness, but never would have believed the former debutante capable of it to this degree. But she wondered how cool Maris would remain if she confessed to her affair with Noah. What if she gave wifey a blow-by-blow pun intended account of what they had done in bed last night? She would bet that for all Maris's composure that would rattle her right down to her Manolo Blahniks. While that would be fun, it wouldn't be wise. There was too much at stake. Curbing the temptation to flaunt the affair, she asked, "Have you spoken to Noah about this?" "Yes." "And what did he say?" "That his interest in you is strictly business-related. That your column is so influential, he can't risk offending you. That's why he goes along with your obvious machinations." Nadia shrugged. "There you have it. I've established myself by using people as sources of information. In turn, they use me for free publicity and promotion. Noah understands the way it works." She had managed to dance around the topic without either lying or telling the whole truth, and she hoped Maris would leave it at that. The worldview deal needed no further complications. Taking advantage of Maris's silence, she said, "I'm glad we cleared the air. Would you like a bite of sea bass?" "No, thank you." "It's delicious, but I've had my fill." Actually, she was still hungry, but she pushed her plate away. One area of thigh tissue absorbed fat like a goddamn sponge despite the procedure she had undergone. She fanatically counted every calorie. Exercise was the only religion she believed in or practiced, and she worshipped strenuously every day. Noah teased her about her rigid fitness regimen, saying she even brought it to bed with her. In fact, she counted sex as in 373 aerobic exercise. She knew precisely how many calories were burned with each act of coitus. Noah knew her well. He could be the sole man on the planet to whom she might be faithful. She didn't love him any more than he loved her. Neither of them bought into the myth of romantic love. He had readily admitted that his marriage hadn't been inspired by amorous passion, but rather his burning desire to become part of the Matherly dynasty via the only Matherly available to him. He had developed a mentor-protege relationship with Daniel, but even that wasn't enough to satisfy his ambition. Becoming the old man's son-in-law was the next best thing to a blood kinship. Marrying Maris would cement his future, so he had made it happen. Nadia admired that kind of single-minded scheming and the guts it took to carry out a bold plan. To her, ruthlessness was an aphrodisiac like no other. She spotted it in Noah the first time she met him. Recognizing in him a self-serving ambition that was equal to her own, she had wanted him and she hadn't played coy. Their first business lunch date had carried over into an afternoon spent in bed at the Pierre. To her delight, Noah approached sex with the same self-gratifying appetite and animalistic detachment as she. By the time he left her lying tangled up in the damp sheets, she was raw and sore and exhilarated. They were also compatible out of bed. They understood one another. Their individual drives to achieve were harmonious but competitive enough to spark arguments and add zest. They were good for each other. They complemented each other. As a team, they would be unconquerable. That was why Nadia wanted to become Mrs. Noah Reed. Well, that was one reason why. The other was harder for her to acknowledge. There was just enough of Nadine remaining in her to want to be married before she died. She didn't want to grow old alone. Somewhere between power lunches and sundown specials, a single woman became a spinster. Through her 20s and 30s, she had scorned the very idea of matrimony to anybody who would listen. She claimed no interest whatsoever in monogamy and the marriage bed. What a fucking literally bore. $3.75. But the truth was that for all the men who had shared her bed, who had sighed and cried and groaned and crowed between her thighs, not one, not a single one, had ever asked her to be his wife. And to be brutally honest, Noah hadn't actually proposed either. He wasn't the hearts and flowers and bended knee type. She had more diamond rings than she had fingers and toes. How their plans for matrimony had come about was that she had told him she wanted to marry him, and Nadia never took no for an answer. Now her future husband's present wife was finishing a cappuccino that she hadn't wanted. Usually Nadia could sweet talk or browbeat someone out of a tidbit of information that she could expand into an item for her column, but Maris had remained stubbornly mute about her secret project. She seemed disinclined to talk on any level about the nature of the book or about the writer. Not that Nadia gave a flip about Maris's silly secret project. The purpose of this lunch had been to keep Maris derailed, unaware, and blissfully ignorant of what Nadia and Noah were doing with worldview behind her back. But Maris had tipped her hand. Noah should be warned that she might not be as malleable and naive as she looked. Nadia hoped her suspicion of an affair had been quelled, because the last thing they needed in these important final weeks was a jealous wife breathing down their necks. "Anything else, Maris?" she offered graciously. "Another cappuccino? No, thank you. I should get back to the office. I'm playing catch-up after being away, as I knew I would be. Then why'd you come?" The question was out before Nadia realized she was going to ask it, but having done so, she owned up to being curious. Why had Maris accepted her invitation? For a long time now, we've detested the sight of one another, but we always played polite, Maris said. "I hate phoniness, especially in myself." She looked inward for a second, then added, "Or maybe I'm just disgusted with lies and liars. In any case, I thought it was time to tell you to your face that I'm on to you." Nadia took it all in, then smiled wryly. "Fair enough." As they made 377 their way to the entrance, she said, "You'll still feed me industry news items, won't you?" "News, not gossip. When you're ready to reveal this mysterious author and book, will you give me the scoop?" "The author is very publicity shy." "I doubt was, Nadia. What a nice surprise." Nadia turned at the greeting and found herself looking into the colorless countenance of Morris Bloom, the last person on earth she would choose to bump into when Maris Matherly-Reed was standing beside her. She didn't find the surprise nice at all. "How are you, Morris?" She extended her hand to him, but kept her tone aloof and uninviting. "I recommend the sea bass." "And I recommend the martinis," he said, raising his frosted glass. "In fact, I coached the bartender here on how to make one just right. Stirred or shaken. Shaken." Maris had moved to the coat check to retrieve her raincoat, so Nadia felt free to engage in a mild flirtation. It wouldn't be smart to be too aloof. Her dinner with him at the Rainbow Room had been enjoyable. If she gave him the brush off now, he would wonder why. Gin or vodka? Vodka, straight up and extra dirty, one of her artfully waxed eyebrows, arched. "I like the sound of that. Here." He lifted the pick from his glass and extended it toward her mouth. Keeping her eyes on his, she touched the tip of her tongue to the olive, then closed her lips around it and sucked it into her mouth. My favorite thing? Join me in one?" "I'm afraid I can't, Morris. Rain check? I'll call." She flashed him her most promising smile. It had been mastered after years of practice and was now practically habitual. She told him to enjoy his lunch and turned away to rejoin Maris. To her consternation, the smile worked too well. Bloom trailed her, making a 379 introduction to Maris unavoidable. She executed it with as much casualness as she could effect. As the two shook hands, Bloom said, "I've long been an admirer of your publishing house, and a suitor," Maris remarked. He grinned disarmingly. "So you've read the numerous letters I've written to your esteemed father, along with his replies. Do you agree with him?" "Wholeheartedly. While we're flattered that an entity like Worldview is interested in merging with us, we like ourselves the way we are. So your husband told me during our last meeting." Chapter 17, Noah was reviewing the company's most recent shipping invoices when his wife stormed into his office and slammed the door behind her, stunning his secretary. She tossed her handbag and damp raincoat into the nearest chair and strode to the edge of his desk. She'd been testy and despondent since her return from Georgia last evening, but she had never looked better. Today she was dressed in a suit tailored for office wear, but it was a form-fitting one he'd always admired. Time spent on the beach had put some color in her cheeks and stripped it from her hair. Sun-bleached strands framed her face, giving her a youthful, healthy appearance. Her expression, however, wasn't sunny. "Hello, Maris. How was your lunch?" "I was just introduced to Worldview's whiz kid, Morris Bloom. He told me to give you his regards." Goddamn Nadia, he thought. Why hadn't she called to warn him of this? Then he remembered he had given Cindy strict instructions to hold his calls until after he'd had time to review the financial statements stacked on his desk, ironically, because of Worldview. He'd been going over the charts and columns entry by entry, becoming intimately familiar with them, seeking potential trouble spots which might cause Bloom and company concern. Should they pose any questions, Noah wanted to have an explanation ready. 381 remaining as unflappable as possible, he said, "How nice of Mr. Bloom to remember me." Apparently it wasn't that much of a stretch for him, Noah, given you two had a recent meeting. She braced herself on his desk with stiff arms and leaned toward him, her eyes flashing. What meeting is he talking about, Noah? And why wasn't I informed of it? What meeting? He stood up and came around the desk. Maris kindly calmed down. "Don't tell me to calm down. All right, then. I'm asking you to. Please." He reached out to take her by the shoulders, but she backed away and slung off his extended hands. "Would you like a glass of water?" "I would like an explanation," she said, enunciating each word. "You know how Dad and I feel about conglomerates like Worldview. I share your opinion." He hiked his hip over the corner of his desk and placidly folded his hands on his thigh, although he would have liked to wrap them around her slender neck. "That's why I agreed to the meeting with Worldview." She shook her head in disbelief as though up until that time she had been clinging to the hope that Bloom was lying. "You met with those jackals? You actually did? Behind my back and without my knowledge?" Noah sighed and gave her a pained look. "Yes, I met with them, but before you go into orbit, can you be reasonable and give me an opportunity to explain?" He took her fuming silence for permission to continue. "Bloom's flunkies had been hounding me for months. They called until I stopped taking or returning their calls. With no regard for that blatant hint, they began faxing me until I got tired of throwing the damn things away. They made nuisances of themselves until I determined that the most expedient way to handle the situation was to attend a meeting and tell Bloom to his baby's ass face that we were not interested in anything he had to offer by way of a merger. Period. End of discussion. I don't think I could have made our position any clearer. I didn't tell you about it because you were extremely busy and didn't need any additional stress. I'm always busy. The meeting was inconsequential. I hardly think so. 383, and frankly, he said, I anticipated that you would react emotionally rather than rationally. I predicted that you would fly off the handle and lose all perspective. I hoped to avoid a scene such as this. This isn't a scene, Noah. This is a private conversation between husband and wife, between business partners, two relationships that should come with an implied trust. Exactly, he said, raising his voice to match the level of hers, which is why I'm amazed, both as your husband and your business partner, by your apparent lack of trust in me. Chalk it up to my reacting emotionally, flying off the handle and going into orbit, which are fair analogies, Maris. You came barging in here and practically accused me of treason against Matherly Press. At the very least, you consorted with the enemy. A knock on the door brought them around. Daniel was standing on the threshold, leaning heavily on his cane. I'm exercising one privilege of old age, which is to intrude when uninvited. Noah shot his cuffs. Of course you're welcome. Daniel. Maris has just returned from lunch. We were having a discussion about I heard from all the way down the hall. Daniel came in and closed the door. Maris is upset about the meeting you had with Worldview. She reacted with a start. You knew about it? Noah told me of his decision to meet with them. I thought it was a sound idea and was glad he was going instead of me. I don't think I could have stomached it. Why wasn't I informed? She addressed the question to both of them, but Noah answered, You were leaving for Georgia. Daniel and I could see how excited you were about this project and were afraid that if you knew about worldview, you'd change your plans. There was no reason to bother you with it. I'm not a child. She glowered at him, then at Daniel. We made a mistake in judgment, Daniel conceded. It wasn't our intention to slight you. I don't feel slighted, I feel babied. I don't need protection, Dad, or coddling, or special favors. 385. When it comes to business, I'm not a daughter or a wife. I'm an officer of this corporation. I should have been consulted on something this major. I don't care how busy I was or what my travel plans were. You were remiss and just plain wrong to exclude me from those discussions. I'm also mad as hell at both of you for letting me be made a fool of in front of Morris Bloom and Nadia Schuller. I apologize, Daniel said. So do I, Noah echoed. I'm terribly sorry that you were embarrassed today at lunch. I take full responsibility for that. She didn't verbally accept their apologies, but Daniel took her silence as a tacit pardon. Are we still on for dinner tonight? Maxine's making pot roast. We'll see you at 7, Noah confirmed. Daniel split an uneasy glance between them and then left them alone. Maris went to the window and turned her back to the room. Noah remained where he was, still perched on the corner of his desk. Several minutes passed before she spoke. I'm sorry I lost my temper. It hasn't been that long ago that I told you how beautiful you are when you're angry. She came around quickly and angrily. Don't patronize me, Noah. Don't be so goddamn sensitive, he snapped. I resent belittling sexist remarks like that. That's a sexist remark. Can't I pay you a compliment without your reading something into it? Not when we're fighting. It was upsetting and a little alarming that his charm seemed to have lost some of its effectiveness. What's with you, Maris? Since you got back yesterday, you've been as prickly as a porcupine. If working on this project, he said, slinging out his hand as though to shake off a contagion, is going to cause a chronic case of PMS-was, and that's not sexist, then I recommend you was. This has nothing to do with that. Then what? Nadia? 387. Did she know about your meeting with Bloom? He covered his discomfiture with a short laugh. What? You think I called up our local gossip columnist and leaked the story? Folding her arms across her middle, Maris turned back to the window. You're lying? He came off the desk. I beg your pardon. She knew, Noah. Nadia's the most conniving woman I've even met, and ordinarily she makes no secret of it. In fact, she takes pride in it. But when Bloom mentioned his meeting with you, she blanched, looking as though she'd just been exposed. Then she couldn't hustle me away from him and out of there fast enough. As we said goodbye, she oozed goodwill, but nervously. She came around slowly. She knew. The look she gave him was so damn superior, it enraged him. He felt blood rushing to his head. He imagined capillaries bursting behind his eyeballs. Fury pulsated through him. Only by an act of will could he keep his voice from revealing it. Why would I tell Nadia, Maris? There was nothing to tell. If Nadia knew, she heard it from Bloom. I've seen them with their heads together on more than one occasion. They probably stroke each other for inside information. Yes, that's how it works, she whispered as though to herself. When she refocused on him, she asked if Bloom told her, why didn't she write about it in her column? That's simple. Worldview owns a chain of newspapers that carry her column. She couldn't risk inflaming them by blabbing that David had thumbed his nose at Goliath, which is exactly what my meeting with them amounted to. If I'd known it was going to cause this much hullabaloo, I'd have continued avoiding them. I swear to God, I thought that meeting would be the end of their persistence, she confessed. His heart knocked against his chest. It was difficult to keep his features impassive. What? Who? Confessed what? I told Nadia that I was on to her, that I could see through her and knew that she had designs on you. Designs? He repeated with amusement. What quaint phraseology. 389. I didn't use it to be cute, Noah, she said testily. Today I had lunch with a woman who told me to my face that she wants to sleep with you. He rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. Maris, for God's sake, Nadia wants to sleep with every man. She's made it her life's quest. She's one giant, raging hormone. She's come on to me, sure. Do you think I'm that easily flattered? She also comes on to waiters and doormen, and probably to her garbage collector. A lot of men find her attractive. She is, but I didn't have an affair with her when I was single, and I sure as hell wouldn't jeopardize my marriage to you by having one with her now. He sighed and shook his head ruefully. Is that what all this has been about? You let Nadia upset you? No. I was more upset over the worldview thing than I was about Nadia. If you want Nadia, then you deserve her. He forced himself to smile. I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to explain both misunderstandings. These things shouldn't fester. It's bad for our marriage. He gave her a few moments to ruminate on that, then smiled the tentative smile of a scolded puppy. If that's the end of the interrogation, I'd like to hug my interrogator. Since she didn't raise any barriers, either real or suggested, he joined her where she stood and placed his arms around her. He pressed his face into her hair. I was angry when I made that ludicrous statement about chronic PMS, but it has a basis of truth, doesn't it? You're not yourself. He stroked her back. Was that little island so horrible? I wondered if you were ever going to express any interest in my trip. That's unfair, Maris. Since your return, you haven't exactly invited conversation. You've been sullen and standoffish. In fact, I've considered approaching you with a chain and whip, undaunted by her failure to laugh. He kissed her temple. How was your trip? What's the island like? Not horrible at all. Different from what? He felt her shrug. It's hard 391 to explain. Just different. And the author, was he as difficult to work with as you expected? More difficult than I expected. We've got an impressive slate of books to publish next year from our authors under contract. Why bother with this recluse? Because he writes well, very well. But is he worth the difficulty he puts you through? I won't give up on this book, Noah. I'm only thinking of you. If working with him makes you edgy, and it doesn't. Luckily, she couldn't see his expression, or she would have realized how close she came to being slapped senseless for interrupting him. He took a moment to tamp down his anger before asking in a deceptively pleasant voice, "What is this literary marvel's name? I'm sworn to secrecy. Isn't he carrying the anonymity to a ludicrous degree? There's a reason. He's disabled. How so? I really can't talk about it, Noah. I can't betray his trust. Are you sure your opinion of the writing hasn't been swayed by his disability?" I loved the writing before I knew about his circumstances, which don't affect his talent. He'd be talented in any form, in spite of all the difficulty working with him imposes. I'm enjoying the work. It's going to be good for me. I'm getting to flex some editorial muscle over the last few years. I've become fat and lazy. A little lazy, maybe, but not fat. He slid his hands over her butt, a caress he knew she liked, and that usually evoked an agreeable response. This time it was less effective. I was speaking metaphorically, Noah. I realize that still. He bent his head and kissed her, first on the cheek, then her mouth. He wanted to be assured that her outburst wasn't an indicator of something more serious, specifically that she doubted his loyalty to Matherly Press. She returned the kiss. Not with the fervor he sought, perhaps, but when he pulled back, she 393, smiled up at him, assuaging his concern. If these financials didn't need my attention, he growled, I'd be tempted to lock the door and take you right here. Why don't you say, damn, the financial sand do just that? I could be taken. He kissed her again, then purposefully set her away from him. Sorely tempting, darling, but duty's call. I understand. Tonight, after dinner with Daniel, you have a date. She kissed him quickly, then retrieved her raincoat and handbag. I may stay late and try to clear my desk, so I probably won't change before dinner. Then we'll leave straight from here and ride over together. I'll have a car waiting downstairs at 6:45. See you then. He blew her a kiss as she went out, then returned to his desk, confident that he had dodged a bullet. As always, Maris had been pacified with a little attention and affection, But her upset over the worldview meeting was no small matter when he considered how close he'd come to being caught today. He wished to watch Morris Bloom slowly and agonizingly bleed to death. Telling Maris about that meeting had obviously been Bloom's way of reminding him that the deadline was fast approaching. Bloom had seized an unplanned opportunity to make a power play, to remind him that worldview was ultimately in charge of this transaction. It had been a close call. It had cost him some valuable time. In the long run, however, the incident had caused no permanent damage. Thank God he'd had the foresight to inform Daniel of that meeting with just this contingency in mind. In the event that he or Maris had gotten wind of it and the industry grapevine was notorious, he had taken the old man into his confidence, thereby throwing him off track. The Matherleys weren't fools, but they were nowhere close to being as clever as he. He left absolutely nothing to chance. He planned meticulously, his schemes were long-range, and therefore took a steely patience and perseverance that lesser individuals lacked. He relied on his instincts and his 395 intelligence, but also on the best possible resource, the one that was virtually unfailing and always in full supply: human nature. Mind control was easy if you knew a person's likes, dislikes, secrets, weaknesses, fears. He possessed a gift for getting people to go right where he wanted them to go and to do exactly what he wanted them to do. He was talented that way. He had an uncanny knack for manipulating people, for persuading them to make a decision they mistakenly thought was their own and to act on it. He had done it before, most recently with Howard Bancroft. But he had honed this particular skill long before he had even heard of Howard Bancroft. His desk phone rang. Before he could even speak, Cindy apologized for the interruption. "I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, but Miss Schuler has called 5 times and insists on being put through fine." Noah depressed the blinking button. "Hello, Nadia," he said breezily. "I understand you had quite an exciting lunch." Envy Child 12, Key West, Florida, 1986. Todd Grayson's first impression of Key West was a crushing disappointment. Making the move had been nearly all he'd talked about for months. He'd thought of little else and had practically X'd off the days of his calendar like a child counting down toward Christmas. He'd resented anything that interfered with his daydreaming and planning, including his final semester's studies. His heart, mind, and soul had been focused singly on getting to his Floridian Mecca. But now, having arrived, having fulfilled a long-held dream, his first sight of it left him less than spiritually enraptured. He likened the place to an old whore. It looked used, seedy, a little unhealthy, and a lot tired. Continuing the metaphor in his mind as though he were writing it down, Key West appeared to be more a common streetwalker who advertised her wares on a corner rather than an exotic courtesan who enticed with whispered promises. Once the tacky and rather pathetic attempts at glamour were stripped away, the town had little to offer and nothing to recommend her. She was cheap $397 in common, and the only promise at which she hinted was one of dissipation. His and Rourke's plan had been to depart for Florida the afternoon of their college graduation. They had everything packed and ready, their only chore before hitting the road being to return the caps and gowns in which they'd marched to pomp and circumstance and receive their degrees. They planned to caravan in their respective automobiles and had agreed to stop just before their arrival and toss a coin to determine which of them got to lead the way to Duval Street. But fate intervened. Their well-laid plans were changed for them. A family obligation prevented Todd from leaving that day. Rourke offered to postpone leaving too, but after a rushed consultation, they agreed that he should go ahead and start looking for housing. "I'll be the scout. By the time you get there, I'll have camp set up," Rourke had said as they exchanged their dejected goodbyes. Rourke's Toyota was packed to the gills. Every square inch of interior space had been utilized to transport all that he owned in the world from the fraternity house where he had lived for the past 3 years to the next phase of his life. "This sucks," Todd muttered, "big time. But hey, it's only a minor setback. Easy for you to say. It's not your setback. While I'm languishing, you'll be down there writing your ass off." "Hardly, man. I'll be busy scoping out things, finding us a place to live. Getting the telephone hooked up, that kind of shit. I won't get any serious writing done." Todd knew that wasn't true. Rourke always rode a drunk or sober, tired or wired, sick or well. He wrote when he was happy and when he was sad. He wrote just as much when he was in a good mood as he did when he was pissed over something. He wrote when it was flowing easily and when the phrases simply would not come. He wrote no matter what. Any which way you looked at it, despite all his arguments to the contrary, this was giving him a head start, and Todd resented it like hell. As Rourke wedged himself into the driver's seat of his packed Toyota, he tried again to lift Todd's spirits. I know this seems like a $399 big deal now, but one day we'll barely remember it, you'll see. As agreed, he had called Todd immediately upon his arrival in Key West. A few days later, he phoned again to report that he had rented them an apartment. Todd barraged him with questions about it. But his answers were evasive, his descriptions vague. After hanging up, Todd realized that all he really knew about their new place of residence was that it fit into their budget. It was 6 weeks before Todd was able to set out for his relocation to the tip of the continent. The morning of his departure, as he left his childhood home for what would be the last time, he wasted no time on sentiment and never looked back. Instead, he equated it to a release from prison. He drove almost 20 hours that first day and crossed the state line into Florida before pulling off at a roadside park and napping in the driver's seat of his car. He arrived in Key West at Midafin the second day. Although not all his expectations were met upon his arrival, some were. The air, for instance. It was warm and balmy. No more running to an early class on a bitterly cold and windy morning ever again. Thank you very much. The sun was hot. Palms and banana trees grew in abundance. Jimmy Buffett music was pervasive, as though it were secreted through the pores of the city, as he navigated the tourist-clogged streets following the rudimentary directions Rourke had given him. His initial disappointment began to recede and was replaced by flurries of excitement. His mood was buoyed by the sights and sounds and smells, but this flicker of encouragement didn't last. It was snuffed out when he located his newly leased domicile. Dismayed, he checked the address twice, hoping to God he'd made a wrong turn. Surely this was one of Rourke's practical jokes. Tall eander bushes formed an unkempt hedge between the street and the shallow, weedy lawn in front of the building. He expected Rourke to leap from between the blooming shrubs, grinning like a jackass and braying, "Man, you ought to see your expression. Looks like you've been hit in the face with a sack of buzzard shit." They would have a good laugh. Then Rourke 401 would guide him to their actual address. Later they'd go out for a beer and relive the moment, and that would be the first of 1,000 times they would retell the story as they retold all their good stories when they wanted or needed a laugh. Except the one about the incident with Professor Hadley. That was one story that neither retold. They never talked about it at all. Todd parked his car at the crumbling curb and got out. He was reluctant even to step between the oleanders, which looked like shrubs on steroids, and follow the cracked sidewalk up to the door of the 3-story building. The cinder block exterior had been painted a flaming go pink, as though the lurid hue would conceal the low-grade building material. Instead, the color accented the lack of quality. A crack as wide as Todd's index finger ran through the wall of blocks from eaves to foundation. A wild fern was growing out of it at one spot. Hurricane shutters, the color of pea soup, were missing slats and seemed to be clinging to the building only out of fear of falling into the stagnant water that had collected around the foundation. As wide as a moat, it was a flourishing mosquito hatchery. The frame of the aluminum screen door probably had once been rectangular, but it had been dented and bent so many times that it was grossly misshapen. A large part of the mesh had been peeled away, making it totally ineffectual against flying insects or chameleons. Todd discovered when he opened the door and stepped into a dank vestibule with a concrete floor. 2 of the green lizards were lounging on the interior wall. One scampered away when Todd entered. The other puffed out his red throat as though in protest of the intrusion. 6 mailboxes, which would usually be found on the outside of a building, had been secured to the wall. Once his eyes had adjusted to the dimness, Todd read, to his distress, His and Rourke's name on one of the boxes. There were 6 apartments in all, 2 on each floor. Theirs was on the 3rd. Stepping over a puddle of unidentifiable fluid, he started upstairs. When he reached the 2nd floor landing, he could hear The Price is Right coming from a TV within one of the apartments. Otherwise, the building was quiet. 4:03, by the time he reached the 3rd floor, he was sweating. He cursed the same balminess he'd been extolling only minutes before as he'd driven through the streets with the car windows rolled down, ogling the bare-shouldered, bare-legged girls, strolling the sidewalks. Surely the individual apartments were air-conditioned, he thought as he tried the doorknob on 3A. It was locked. He knocked 3 times in all before Rourke answered. His sun-tanned face broke into a wide grin. "Hey, you made it. An hour early? No air conditioning? Are you fucking kidding me?" The heat inside the apartment was, if anything, more stifling than the unventilated vestibule and staircase, and that was only one of the many amenities the apartment lacked. As Todd surveyed it, his misgivings were realized, and then some. It was a rat hole, and that was putting it kindly. Actually, it would need to undergo a major renovation to reach the classification of a rat hole. No self-respecting rat would be caught dead here. An oscillating fan was blowing hot air around the matching beanbag chairs that served as living room furniture. It was also circulating the stench of leftover pizza that had congealed inside its box on the small table that, along with a 2-burner hot plate and a sink, comprised the kitchen. I was in the shower. Indeed, Rourke had answered the door sopping wet. His only nod toward modesty was a hand towel clutched around his hips. "I thought maybe you'd gone homo," Todd said querulously. "Come on, you gotta see this." Rourke turned and headed toward an open door that led into another room. Todd was so angry he could barely suck the stifling oxygen into his lungs. His deposit money had been squandered. If Rourke had signed a lease on this place, then he could eat it for all Todd cared. He would flatly refuse to be responsible. Obviously, his friend had suffered a mental lapse, or had lost their pooled money along the way, or had gotten it stolen, or something. 4:05, no rational person, no one who wasn't absolutely destitute and desperate, would voluntarily take shelter in this building. Being homeless had more stability than this, because unless the sky fell, a homeless person wouldn't have to fear being crushed to death by a loose plaster ceiling. "Rourke, damn you!" Todd struck out after him, shouting his name. "Rourke, what the fuck?" The door led into a small cubicle of a room with twin beds. One was groaning under the weight of Rourke's belongings, most of which were still packed. Articles of clothing had been pulled from the crates and were spilling out over the tops of them like entrails. On the other, Rourke had been sleeping and working. Apparently, a computer terminal and keyboard were on the bed itself. The tower and printer were on the floor beside it. "A computer?" Todd exclaimed. "You got a PC? When?" They had wanted word processors the way most collegiates covet Transams. Rourke had said nothing to him about buying a computer. "Is that what you spent our money on?" "My uncle gave it to me for graduation," Rourke called in a stage whisper. "Now will you shut up about that and get in here? Hurry!" Todd turned toward the opening where a door should have been. Instead, the detached door had been propped against the adjacent wall. Todd had a fleeting thought that it might have been placed there to provide the wall with additional support. Through the opening was a bathroom. What differentiated this one from the communal bathroom in the fraternity house was that the one in the frat house had been cleaner and more sanitary tobacco spit cups, shower fungi, and unattended fixtures notwithstanding. But even more appalling than the condition of the sink and toilet was the sight of his friend, who had dropped the towel and re-entered the shower. He was standing beneath the spray and staring out an open window. "What uncle? Why didn't you tell me your uncle had given you a PC for graduation?" Rourke glanced over his shoulder. "Are you coming? Or what? I'm not getting into that filthy shower with you. I'm waiting for you to tell me what thee was. Just shut up and come here. Quick, before they go inside 407. Rourke's excitement was contagious and compelling. In spite of everything else, Todd was intrigued. He slipped off his sneakers and stepped into the shower fully clothed. Pushing Rourke away from the window, he peered through the rusty screen. On the second-floor roof of the neighboring building, 3 naked girls were sunbathing. Naked meaning completely nude. Not just topless, but mother-naked. All they had on was a glistening layer of suntan oil. In fact, while he stood there stupefied, one of the girls was languidly spreading the oil over her torso. "That one's name is Amber," Rourke whispered. Amber was rubbing her breasts now, smearing the oil over nipples as large and red as strawberries. Todd gulped. "You know them?" "Hell, yeah. To speak to and call by name, our buildings share a parking lot. They dance at a strip joint," which explained why they were visions of the most carnal variety. This was no trio of ordinary-looking women. They were spectacular. Their tits probably weren't the ones they'd been born with, but who the hell cared? "The one with the shaved crotch is Starlight," Rourke informed him. "For her grand finale, it glitters with this sparkly stuff. Her pussy glitters. Swear to God, they aim the spotlight right at it. Damn. The brunette is Mary Catherine. Doesn't sound like a stripper's name. She strips out of a nun's habit. Then she takes this rosary and was, don't tell me. Let me be surprised." The brunette was lying face down on her towel. Todd kissed the air. "Look at that ass." "I have," Rourke said with a chuckle. "Like a Valentine, isn't it? Frankly, I'm partial to her. She's the friendliest, too. They do this every day, except on Sundays. Saturday nights they do 3 shows, so they usually sleep all day Sunday." Amber capped the bottle of suntan oil, then lay down on her beach towel, spreading her thighs wide enough to make certain the sun 409 could reach the insides of them. "Oh, man," Todd groaned. Laughing, Rourke stepped from the shower and retrieved his towel. "I think you need a few minutes of privacy." "It won't take a few minutes, buddy." Rourke was dressed in a pair of shorts, sitting cross-legged on his bed, his keyboard bridging his knees when Todd appeared in the doorway and propped himself weakly against the jamb. Rourke looked over at him and grinned. "Well, what do you think of the apartment?" "Fucking fantastic, man. I can't think of any place I'd rather live."